Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Wednesday, the 26th of August. That's right. Happy hump day to all of you. What a wonderful day it is on the working calendar. Halfway through the week. By the evening, you should be sailing on nicely. Downward trajectory off to the weekend. Those 2 days of freedom that we love so much. And we love calling it hump day, don't we? So I hope you celebrate it. I hope you working people out there celebrate hump day in many ways. Figuratively and literally. Hump day, how many hump days are there? Per year? I'm not sure. I'll get my calendar out. Hey, going Voltaire. Hope you're well. Banso Bandit. Hope you're well. Thanks for doing the roll call. You know they won't do a thing, and you know that China doesn't abide by anything imposed that is illegal diplomatically. Where's the non-story there? How you going? Jag, sup, wokies, Hobo Joe, yo-yo-yos, Bandog, morning. Let's get this wildly woke Wednesday going. Pen Tester checking in early too. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Yes, as Bansor Bandit has already alluded to, we're going to be just going down a little bit of a rabbit hole today. I want to check out what people are saying commentary-wise in terms of... Yesterday we spent a bit of time looking at what Scott Besson had announced, that America is engaging in economic D-Day. They are storming the coastline of Iran with further economic sanctions. How much further? Good question. Nobody really knows. They're already under sanctions. And what is this really about? Nobody knows. We have our speculations. Ooh, Dilemmas is at chat. How are you, Dilemmas? Yeah, we have our speculations. Anyway, it's largely a PR stunt to, I don't know, show Americans that the US has still got some type of control in this situation. They're still a player, while they, I don't know, restock munitions and get ready for another strike. And maybe it helps with the stock market. I don't know, the price of oil potentially. But it seems like, yeah, a bit of a PR stunt, no teeth to it. So we just want to see what's the ramifications of it. Because if they're actually going to go around sanctioning people, like secondarily, if people continue, or entities, companies, countries continue to trade with Iran, like that's going to put US and China head to head potentially. So we'll figure out what China has to say about this and what the likelihood of that confrontation is. Extra spicy sanctions? Like, what is it? Honestly, what's going on here? Lem, as I always thought it was strange, we say it's all downhill after Wednesday. Like, it's a bad thing. Well, as in, like, you know, it's not downhill. It's easy. You can slide on into the weekend. Let's say it like that. It's a distraction from the Epstein files. So good. I forgot about that. We got to say that every now and again. People used to litter comment sections with that. I hope people keep that up. It's all a distraction from the Epi files. So, shall we get into today's affairs? We're going to be having a look at Cuba as well, getting some updates on what's happening in Cuba, how they're getting crushed. We're going from one lot of economic sanctions, economic warfare, economic warfare, to another form of economic warfare. And hopefully we'll get the same old commentary that we normally do. But Cuba just sucks. That's why it's failing. Like, hello. Are you not seeing the language around why they're sanctioning Iran? It's to cripple their economy and bring them to their knees so they can take them over. And they wouldn't do the same stuff in Cuba. Come on. This video I posted is a new anti-commie propaganda piece from Fox News. Ooh, all right. I might add that to the list because it is Worker Wednesday as well. So we're going to have a look at some Worker Wednesday stuff later in the evening. Let me just add that to the list. Thank you, Voltaire. Some Reddit Anti-commie stuff. Hell yeah. We could get down with that. I would get down with that for sure. Slip into the weekend DM. Sanctions now with extra jalapenos. That's pretty much what we're looking at here, isn't it? So, before, though, we get into the day's affairs, I did want to continue. So today's theme is Fiction A, US sanctions, non-story before it even got reported. Apologies. You can't always chase reality. Today we are chasing fiction, yes. Not all day, but a good section of it. Now, before we get into that, breaking news story, of course, I would like to start with a follow-up to yesterday. Yesterday we watched a piece at the start, which was about how New Zealand deals with the supermarket duopoly. So they have two supermarket chains, Woolworths, the evil Woolies, and Foodstuffs that control supermarkets. I think it's like, 80% or 90% capture or something like that of supermarkets in New Zealand. And so as a follow-up to that, we have our very own, or one of our very own duopolists, Coles. And SBS has come out with a report saying that Coles has $1.1 billion full year profit. Second day of ASX gains. And so I just want to see how they cover and justify their profit margins, their continual profit. And like in the order of $1 billion, that's not bad. Right? It's nothing to scoff at. These are some substantial profits in the face of a cost of living crisis that's plaguing the nation. People are doing it tough. Price of things are going up. And it's not things that are like luxuries we're talking about here. We're talking about, everydays and essentials. And Coles has part of that monopoly on everyday life expenses. So I wonder what they're doing to assist Australians as we're struggling. Hey? Yeah, I know, right? Down, prices are down and profit margins are way up. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Coles. Down, my ass. All right, let's have a look. Just quickly.
Australia's second biggest supermarket chain has reported its annual profit. Raina Saran-Pyatt has been looking at the details. And Raina, it's been a slight rise in profit for Coles.
Indeed, Janice. Coles says the result was pleasing given a challenging economic environment that did push up prices. So Coles...
Do you reckon households talk like that? Like average people like you and me are just like, it's a pleasing year. Even though times have been tough, generally quite pleasing. I'm feeling very satisfied right now with my financial situation.
Reported a $1.1 billion net profit for the 12 months to June. That's up 1%. Now, after setting aside $235 million for a long-running case over staff underpayment, profits rose 13%.
Staff underpayment, aka wage theft. Yeah, slight and pleasing. That's my pillow talk. Dude, so good. Oh, yeah, you like that? Was that slight and pleasing? Oh, man.
So breaking it down, sales jumped by nearly 3%, led by the supermarkets, but liquor sales fell 3%.
Liquor sales fell. People can't even afford to get on the piss anymore. I am outraged, all right? Not that I drink much, but if I do go into a bottle to buy something, it's outrageous. I don't know how people can afford to be alcoholics anymore. Like, honestly, it's outrageous. So expensive. How do the young people go out and party these days? Alcohol's too much. I guess as we were learning yesterday, they've got prescription meds now. Liquor, I hardly knew her.
Company reported supply chain volatility due to geopolitical tensions and also rising fuel costs. Chief Executive Leah Weckett acknowledged cost of living...
They're struck by the global uncertainty and the rising fuel costs, but still pull off another record profit. It's absolutely outrageous. Come on, auto mod. It's just what everyone is thinking. Ah, you got auto modded. Where are the mods to save you? I will allow this. Up off coals. There it is. Those be fighting words. You can't say that, Hobo Joe. How dare you? I haven't seen those feed a family for $10 ads in a while. Because you can't pull it off. Not in this economy, but you can pull off another record profit margin.
Pressures, but she said sales growth was helped by people eating at home more, though on the other hand, they're buying cheaper items.
What? Are we listening? Are we supposed to interpret from that actually a cost of living crisis is profitable for the supermarket duopoly or the supermarket oligarchy? Well, people aren't spending as much money going out now on like spending money on food and whatever else people do when they go out. So they spend more money at the supermarket so they can cut costs because they can't afford that to stimulate the economy elsewhere. No. And so like, let's never let a good crisis go to waste. Bring on the cost of living crisis. There it is. We've heard it here first. Hardcore analysis. I haven't seen. No, I read that. Ah, dang. Yeah, it didn't come through to me. No, that's from the other side. That's from the Twitch world, people. All right, back to it.
More than half of our customers are buying more specials. Half are spreading their grocery shop across multiple retailers to find the best value. And 21%
New financial year were consistent with the final quarter of the last one. Rival Woolworths reports tomorrow having stolen a march on Coles with the craze in Disney Ushi collectible toys you see there. Neither supermarket, though, seems to have pleased customers as much as Aldi, which took out CanStar's Most Satisfied Customers Award for a 9th straight year. And Coles shares gained nearly 5%, investors welcoming a much improved dividend. Ansell added another 8%, and healthcare continued to surge. CSL has now rallied nearly 50% this month. Woodside was lower. The country's biggest oil and gas company reporting a 7% lift in half-year underlying profit to around $1.85 billion, and that was fueled by a 20% higher realised oil price. But today it announced it would cut $7 billion from its energy investment targets and will review its Beaumont new ammonia project. CEO Liz Westcott says cost discipline requires that the company have balanced and achievable climate targets.
Woke rubbish. Hey? Why do they just put their hand down and get a bailout like other people do? That'll help you hit your targets. Whatever poor people do in a cost of living crisis, we wouldn't know. And frankly, we don't give a yeah, as long as the cost of living crisis means they shop more at our stores, that's all that matters. More like a cost of government crisis, am I right? Anyway, I was satisfied with Aldi. One bag of groceries didn't cost me $100. Mamupa in the house, how you going? Let me consume the plastic toy. Yeah, is that really like the draw card? Oh wow, Woolies is taking off because like little kids love Ushis. Like that's what's going on here. Seriously, lame consumers. We suck as consumers. Can I just say, oh, I better go to Woolworths so I can get those little Ushi things for the kids. God, we're such idiots. We all are losing money and they make profits. So yeah, right. This is the stark reality of this. Now, like I didn't realize what the cost of living crisis was. I was baffled by the fact that they're making extra profit while everyone is struggling, and they're not feeling the heat from that at all. But like lo and behold, actually, a cost of living crisis is good for them because if people are spending less money out in the economy, they have to do it at home, and they need to get supplies from Coles and Woolworths. Good thing Coles is making huge profit. Yeah, thank God. Everyone loves Ushis. Everyone. When they did the mini item toys, they popped off too. People, why? Why do people care about these tiny little plastic squishy things? Like, honestly, like, are we really that dumb? like people get like in my family, like my aunties and like my dad, when he goes shopping, he'll go to Woolworths and he'll get the little Ushi things for the kids, and he's like, oh, I got Ushis for the kids. And so like, you know, I guess that the older generation wants to get it for, you know, the grandkids or whatever. And like, you know, yesterday I caught the dog chewing on an Ushi, so my kids got it and they were like, oh wow, this is so cool, for like 5 seconds, and they just threw it on the floor, and I had to save the dog from it. It's just, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. Dude, have you not seen eBay's listings for them? Yeah, but like, yeah. Yes, okay, some of them are like rare and they go for like thousands of dollars. They got programmed by child toys in Happy Meals. Yes, Emo, most people don't read above primary school level. We are collectively quite dumb. Bad, bad Coles. How dare they make profit? Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, fine, whatever. Yes, they're doing exactly what they should be doing, while everyone else is struggling and profiting off the struggle. Yeah, got it. Are we that dumb? Is that a serious question? I guess yes and no. I'm not gonna clarify that. I'm not. Check this one out, bro. Do I want to check this out, or is this gonna make me angry, Hobo Joe? Is that what you're trying to do? I guess we're not on the good side of Worker Wednesday yet, so I'm still angry. When we get closer to the weekend, I get happier. Honestly, we did shop at Woolies instead of Coles because the missus' mum's friend collects them. So it does happen. It does happen. Hey, come on. Dude, do I want to look this up, Hobo Joe? Angry for sure. Dude, what the... Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, that's outrageous. Are you ready for the big reveal? I'm going to slide the page across so you can see it. Star Wars R2D2 gold plastic figurine mini figure Ushi AU $75,000. $75,000. What the... or best offer? Buy it now, quickly. Everyone, let's set up a GoFundMe page so I can buy a $75,000 Ushi so my kids will leave it on the floor and the dog will choke on it. Hey, anyone? Anyone? 75K. Yes, read it and weep. I've been rejecting them at the counter. They are worth that much and I've been denying them. Yeah. Yeah, for plastic, rare plastic. Okay? I thought my Warhammer was bad. You know how like we talk about like this dichotomy? Do you love your kids or not? Well, apparently not enough. It's not happening. Not enough to kill the dog with plastic. No, I do not. Dude, that's mental. You know how we've been talking about this idea of like supply and demand and where value really comes from? There's a complete disconnect between price and value. Like this was probably produced, it's rare, whatever, but it was probably produced for like cents, like if that. Could it even be less than a cent that this thing was produced for? That's how much value actually is objectified within this object. But the price of it, because of the supply and the demand, or whatever you want to call it, the price of it is completely, as they would say, alienated. There's a complete disconnect between the price of what this is actually, like what type of value is actually in here. In terms of labor, it's just in relation to labor. Like there's a complete disconnect there. Complete disconnect. $75,000 for something that like really is probably worth a few cents max, if that, considering how much of these things they can produce. It's probably less than a cent. But no, the price of this thing, $75,000. And that like response we're having to this right now of outrage, disbelief, shock, or horror, or whatever you want to call it. That's what we've been talking about for a long time, about the difference between value and price and all those sort of things. Kids know value. Oh yeah. Once my boy got the Lightning McQueen Ushi, he stopped caring. Loot boxes are a thing that was encouraged in the Epstein files. All the kids' toys are gambling now. I got frustrated when I heard there was an exclusive one that was only sold for one day and had to spend a set amount. Is this really what life has come to? Oh yeah, it has. So many mystery toy boxes now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the entertainment industry and our renovation of it is to blame, in my opinion. Okay. Reveration. That's interesting. How we revere stuff? Is that what that is? I like that. That's interesting. It's why R2D2 is the highest value Star Wars. Ah, okay. Everyone loves R2D2. And he's gold. Imagine how many bottles a dog would eat worth of plastic by chewing on dog toys. Oh, I've thought about that. Dogs don't even get microplastics. They just get massive plastics. Apply value to being entertained. Slippery slope. Manufactured outrage. Always there to keep us in check. Public service really Banda. Thank you. All right. That's enough of this. I am outraged enough to now start the day. But like seriously though. Man. Come on. Come on. Cole's making $1 billion and they don't even have Ushis. Yeah, sorry, reverence is what I meant. All right. Nice. I know. Let's just put Asians on the end of things. It sounds good. Inventing new words over here. That's a good one. I hadn't heard it before. I'm willing to take that. Need to upgrade our vocabulary here. All right. Here we go. Let's get a little taste of the whole China situation, shall we? If you weren't aware and you missed out what we were talking about yesterday, the US put further sanctions on Iran. I don't know what that means, okay? Like if you're just like, hey, I thought they were already sanctioned. They were. I think this is just a publicity stunt, to be honest. I think the US is, like usual, it goes and strikes for a while, then it talks about peace, and then like they stop, and then they rearm, and then they strike again. But like no one believes them on the peace thing anymore, and Iran's not buying it anymore. So they have to do something else. So instead of like pretending to do negotiations and peace talks, which is what they've been doing before, while they rearm and like that. And so Scott Bessent was like, oh, I'll do it. And so Scott Bessent came out yesterday and announced Economic D-Day. And they announced a new operation, Operation Economic Outcast, which is it's an interesting name, let's be honest. Let's be fair. And so they are going to ramp up sanctions on an already sanctioned Iran. And really this time, we're serious this time. We're super serial. We're going to stop people from trading with Iran. Like we meant it before, but now we really mean it. And so they using the US dollar, which is their cudgel, their weapon, to like, keep everybody subdued and in line with America's foreign policy. And its domestic policy too, I guess. They have decided that if people don't comply and cut Iran off, like super serious this time, then they're going to cut them off from the US dollar. That was basically the threat that Bessent made. And he was like, we don't want to have to. We watched him yesterday do his little press conference on it. And he's like, we don't have to shut down the world economy, but we will if we have to. So they made business. But again, I think it was just a PR stunt to buy some extra time because they kind of don't really know what to do with the whole situation. Iran's not biting at all by the look of it. Iran's like, if you do this, then we're just going to cause even more chaos in the strait and do whatever we can do to screw over the US and other countries been put on notice by the US. So like European countries, I'd say specifically, that are under America's auspices, or like places like in Australia, New Zealand, our little vassal states in the Indo-Pacific part of the empire. Like, we just have to do whatever the US says. I don't know what else we can do. I'm pretty sure, like, we've cut off all diplomatic relations with Iran. I don't know how we could really be implicated with any trade relations with them, but like, we've been put on notice. But like, the big question is, what's going to happen with China? Obviously, China is the most integral part of a global economy in terms of like productive capacity, and has relations with everyone, especially the US. And like, the US has threatened and said that they will cut people off from the US dollar if they don't comply. And as we know, Iran and China do have trade relations. Like, they've had them going this entire time. I think the biggest purchaser of Iranian oil is China. And so the threat's there from the US. Scott Besson made it very clear. And China's already come out and said, no, like, sanctions is not the way. We don't agree with this position. This is not how you do diplomacy and figure things out. So the US can say whatever it wants. Thanks, but no thanks. Them be fighting words. And I would like to see if anybody out there thinks that the US has the testicular fortitude to cut China off. Now, we've already had speculation in the stream chat already. If you want to go back and have a look at the analysis from none other than Bansor Bandit, that there's no way in hell that's ever going to happen. So it's a non-story and we're just looking at fiction. But I would like to know what people think on this one, because I don't know if anyone's buying it. I don't think anyone buys this one at all. Like, people believe the MOU, the memorandum of understanding, where they talked about a pathway to peace. But I don't know if anyone's buying the whole sanction thing. The US empire depends on its power in the reserve currency. Like, it really is becoming quite clear how important this weapon is, actually, as opposed to hard power, this form of soft power, where they can just be like, look, we'll turn off the tap, or we'll like flick the switch, and your digital US currency will just disappear. You won't be able to function and use it anymore within the system. Like, it really is, like, they are leaning on their reserves here. They're playing cards that they usually don't have to throw down. They just get to say stuff and everyone buckles. But now they're actually having to pull out, or put their money where their mouth is, which is interesting. China's already told the US that only enforced secondary sanctions could work. I ain't an expert, but I will claim to be. All right, well, let's have a look and see what China actually said, and we'll see what the discourse is out there on this one, what the manufacturing consent line is on this one. How long till Trump starts a lottery for naming the next operation? God, I hope they do have a lottery, because they should make up better names for these operations. Do you reckon? Soft power is what caused World War II. Well, the UN has its own sanctions on Iran, so the world agrees with the ramping up of those that happened last year. But since then, Trump decided that wasn't enough. Operation Epic Viagra Fury. The official switch from soft power to hard power. Dude, that's so good. Hilarious. All right, let's have a quick listen.
The announcement from the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is clearly part of the White House's campaign to ratchet up pressure on Iran, labelling it economic D-Day. But the announcement also lacked some precise details, particularly when these sort of sanctions could or would be imposed. In other words, what sort of deadline these countries have been given to cut ties.
He already said the clock is ticking. It's starting now. And it is completely arbitrary. Whenever Scott Besson thinks that it needs to be applied, it will be applied. Do you reckon they'll just make an example of someone? They'll just like pick someone out and be like, see, we were super serious. Told you not to do it. Maybe they'll do something to India, I guess. India has good trade relations with Iran. Maybe Pakistan. I don't know. Turkey. They wouldn't do anything to Turkey, no.
with Iran. One of the biggest outstanding issues is how the US wants to deal with China, given Beijing is the biggest customer when it comes to Iranian oil, providing an economic lifeline to Tehran. The Chinese President Xi Jinping is due to travel to the United States in a month's time. That might explain the reluctance from the White House to point the finger at China, but it could also be driven by the fact China could retaliate against any sort of sanctions, restricting its own exports in areas such as critical minerals. China's foreign ministry spokesperson did issue a warning to the United States against hitting it with any form of economic sanctions.
China-Iran cooperation has always been conducted within the framework of international law and should not be disrupted or undermined. China is closely monitoring relevant developments and will take all necessary measures to resolutely safeguard its own rights and interests.
Iran itself is promising to...
It's so few words. The technical language, I think, is the worst. Like, there's no emotion in that. It's very, very technical and straight down the line. Like, old school and pure diplomacy. We will do whatever it takes to protect our interests. Like, what does that mean? Hey? What does that mean? So if the US does decide to, I don't know, put secondary sanctions on China, I don't know about that. Then China's like, well, we will protect ourselves. We will retaliate. Its own. Imagine if this is the way it goes down. It is actually, as KK was saying before, it's the soft power, it's the economic warfare, let's say, that drags us all into World War III, or is the end of US hegemony all through soft power because they miscalculated the world's response to Iran, or what their adversaries as a collective were capable of. Imagine if that's what it was. I don't know, Bansor. The US sanctions are separate. It was mostly the EU pushing for sanctions at the UN before the war started. So weird hearing an Aussie translation. US was like, sanctions, too slow and gay, then dropped bombs. Now it's all, yay, sanctions. The US has always been the driver of sanctions. Even at arm's length, yeah. Like even with like Europe and Russia, like freezing Russian assets, it was 100% the US in behind that one. Being like, do it. The Europeans are like, but I don't know. It's not good. It's not a good look. It's not great for our reputation. I said, do it. Do it.
Fight back and is confident that its international partners could weather any storm. This all comes as talks between Iran and mediator Pakistan continue, with Pakistan saying that there has been some signs of progress on its position there, things like the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That is a situation being watched incredibly closely right across the region, given how much oil usually travels through that shipping channel and how reliant countries across the Persian Gulf are on it being open. Qatar is one of them. It's also one of the mediators here, and it is urging that those negotiations take priority over any economic war.
Regardless of the existence of these sanctions, regardless of the presence of new sanctions or the previous situation, what matters to the country is the return of the salt to its natural state in the Hormuz region, the return to exports, the guarantee of global energy security, the security of global food security, and guarantee of the safety of the supply chains. And this, of course, requires a diplomatic solution.
There's clearly a lot of frustration that this situation still is.
And that is the only concerning thing out of all of this, really. Is like, what are we going to do with the impact to supply chains? Oil, like that's problematic, obviously. Fuel. But like, I think it's helium and fertilizer basics, or for industrial fertilizer. That's a scary one. But no, economic sanctions, keep the aggression going. I'm sure that'll make life better. All right, we're going to the Germans now and get their take on this. Let's have a look. Let's have a look-sees, shall we? I wouldn't write off the power of the EU market, though. Even with the US being the bigger bully, the EU are the quiet centrist market. And like, as in like their power to sanction. But like, Have they not already? This is the thing. Like, let's ramp up the sanctions. What is it that the EU are not already sanctioning them on? Like, how much more can you cut the EU off from Iran? Like, what is this going to have an impact on? I think it's really about scaring people outside of the West. Like I said, like Pakistan, maybe India. I know people that have kind of more regional associations with them, scaring them into submission. Because Iran is already sanctioned anyway. So it's only people that are currently doing trade with them outside of the West, I guess, that America could be potentially targeting with this. Like, yeah, the EU's got mad power, I would say, 100%. Economically, they're still very relevant and have a lot of disposable deal with Iran at the moment. Anyway, defense it, but yeah, that's why I pointed out their power stance. It's about influencing global trade using their market, soft power like the US, but EU-based. Let's hear what let's hear what the Europeans have to say about this. The EU follows the US's sanctions at their own detriment. Keep it up, though. I'm all for the fall of Europe. Some people just want to see the world burn.
The US is calling it D-Day for Tehran. It says it wants nothing less than the economic asphyxiation of Iran, and it's warning that no country or company should expect to be spared.
Every country, every entity should know that they should be prepared to face U.S. sanctions. And no one is above this. We are going to hold everyone accountable, and this is economic asphyxiation of this regime.
The US has declared a new raft of sanctions aimed at upping the pressure on Iran. They're targeting more than 60 entities, individuals and vessels. That is so they can go after the supply chains that Iran uses to buy the parts, the materials and the technology to build nuclear weapons. The US is also targeting digital assets.
How can they build nuclear weapons? How? The nuclear program is kaput. It's done. This doesn't make sense. What are they worried about? Hey? What are they worried about? I thought they finished that off. Digital assets, interesting. Gold and aviation targeted. They don't want them to get access to gold. 60 plus entities, individuals and vessels. So like they're specifically targeting part of their fleet, I guess. Or fleets that deal with Iran. Potentially.
Aviation to cut off Iran's alternative financial lifelines and to close off loops used to get around sanctions. But there's a problem, and that is China. China normally buys around 80% of Iran's shipped oil. Fresh Iranian
It's been decimated, all 10% of it.
Buys around 80% of Iran's shipped oil. Fresh Iranian exports through the Strait of Hormuz have now largely been choked off, leaving China buying oil from Iran that had already made it out and was sitting in Asian waters. That income provides Tehran with a crucial economic lifeline. And while the US has sanctioned some independent Chinese refineries that purchase Iranian crude, it has stopped short of targeting the major Chinese banks and the financial institutions that help facilitate that trade. So how far is Washington prepared?
I want to see real war and chaos. None of this made up slop. How much real war are we going to see, though? I think most of it will be done on a cyber basis and like through drones and stuff until it gets to a point where you need humans involved. Banzo woke up and chose chaos and violence today. Yeah, absolutely. But like its usual, like Banzo response to things is like, so what? Does it matter? Very nihilistic kind of position these days. Oh, a lot of the time, not always.
To take its sanctions. Scott Bessent warned that countries violating the sanctions could be shut out of the dollar-based economic system. And he warned more sanctions are coming.
We are giving every.
Yeah, they're coming. I'm sick of people just threatening. Do something already. Losers. I want action. Action, action, action. All right. I just got to ask. Just give me a second. In the context of Operation Economic Outcast and China's trade relations with Iran, I have heard reports that the US have already sanctioned Chinese oil refineries in response to previous US sanctions on Iran. Are you able to briefly list what you know about these sanctions? Nihilistic, really? It felt more like frustration to me, but I don't want to speak for you. But like, you know, it's kind of like, and so what? Let it be. Even when things are like, you know, I don't know, find them unjust. It's always just like, and so what? That's just the way of the world. Such is life. Get over it. No hope for the human race. Yes, the US has already directly sanctioned several Chinese oil refineries for buying Iranian crude. And this is an important part of the background for the current economic Operation Economic Outcast. Very briefly, March 2025, Shandong Shugang, maybe? Petrochemical, the first Chinese independent teapot refining directly sanctioned under Trump's 25 maximum pressure campaign. April 2025, Shenzhen Chemical sanctioned after Treasury said it had purchased more than 1 billion of Iranian crude. This is all before the war, actually, or before the 2026 strikes. Isn't that interesting? May 2025, Hebei Chemical Group sanctioned for purchasing hundreds of millions of dollars of Iranian crude. Hundreds of millions of dollars. October 9th, 2025, Shandong Sheng sanctioned after purchasing millions of barrels of Iranian oil since 23. And then April 24, 2026, Heng Li Petrochemical. This was much bigger escalation in the US. And so this is the only one in 26 since the war's broken out. US sanctioned one of China's largest independent teapot refineries, which Treasury said had purchased billions of dollars of Iranian petroleum alongside roughly 40 shipping companies and vessels. So yes, the US has already crossed the line from sanctioning Iranian companies and middlemen to sanctioning actual Chinese refineries buying Iranian oil. There's an important distinction, though. These have predominantly been smaller private teapot refineries rather than China's major state-owned oil companies or major Chinese banks. The latter would represent considerably more serious escalation in China relations. I think you've misread me a lot, Mystery. Okay, fine. But I can only read what you're saying. Like I said, I can't get tone from a comment section. But like many of the comments that we make about things that are dire or depressing, you're just like, yeah, and what? Next? Who cares? Let it be. Well, when you'd like a workers' revolution and the news keeps covering everything but workers, culture wars, geopolitical spats, conflict halfway around the world, IDPOL, I can see how it'd get a little frustrating seeing your comrades distracted. But that's just the vibe I get. Maybe I'm wrong. Good thing China is so environmentally conscious. Could be worrying how much oil they're buying. Oh, remember we saw that theory about China buying all the oil up? And like, because they were using... Well, they've started buying up all the oil again because previously they had actually dipped into their reserves, which kind of saved the world from the worst part of the first round of this global economic crisis. Use an emoji to tell E-Toad. All right. I don't understand what this means. Like teapot facilities, refineries are what? Just small refineries. So they've hit up not inconsequential refineries. That's how you get me going. And that's particularly relevant right now. Treasury issued a warning, April 2026, that Chinese teapot refineries remain heavily involved in Iranian oil imports and explicitly warned financial institutions. So, like, are these teapot facilities just set up so they can take the heat then? Is that what's happening? What is a teapot refinery? And are they only sanctioning small refineries and companies that America doesn't do business with anyway? Tell me, what does this emoji mean? Good. Rise notes. I'll put it simply, get off your ass and work for it. That's my basic position with everything. I left out a... Okay, got it. Teapot refinery. Teapot refinery is the informal Chinese term for an independent, privately owned oil refinery, as opposed to an enormous state-owned oil companies such as Sinopec or PetroChina. They concentrated particularly in the Shandong province. Many are relatively small compared with China's national oil companies, although some have become quite large. They're called teapots because historically they were small, independent operations compared with China's giant state-owned refining industry. They've become major buyers of discounted Iranian and Russian crude. So, like, they sound like they are set up to take all this stuff that can't go through the West then, or has been impacted by the West. Grandpa vibes kicking in. Libertarianism engage. Partly because they have less access to international financing and therefore have less to lose from US sanctions. Treasury says teapots account for the majority of China's Iranian oil purchases. So the US sanctions basically hitting companies America does not do business with. For the first several rounds, largely yes. The US deliberately targeted companies such as Shandong, Haibei, Shandong. Yeah. These companies have relatively limited exposure to US financial system. Consequently, sanctioning them is painful, but doesn't create anything like the economic shock that sanctioning a major Chinese bank or Sinopec would create. So they're sanctioning things like what? For show. Like, just pick a couple of companies that don't actually really need the US dollar or the Western system at all to deal with, because they're getting oil from places that are already sanctioned by the US and the West anyway. And so, like, just pick a couple of companies or like a handful of companies that have their own system outside the US dollar system, the petrodollar system, and like hit them up with sanctions. But they don't really do anything with the US. Yeah, but just sanction them anyway. Let's just make it official. In fact, this is one reason the Iranian oil trade has proved remarkably resilient. The trade has increasingly been conducted through Chinese independent refiners, intermediaries, Chinese currency, front companies, and shadow fleet tankers rather than through conventional Western finance system. Dude, it's so good. Okay, Hengley is different. In April 26, Washington sanctioned Hengley Petrochemical. This isn't some tiny refinery. It operates a 400,000 barrel a day refinery, and Reuters describes Hengley as a major China oil and petrochemicals group. Treasury calls it China's second largest teapot refinery and says it purchased billions of dollars of Iranian petroleum. So I characterize the progression like this: small independent refineries, larger independent refineries, major Chinese industrial group, potentially Chinese banks, state-owned oil companies. And we haven't yet reached the final stage. As of last reporting, Washington has been reluctant to sanction China's major financial institutions because doing so could create a much larger US-China confrontation. So they're scared. They're too scared to. I'm getting. If you're picking up what I'm putting down here, let us continue.
Everyone the opportunity to remedy bad behavior. Why would I want to blow up the global financial system? We believe that it is important to level set and give people a cure period, but they should know that that will move very quickly and that we are serious. Secondary sanctions are a very powerful tool.
Beijing is already pushing back, saying its economic ties with Iran are lawful and warning that it will defend.
Can we buy some of these teapots? We're just sticking with goofy wind farms. I think they are. Like the government, we read a government announcement somewhere that they are building more refineries. Definitely more oil storage facilities. But yeah, like, can we get some of these teapots, please? It paints a picture for an idiots that will never look into what they vote for. It's perfect really to let people know they're doing nothing and the people get excited over a fairy tale. Props.
Its interests.
Cooperation between China and Iran has always been conducted within the framework of international law and should not be interfered with or disrupted. China is paying close attention to relevant developments and will take all necessary measures to firmly safeguard its own rights and interests.
So there's the dilemma. Washington says nobody is exempt and that much tougher sanctions are coming. But because China buys most of Iran's exported oil, the US would need to really go after China to make Iran feel the pain. Yet, Bessent says he doesn't want to blow up the global financial system. So how far can the US go against Iran without taking on China? Ahmed Abdou is going to help us answer that question and more. He works at the Chatham House think tank in London, where he focuses on China's rising influence in the Middle East and North Africa, on Gulf geopolitics and on US-China competition. Ahmed, thanks so much for being here. China is the key customer for Iranian oil. Can the United States seriously cripple Iran's economy without substantially reducing Chinese purchases of Iranian crude?
The short answer is I don't think so. I think one of the main conditions, if you want to really suffocate the Iranian economy, is to cut the lifeline that China.
Just straight off the bat, so good. Can the US cripple Iran without taking on China? No.
Presents through the purchases of between 80 to 90% of all Iranian exports of oil. The dilemma here is that the majority of this oil goes to something called independent refineries or teapot refineries in Shandong province in China, which are responsible for refining 25% of all oil in China. And these refineries depend on the profit margins that sanctioned oil coming from Iran, but also Russia and previously Venezuela, allow them to continue in the market and compete with the large NOCs. Now, the problem is for these refineries is that the Trump administration decided to resume its maritime blockade on Iran on the 13th of July. That meant for these refineries that less Iranian oil is reaching Chinese shores, and also that all the oil that was on the tanks...
Not all, but less. Curb Your Enthusiasm music plays. Blaz, how you going? KK, you really feel the shift in dynamics. America's just another country now, angry that are full of power, with no one willing to take them seriously. It's you getting that vibe, hey? I feel that as well. I don't want to hold my breath on that one. Like people have definitely underestimated the US before. And it's because they look like they're, struggling a little bit at the moment. I don't know, man. Man, the US ain't shit. I don't know. I'm not ready to call it yet. I know the vibe, though. It does feel like there's a shift happening. But, like, I don't want to call it too early.
Opposite to the shores of China have dried up, meaning that the prices of Iranian oil is now spiking up, pressuring the margin very much. So the problem here is, in my view, for these refineries is the maritime blockade more than the sanctions.
The Treasury Department, if I'm correct, has sanctioned smaller Chinese refiners, but it hasn't sanctioned major banks. Now, is that because Washington doesn't want to escalate with Beijing, or is that because it thinks that pressuring Iran in other ways will work?
The issue here for the Trump administration is in the payment network system is that it is focused on the provincial banks. These are regional banks that are shielded from the dollar system. They are not exposed to it. And also the payment of Iranian oil goes through the USD chat system in Hong Kong, where the American officials don't have great visibility. The big state-owned banks ditched Iran in 2018 after the first Trump administration imposed the maximum pressure campaign against Iran, because they are exposed to the dollar system and they are well connected to the world economy. They also represent, from Beijing's point of view, a critical point, and they will represent, if they are targeted, a time for China to retaliate against the United States more forcibly. That's why I think the Trump administration were deliberate to avoid sanctioning these banks, and I think unlikely they will in any near future movement.
I mean, Scott...
There you go. Right? So they just use banking systems that are outside the reach of the US dollar. Who would have thought? And so they can't really sanction them anyway. Oh my God. I'm not a fan of the US midterms. The US will always remain a major power, but they have cut their throat in regards to being the hegemon of the world. The shift is happening. Just not fast enough, in my opinion. Okay. In psychological sense, it's as if they are out narcissistic, our narcissistic parent. And we as a world have realized it's time to leave their screwed up game. We all understand you can't just break free. You have to slowly slip away so they don't notice they're losing control. The $1 trillion question is, how does a country like Australia slip away? How do places within their, like a strategic hub of theirs, let's say, just slip away? I don't know, with the amount of soft power they have through the information space and like actual hard power in terms of military bases. So the ideological capture with actual like boots on the ground, let's say, figuratively. Can we just decouple from that? Can we? Slip away through the vagina. I forgot about her name. Gotta use that. Vagina. Going to move to a regional power, I think, in the future. We just gotta grease ourselves up in oil like the deaf guy. Yes, then we can slip away through the vagina. Australia will be forced to shift. Vote for Rennick, LOL, that's how. Yeah, but like, could you imagine? Like, let's just say we all voted for Rennick tomorrow. Like, he'd just get cooed. This is what I'm saying. Like, there's too much capture. Like, Rennick would just, go for a swim as Prime Minister and never come back. Dilemmas. That's the problem. If you think about it, even though we're still aligning with America, as forming alliances in our region gives us the stability to confront America, even if we get the chance. It's like building support networks before you can leave a crap situation. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, but I must admit I don't see the recent like let's set up strategic partnerships with people in the Indo-Pacific as actually us finding alternative friendship groups to our reliance on our relationship with the US. I thought we were actually going around the Indo-Pacific on behalf of the US and getting them to align themselves with us and the Five Eyes network, which is controlled by the US effectively. And so like we're actually playing game for US control in the Indo-Pacific. That's why we've been going around doing it. They come to Australia and look to us for defense, and like we get our orders, our marching orders from our commander-in-chief, the deranged occupant of the White House. Grease me up, woman. I guess it's relevant, isn't it? Let's do it. Interlude. Yeah, I know, it's sad. It is sad. Poor Rennick.
Willie, go into the vent and get him.
What? Have you gone waxy in your beaster? I cannot fit in a wee vent, you croquet and playing mint muncher.
Grease yourself up and go in, you guff-speaking work slacker.
Ooh, good comeback. Lunch, Lady Doris. Have you got any grease?
Yes, we do.
Then grease me up, woman.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. Our focus is on aggression support for the US. Won't change for a while. All right, back to it.
The president has said very clearly no one is
Yeah,
above...
but okie dokie. They're usually such a confrontational character. Not this time.
US sanctions. He's also said very clearly he doesn't want to blow up the global financial system. So what do you think of those two statements? I mean, are those two goals compatible?
No, they're not, because, as I said before, the big banks are not exposed to any transactions that are related to Iran's oil sales. In other words, China's exposure and risk to the global economy are inversely related. China is the most exposed in the least important institutions, that is the provincial banks, and it is least exposed in the most important institutions, that is the big state-owned banks. So targeting these banks will not have any meaningful impact on the oil trade with Iran unless the United States wants to resume trade and economic war with China.
The Chinese president is expected to meet Donald Trump next month. Is Iranian oil something that Trump can realistically bargain over with President Xi? And what do you think Beijing would potentially want in return?
I think, yes, most definitely, this will be on the table. They will speak about it, as they did in the Beijing summit. But I don't think the Trump administration thinks that Iran worth resuming the trade war again with China. We could see that in the formulation of these sanctions. They are limited on details, on timelines, and on implementation, and even on the punitive measures that the administration would be ready to take against China.
I hope the US puts on more sanctions, 5,000% minimum on everything, especially tacos.
So this gives President Trump a lot of space to maneuver and even to implement all these decisions against China. And I don't think they will want to do that before the summit and also in the run-up to the midterm election as well.
Bingo.
From a China
So nothing's going to happen before the midterms. There's not going to be any economic sanctions on China if they continue to trade. They've already put sanctions on teapot refineries anyway. Who else have they got left to sanction now?
point of view, I think they think the same. We could see that in the shielding measures that the Chinese government took after the economic fury campaign in May, and Chinese officials came on TV and they said the objective was only to nullify the impact of these measures against our institutions, not to escalate against the United States. So both powers here are under restraint of the summit, especially not only this summit, by the way, but the two leaders will meet again twice after the summit in 2026.
Do you see China potentially being part of a solution here? I mean, would Beijing have interests in regional stability that Washington could then potentially leverage? They could kind of work on that level?
If the Chinese want to find an off-ramp for President Trump, they can, technically, because the...
Why would they? Let him burn. Why would they? Well, going by the zero surprise and happy sloppy Joe, on how sloppy her Joes are, she must be rocking a greasing after every lunch. No wonder why he's called Willie. Ah, is that what you're suggesting there, KK? That's enough from you. China, I don't know if China's going to step in to save America from implosion here. I don't think so. So much worry about things getting expensive. Nothing burger reported by burrito eating numpties. Numpties. That's a funny word. I haven't heard that in a long time. Yeah, numpty. All right. One more opinion on this. One more. This is The Hill. I don't know. What is The Hill? I think Jag sent us an article that was written by The Hill the other day, or like last week, that was written maybe on Zoran Mamdani, maybe. I don't know what The Hill is. What type of media outlet it is. Let's see what their opinion is. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jiang said Tuesday the latest sanctions on Iran will only further intensify tensions. You want an opinion? I'll give you an opinion. I got your opinion. We got it. Even before we started. A bunch of dirty centrists. The Hill is an elevated piece of landmass. Ah, thank God. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That was good. You should clip that. Smart ass.
An economic engagement of any kind with this murderous regime will expose those responsible to the full reach of American power.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent promising economic D-Day on countries buying oil from Iran. And China already responding, saying their cooperation with Iran, quote, should not be disrupted or undermined. Here to discuss is The Hill's White House columnist, Niall Stanage. What's up, Niall? So we know China has been the largest buyer of Iranian oil. What do you make of the response coming from the Chinese to the Trump administration's threats?
On one hand, I don't find it that surprising, Drew. China is animated almost by the principle that it should be seen as on equal footing, or at least close to equal footing, with the United States. That being so, they were never likely to look kindly upon US edicts about what exactly they should do. As you mentioned, they are by far the biggest purchaser of exported Iranian oil. They buy about 80 or 90% of that oil.
I'll rein in my enthusiast opinions in future streams then. Got it.
The amount that they're getting hasn't in fact declined all that much this year so far, so I don't think they are willing to yield very much on that score.
And does that make it pretty difficult for the administration to impose the type of economic pain it wants to on Iran with these D-Day sanctions if you have the Chinese, which is a giant economy and purchases a lot of energy and does other business with Iran, unwilling to participate?
Yeah, it definitely removes one of the biggest levers you could have. In some fantasy world, if you could get China to isolate Iran, then that would have pretty quick, pretty significant effects, but they don't seem inclined to do that. Now, obviously, Iran does have trades, whether illicit or official, with other nations. There's a measure of hurt that could be inflicted upon Iran if you got those other nations to stop. But if China is going to maintain that level of economic trade with Iran, then obviously that makes it more difficult for Bessent's tactic to work.
Do you think the Trump administration...
AKA, unless you go after China, this is all meaningless. Do the US have the balls to go after China? do they have the testicular fortitude? But like, are the oil tankers getting through? Is oil still flowing from Iran to China? That is a real question. Is it happening or not? Supposedly, according to the Trump regime, absolutely not. The blockade of their own territory, aka the Strait of Hormuz, is impregnable, and no ships are getting through. Or are they? Dun, dun, dun. I guess we'll find out. Does Donnie have the balls to drop his D on China? That's the question, isn't it? But is Iran still getting oil to them anyway? Or at this point? Or is this all for nothing? Long have you been around, the cynicism that you acquire at life naturally expels itself through your pores. It's natural human behavior.
Would be willing to target China with strong secondary sanctions, considering the potential blowback?
That's a great question, and I think the answer leans no. We have already seen during the second Trump administration the president basically back down, or at least ease off some of the tariffs that he tried to impose on China. China then struck back, suggesting that it wasn't going to export some precious minerals that are very important to a range of industries in the US and worldwide. It's also worth perhaps noting in passing, Drew, that Xi Jinping, the Chinese premier, is due in the US not all that far from now. I think it's next month. So that, again, is another factor militating against the Trump administration pushing a particularly hard line.
How is Iran
So it's
responding?
complete nonsense then. It's just show for us plebs. They can't, there's too many things on the chopping block. He's already backed away from the tariff war that he started with China. They came together and they agreed to walk away from it because it was getting up to like ridiculous amounts. There was like 145% or more on certain items. Then they both started escalating, and then Trump chickened out, apparently, like he always does. He's not going to go and do that again. Surely not. And he's got a big visit coming up soon, supposedly. Xi Jinping's supposed to come to America. It's like coming to America without Eddie Murphy. It's Xi Jinping this time. You just can't do it. They just can't do it. It's not an option. He really is Winnie the Pooh. No wonder he banned it, LOL. He's got that look. It's stuck in a honey jar. Oh, bother. Let's sanction a country that doesn't use the SWIFT system. Yeah. Why didn't they do that sooner? Amateurs. Yes. Effectively, let's just... Yeah. What they've done is let us sanction a whole bunch of companies that aren't in the SWIFT system. Genius. It's just headlines. It's just PR. It must be for the midterms then. They need to keep up talk about Iran. So like it remains relevant that they're there. But like if they're not striking, there's nothing to talk about. So they got to do this. It's just a publicity stunt. If Trump is Winnie, I guess that makes us all depressed donkeys. That's unfortunate. Can't we be someone else? Someone more lively? Like Tigger?
To this new promise from the Americans to target its trading partners with these secondary sanctions?
Pretty defiantly, at least in terms of its rhetoric. We see senior people in the Islamic Republic really saying that they're going to go on regardless, that this will be tried again, that it has been tried in the past and hasn't worked. It is certainly true that the Islamic Republic has faced sanctions for much of its existence since the revolution, and obviously that has not collapsed the regime. Now, on the other hand, it has, I think, caused genuine economic pain at times. The question is how much pain can not just the regime but the Iranian people take? Could there perhaps be some new uprising or new street protests if the economic situation continues to get worse? Maybe, but it's all very unpredictable.
Who are you thinking about in terms of the countries that could be subject to these secondary sanctions once they kick in, other than China?
So an interesting element in all of this is the UAE, which has in fact basically ceased or frozen trade with Iran before Besant made the speech that we played at the top there. Besant implied in his remarks that move by the UAE may have come out of private discussions with the US. I think other Gulf nations are ones to watch to see if that kind of pattern is replicated.
The Iranians have been somewhat economically isolated, certainly on the part of Americans and Europeans. I mean, there was, I think, some thawing of that relationship during the Obama administration when they entered the JCPOA, but it's not like it's been a beacon for world international trade. Do you think there is a way to garner the type of support you would need around the world to apply enough pressure on the Iranian regime to truly change the dynamic?
I don't honestly think anyone knows a definitive answer to that, but I do think that the Iranian leadership are very well experienced in trying to mitigate the effects of sanctions, survive under sanctions.
Like they are fully prepared for this situation, and there's nothing that the US and the sanctions can do. I'll just say it, bro. The US has the Iran situation. They're scrambling for the illusion of power to remain intact. The power. That's what this is. The GPSOA. That the US broke. Yeah. And then tried to like regain somehow with the memorandum. But like not as effective. Oh my God. All right, that's enough. That's enough. Like what we're hearing is, okay, will the US be able to do anything about China? No, not unless there was some type of trade war that will seriously throw the world into chaos and potentially cripple the Americans. Okay, fine. And what about Iran, though? Like putting just extra pressure on them, is that going to help? Well, they've kind of been preparing this for a long time, and they've already been sanctioned since their existence, this regime's existence anyway. And so, like, they're ready for this. They know what this is about. So, like, effectively, no. It's just PR. I'm not getting a lot of hope from anyone for the Americans on this one, or for the Trump regime. To give the media credit, they're not going light. They are asking directly, better than usual. Well, this is the shift, I guess, that KK was pointing to before. Like people are, the common sense, the general consensus seems to be like, what's going on here? This seems desperate. Is this even a thing? Is it going to work? Why are we looking at this? Why are we considering this? All right, so to finish off, I guess, this section. Sorry, I got distracted by work. Sheesh. But yeah, not looking good, the midterms. Okay. Maybe that's what this is about as well. Supreme Court kicked the can down the road on the executive order. But like they've made a call on it though now. They were hanging out for a bit, but I think they made a call on the executive order about, you're talking about the postal ballots. Didn't they say that they dissented, right? Or they didn't go with Trump's position on it. Yeah, Hump Day's gotcha. Yes. Boo Hump Day. All right, this one to finish us off. So now the federal government can make a list of voters and prevent the USPS from sending ballots to anyone on the list. Okay, so they can make the list of voters, but they're not stopping them from sending ballots, though. That was the grand plan, though, wasn't it? To stop them from using mail-in ballots, but they still got the list. 23 states sued, but the Supreme Court says they have no standing because no unconstitutional legal overreach has happened yet. Really, the media is catching up, asking questions. Manufactured headlines means the media is gaining a conscious. In what world? Well, I wouldn't go far as to say conscience, but as you said, catching up. They seem to be kind of disillusioned, is the point here. Before it was like, oh no, what do we do to stop evil Iran? And now it's just like, wait a minute. This is not as cut and dry as we thought it was. So after the midterms, they'll have damages, but states handle their own elections. This is civil war crap, states' rights. I mean, at least they're not propaganda pushing for the US. Questioning the sanctions at all is at least a good step. Yeah, fair enough. Fair call. Hey, China, stop by and pick me up. I wonder exactly what happens when, out of spite, China pulls our debt card. They have to prepare first. They won't do it straight away. LOL, so obvious. The US isn't a superpower anymore. Like, Iran finished the US, so there's not a very patriotic theme going through the hill here. You can't even fight off cheap Iranian drones. Damn. Savage. Go to News 24 if you want a blast from the past of how the media used to be. LOL. Don't tempt me. I'll go to News 24. I'll do it. Hey, chuds. Hope you're all having a great hump day. In and out today. Like any good hump day, in and out for the boys. Good luck to you with your moving, whatever part of that situation you're in at the moment. Federal government handling an extra tier of voter roll. The same government that sends ICE into your states to gets to choose who gets to vote now. The whole plan is to destroy China's economy. So why would China stop trading with Iran? China should do the opposite. Damn. Sorry, for the boys and the girlies. In and out on hump day. Yes, sorry. And the girlies. I put money on the fact they're glazing the sanctions. All right. One more. This one's really important, okay? This is actually, like, the sanctions are not going to work. This is where I think America will actually be able to win this war. Like, you don't see this stuff come up often, but I would like your thoughts on this. This is really important. So if you have a chance to, like, turn away from what you're doing, if you're lurking, and just watch, this might be the game changer for the US. And this is why we need artificial intelligence, okay? This is why. There's no other reason really for AI at the moment. It can't do anything better than this. I have someone permanent to stay, so I'm not homeless anymore. Woohoo! All right. You go, girl. All right? This is how the US will win the whole Iranian situation. Don't question it.
Rambo! Let's go.
How are you, Johnny?
Good.
John, I'm sorry to send you to such a hellhole.
I've seen worse.
Yeah, you have. Haven't you? John, I told you I'd help you out when I could. You interested? You can't possibly want to stay here for another 10 years.
10? It's supposed to be 5.
20. Depending how this conversation goes. Kidding. A covert operation is being geared up in the Middle East. Your name was dug up by the computer as the most capable to complete the mission.
Mission?
Iran. John, the midterms are coming up and we need to end this war. Empty threats and promises aren't working. If we have a deal, we don't have a deal. I'm going to blow them up. I'm not going to blow them up. People aren't falling for it anymore. Your mission will be to capture the Ayatollah. Bring him to me so I can put him over my knee on the White House lawn and spank his bare ass raw on live television while singing God Bless the USA.
Seriously?
After watching this, I just want to watch the movie now. I know, right?
Tremendously.
Why me? Why not Hegseth?
Hegseth wears too much hair product. One flick of a match from the enemy and his head will explode like a fireworks factory. John, if this mission is successful, I'll pardon you so fast your head will spin. It'll be like nothing anyone has ever seen before. All clear?
Sure.
Good. The next time we meet will be at the White House. In the meantime, don't drop the soap.
So good. Dude, send in Rambo, bro. I've seen enough. I've seen enough Hollywood movies from this era to know. That's all that it takes, bro. Just need a rocket launcher. Someone to drop him in behind enemy lines. Fireworks going off. Star Spangled Banner playing and cheering while Donnie spanks the Ayatollah. Oh man, the best part of that was the dig on Hegseth. So good. Why not send in Hegseth? He uses too much hair products. That's the only way. Like, I've searched high and low to try and figure this one out for the US. Sanctions ain't gonna do it. I think it's gonna have to be that. They're gonna have to send in Rambo. Like, he's older these days. Like, that's what AI is meant for, if you're wondering. AI is meant for stuff like this. It's not how we use it today. We need AI to make videos like this. That's the best we're going to get out of these situations. Hilarious AI. What's this? Oh, is this the Sky News take? Oh, God. Adobe AI is pretty shit. Yeah, it's not up there, is it? It's not the same. It's not the same, man.
We start the news this hour with the latest out of Washington, D.C. The US has declared an economic D-Day against Iran as it threatens to...
Who's this? I haven't seen this person before. I'm not used to this new reporter here. Boo. Boo. News 24. A shot at Hegseth was the reason I shared it. LOL. Oh, you've seen this one before? Dilemmas? It's pretty good.
Strangle the country's...
Don't drop the soap is the final line. She's cute. Yeah, but who is she? I haven't seen her around in the Sky News days. They were better time. It'll bring in the views. Ah, okay, fair enough.
Economy, vowing sanctions on anyone who does business with the regime. Let's go live now to Washington correspondent Jonathan Kersley on the ground for us. Jono, these sanctions won't come into effect just yet, though.
Not just yet, Julia. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says he wants to give those directed time to address the issues, and that is to stop doing business with Iran. The Iranian currency, the rial, has plummeted to 2...
God, there's so much cope already, isn't there? So much cope already. That's News 24 to you, Kami. Yeah, sorry. Apologies.
million to the US dollar, and there is a real view here in the United States that the more economic pressure that can be applied from the United States and from countries around the world, well, the greater the pain that would be felt by the Iranian regime. It was a very directed message and assertive message from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. As he said, 60 businesses, entities, individuals would be directed with these sanctions, not naming countries, but we know that Iran's largest trading partners include the likes of China, Iraq and Turkey. Those sanctions will come if indeed those nations, those organisations and those individuals do not change their behaviour. And he's targeted 5 key areas, really, that include the likes of aviation, gold and shipping, accusing countries of essentially trying to get Iran's oil out of that region. This is what Treasury Secretary Bessent had to say invoking the D-Day landings of World War II.
Oh, I don't want to hear it again. I can't. I can't. They're coping so hard. They're just eating it up, aren't they? This is the way to do it. This is how they'll bring down the evil regime. But they're already at war with them. Like, what else can they do to bring down the regime? We've already got sanctions on them as well. They're not in control of the situation. Random AI clip from someone counting money. Yeah, what the fuck? Okay, we need to team up with China to take this $6 million man Rambo mashup. We build the ultimate robo soldier and put AI Sylvester Stallone in it to fight the Ayatollah and bring him to the White House for a spanking. Hell yeah. Sanctions on my kids' work to cut off pocket money and a week's chores. Get done in a day. Dude, hilarious. Hilarious. Oh, man. All right. That's enough of this topic. I'm done. I want to do some more of this. The Chinese robot games. There's one more. I know we did a little bit of this yesterday, but I want to see if there's any other good clips from it. Funny moments from Beijing's World Humanoid Robot Games. Bring it on. A bare bottom spanking as well. That'll teach the Ayatollah. Take that. All right, a little bit more China glazing just before we start on the next topic. Is that the point of this game? Do you reckon? Like, they just have to get through the swinging tires and not get knocked over? Robots not getting knocked over. Remember this. Remember these days, my friends. When like the robot games were just robots trying to not get knocked over by swinging tires. Remember these days. Save the laptop, bro. He almost lost the laptop. Damn. That's how I dance when I'm drunk. Do you wear that costume as well? I think it had a little gymnast costume on. Actually, you know what? I don't want to know the answer to that. Ray gun. Hey, where is she? Where is she? Would like to know more. 100%. Look at him getting out of the way. The robot's going crazy. I love the footage of them putting them on stretchers. So good. Robot. That's all they need to do now.
They be like, smooth. What? Can you teach me how to dirty? You know why? Cause all the girls love me. Hey. All I need is a beat that's super bumpin'. And for you to back it up and down.
Ah, the robot games. We saw that one yesterday. He does a Ronaldo.
Hope
比赛开始，这是第2届人形机器人大赛。哎呦，400米小型组的决赛，刚一出发，第2赛道的机器人出现了问题，摔在了赛道上。此时场上靠外道的3台机器人奔跑的姿态几乎是一模一样的。哎，这下踩到了4道，快速的调整回来，不知道会不会罚分。调整了2次，速度还是最快。3道的机器人在往上赶，但是4道的机器人稳住了节奏。最后拿到第1名的是5道的机器人。
That one's still down. So good. Still down. Ooh, look at that. Dude, you see how far it jumped though? Holy crap. Robots being used as cheerleaders. Outrageous. Just used as sexual fetish enablers. There's your cheerleaders. Are you outraged, Bandsaw? Dude, there's your ray gun, Woozle. Check out Ray Gun Go. The down and back play. So good. It's just like watching kids play soccer. I honestly think the best defense against our overlord robots is foam pits. Hey, that's not nice to ray gun. So mean. Hey, I get credit on making fun of ray gun. I've got a lot of catching up to do, apparently. The only thing that can stop us is a wall. Foam pits as moats and the wall. We didn't listen. Should have built the wall. Trump tried to warn us. Gotta build a wall. Unitary robot surpassed the max speed. The sound effects make it all, man. I think that's the worst thing anyone has ever said about her. Yeah, I regret nothing. Oh man. Our robot overlords. They just need taped up hamstrings and ankles to make it more realistic. I don't remember Usain Bolt doing that. No. Not this time around. Give him a chance. Interesting. Still better than... Oh my god! Holy shit! First comment. Are you ready? For all the haters out there. Still better than the Australian break dancer. Dude, savage. Savage. You laugh now. You'll be begging for mercy later. Then there will be no mercy. Yeah, they're like one day in the future they're going to be getting us to compete in something like the Olympics for their entertainment. LOL, great minds. She is actually a POS. Top comment. Top comment. And like easily surpasses in the like ratio, like counter. Easily killing it. So good. It's funny, cute, also scary. This is where the end begins. So much doomerism when it comes to watching robots trip over. Mike Tyson couldn't walk away when he was a baby. Wow, China's on another level. Truly impressed. Soccer players kicking each other was pretty realistic. Yeah, but they're not whinging when they fall down. That's how you know it's not real. That's how you know it's not real. All right. On to some Cuba now. Gonna have a look at developments on the Cuba situation. Actually, no. Before that, we're actually gonna have a look at something that that Dilemmas suggested that we have a look at. For all of the wokies out there, for people that are anti-gun or like pro-gun control, I guess. This one's for you. This is a message from a pro-gun progressive. Okay? It's like everyone's so shocked to find out that there are people that are progressive or left-wing or wokey or whatever that are like pro-guns. Like everyone thinks it's so shocking. It's like, hello, this is America. Like, it's not a culture war issue exactly. There are people that love guns because it's part of their DNA. It's part of their warrior spirit. I haven't really watched this one, but I'm assuming you enjoyed this Dilemmas, and that's why you suggested it. Unless it was a joke and you don't agree with what this guy is saying and you're trying to point out how crazy lefties are or whatever. But yeah, this one is from a channel called Black Flag Civilian. So anti-gun liberals, we need to have a talk. And it's going to convince, I guess, liberals or lefties in the US. Why is this so out of focus today? What's happened? Colors out. It was interesting. Okay. So I'm ready to be convinced, Dilemmas. I'm ready to be convinced about why we should all be pro-gun and like give up on gun control and all that sort of stuff. I'm so ready to be convinced. I haven't really found compelling arguments to this point in like the society that we have nowadays. And like all of these types of products that are pushed onto you are just done for consumer purposes. And they don't really care about, you know, people defending themselves against a tyrannical government or something like that. It's just so they can profit off gun sales. And we're just manipulated by marketing to be convinced that we need to purchase this to make ourselves safe or whatever, or have this latest model to protect your family from this or your school children from that. I'm not convinced that capitalism or the free market hasn't completely warped gun control and our perception to make good choices about guns. But I am more than happy to be convinced otherwise. Let's have a look.
Welcome, liberal friends. I'm Black Flag Civilian, and you might not know it from looking at me, but I believe in nearly all the same values that you believe in. I mean it. Like you, I want to build a world where all people, regardless of their ethnic background, religion, immigration status, their sexuality, or gender, live side by side and care for one another. Like you, watching innocent people die either from lack of health care or beneath the bombs of powerful nations makes my blood boil. Like you, watching masked federal agents kidnapping our neighbors in broad daylight fills me with a rage and indignation that I don't even know what to do with sometimes. But there's one area where we disagree. There's one issue where we diverge in a fundamental, unreconcilable way. Firearms. And please understand, I know how sensitive this topic is. Before I started this YouTube channel, I was a classroom teacher. So genuinely, I know what the nightmare scenario looks like. More than most. I've literally had to plan for it myself. I just ask that you keep an open mind while I lay out my case. Let's dig into it.
Pandora's box is already open. Part 1. Dun, dun. I know the general vibe here. I know what Dilemmas is take. Does anyone have any strong feelings on gun control, one way or another? I know that Dilemmas is a gun enthusiast. I know our American counterparts are all gun enthusiasts. Anyone else have any opinions on this? Anyone care about the gun control debate? I would like to know your opinions about whether we should have gun control or not. I lean towards abolishment. More guns means more shootings, but open mind. More no take backsies. So like abolishment of what exactly? Abolishment of gun control itself. Have your guns. I just don't want them in schools. I found it interesting with the overlap of issues. Have your guns. I just don't want them in schools. Yeah, fair enough. But like that's the thing, like how do you stop people from taking them into all walks of life? I guess. Interesting questions nonetheless. Abolishment of guns, period. Right. Okay. For citizens and law enforcement. Because that's what the UK does, right? Like, regular cops in the UK don't carry firearms. All right, back to it.
There are roughly 500 million firearms in the United States. More guns than people. 4 out of every 10 households on your street, in your town, all across the country, already have firearms inside them. Sit with the scale of that for a moment. Think about what it would actually take to reverse it. At this point, it's not possible for modest reform to significantly impact the number and availability of guns in the US. To seriously reduce their availability, the government would have to ban huge categories of future sales, and then somehow remove hundreds of millions of firearms already in civilian hands. There's no version of this project that avoids large-scale confiscation. And my friends, the political capital for something like that to occur in the US simply does not exist. But let's pretend for a moment that it did. Imagine if right now, in an era perhaps defined more than anything else by the crisis of affordability, a time when people who have done all the right things their entire lives are working 2 jobs and still having to rely on food pantries to get the calories they need to survive. A time when even the people lucky enough to have health insurance can't afford the endless copays and deductibles to ever actually use it. A time when working class people are putting gas on credit cards because if they can't drive to work, then the slow bleed will turn into a hemorrhage that they'll never, ever recover from. Imagine if during this era of widespread economic precarity, the political party that's supposed to be fighting to improve the lives of working people spent all the political capital they've accrued over decades to ban guns. How much would that materially change the lives of ordinary working people? Would most people even notice?
Whoa. He's using a working people argument. Like, would this change the lives of working people? Whoa. Interesting. Hey. For citizens and law enforcement, I've seen the UK cops de-escalate like a boss. Gun-toting ones don't seem to default to de-escalation. Yeah, pretty much the UK, but even further. I'd like to see TRG regulated to the military and called in only extreme cases.
Now compare that to wiping out all medical debt and passing Medicare for all. Compare that to passing a once-in-a-generation jobs program. Compare it to ending homelessness or eliminating childhood hunger entirely. It would take less political capital to accomplish any one of those goals than it would be to institute the kind of sweeping legislation necessary to even put a dent in the availability of guns in the United States. And sure, you can say, why not both? Why not the whole list? Well, we're in the electoral part of the argument right now, and that's not how politics works. You have to burn capital to achieve your goals. And if you want to win electorally, you need to make a meaningful difference, a positive difference in the lives of working people. Gun control does not accomplish that. In fact, it accomplishes the opposite. It is fundamentally unpopular in the United States, and it will poison a huge number of independents against the party that advocates for it, especially if that party does not maintain a robust working class orientation besides.
Okay, so the argument is that it's not a working class issue, gun control, in the sense that something like getting healthcare or abolishing poverty or abolishing homelessness or hunger, these are things that will directly affect the working class and give them a break in the economy and in the rat race and the struggle for life. Is it a political issue, guns, at all? Is it I guess, what's the question of, what is political? I think, anything dealing with the management of society is political in nature. Is it, class-based politics? That's his argument. It's not. It's got nothing to do with that at all. And, I guess I can take that argument. It's not class warfare stuff at all. Whether or not working people have guns. The only time that would materialize in class warfare is which lefties do make this argument all the time, is that the state is trying to dispossess the working class of guns so they can't form some type of armed revolutionary event. So it's like a class war issue from the perspective of disarming the workers is a response of the bourgeois state to ensure that they can't take over via violent means, or at least defend themselves in some type of political takeover situation. But just generally, changing legislation on guns to ban them for safety grounds, is that even a class issue? It's more of a consumer issue, to be honest. I think it's more of a consumer matter. And politics has got a lot of consumer protection in it. There's a lot of that riddled throughout politics. We have an entire economic system that is just bound to produce so much stuff, so consumer protections are important. So we're not tricked into doing things. Or like we discovered with the pharmaceutical stuff, the big pharma stuff the other day. We're not lied to about the safety of certain products. So consumer protections are important. Is it a political issue? I don't know. It seems to be way more of a political issue in the US than I would say in any other, maybe not any other country, but somewhere like Australia. It's not a part of our political system. It's not a constitutional issue. I think the fact that it's constituted as part of American society makes it political by nature. Most needs-based skills are sports-based. Shooting, unless exigent, is regulated for recreation mostly. Well, guns kill more people than cars in the US, so it makes sense you would invest that much to slow down the death rate. Shooting, fishing, hunting, for example, are all sports now. Hardly anyone is fishing for food. Yeah. It's like licensing for cars. Killing a bunch of people should probably control that. Pretty simple. I believe in licensing for firearms, but it has to make sense. I wouldn't want the free for all that America has. It takes training and education to even get a 22 here. That made sense in the 1600s when the worst weapons could be held in your hands. Now we have nuclear arms, chemical warfare pathogens. This is ancient, unapplicable crap. Interesting. Well, our right-wing party is. What is your AK going to do against the military? That's like another point that I have in this one, like against the death squads that, like, captured Maduro and took out 100 Cuban guards without them even realizing what was happening. What is the average citizen or like paramilitary group going to do against the military in the US? Good question. Very good question. With his property rights declaration, he mentioned the taking of guns during the Christchurch shooting. He was against it and wants more rights around people's property. For me, it's a question of following the laws and the rules, investing money for the government to just move the goalposts. Maybe if you reload your mag fast enough, that sarin gas won't melt your lungs first. Like gun steal back we have going on now, people aren't being properly compensated. But also Iran is taking it to the biggest, baddest military in the world and winning. All right, back to it. What's the second part? Who is doing the confiscation and who gets disarmed? All right, Jag, I put the question back on you. Is this political? Is it a political issue? You tell me. What are your thoughts?
But for the sake of argument, let's say that it happens. Let's step into a world where liberal politicians in the US pass sweeping gun bans and confiscations. Who do you think would be doing the confiscation? The police, of course. And can we please be honest with one another? You and I both know they are not going to disarm the people most dangerous to vulnerable communities. They are not going to prioritize domestic abusers, violent bigots, or the ICE and CBP agents currently ripping families apart like it's 1930s Germany. The police certainly aren't going to disarm the billionaires, the insurance executives, or the war criminals. And all this is to say, and again I say this as someone who shares nearly all of your values, even if you get the purest, most pie-in-the-sky version of your anti-gun legislation, very few of the people who you want to be disarmed will actually be disarmed. So who would be disarmed? The police are going to disarm 4 groups of people: poor folks, black and brown folks, queer folks, and the dissidents who dare speak against the regime. More than anyone else, they will target the individuals who belong to several of those categories. God save anyone who
like,
falls...
why break it down like that? Like, why is it poor folks, black and brown folks, queer folks, and dissidents? Like, can't it just be poor folks? Like, it's just the general or the average person out there that's going to be ripped off by this system. Why were they specifically... Well, if the government was going to disarm a group of people that it thought that was necessary to give it more power, like, wouldn't they just go after all poor people or all of the commoners out there? Not specifically break it down by, like, race and sexuality. Dissident groups, yes. Like, they have argued already through, like, national security measures or memorandums. Like, go after a dissident group, like it's... you're a domestic terrorist if you, I don't know, are anti-capitalist, anti-American, anti-Christian. So like maybe dissident groups, that makes sense. But like, why break up the poor group or into like race and sexuality base? They're going to go after the queers because they're really dangerous to the United States government. Is that it? I was just probing the conversation a bit, but I would say it's because it's a right, then it's political. Yeah. Because he's a liberal, he has to make it about identity. But like honestly though, like if he critically analyzed what he's saying, like is that what the state is going to do? The state's going to go after like queer people or something like that first to disarm them? Like where does that, like, at what point does that make sense that they would go after like people based on their sexuality as like a threat to the nation state? Like, it sounds like the state is threatened by people having guns, and like, the state, when it comes down and represses the masses, like it's gonna repress the masses. It's going to do that like kind of across the board, indiscriminately, as opposed to be like, all right, line up all of the queers first, then the black and brown people, then the poors. But sir, they're all poor. All right, fine. We'll do the queer poor first, then the black and brown poor, then the miscellaneous poor. In that order, please. He's a liberal, so he has to shout out minorities, I guess. But I just don't understand. I know why he's doing it. But like imagine that the government was gonna go after gun owners. Like, could you imagine them making that list? First the queers, then the black and brown, etc., etc. In that order, or nothing else. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that you're so much not a threat with just a single gun anymore that you could probably legalize single shot hunting rifles and it'd be pretty safe. But they have talked about taking gun rights away from trans. Who's they? Is this after what happened with the church thing? Aussie Welders in the house, hang on. They will never round up guns in the US. They would not even know where to start to find most guns. Dude, that was his first part. The government, the regime. Okay. Interesting. Add it to the NSPM 7 list, eh? The regime. So good. Yeah, that was in the first part, Aussie Welder. He said, like, there's 500 million firearms in the US. It's impossible. The horse has bolted, was his argument, I think. Anti-gun proponents, in my opinion, are responsible for the systematic breakdown in community and family with their progressive ideologies, the push for so-called equality. So you're pro-gun, then I'm assuming? Benso Bandit, you think people should have guns? Just do whatever you want. That's why I found it thought-provoking. Weird overlaps with rhetoric. That's hilarious. I like to paint a broad brush. Yes. As long as it's not JP's brush. As long. All right, back to it.
To all four. Any serious look at history and current events makes this abundantly clear. Because the police, as an institution, but also a large portion of the officers themselves, carry the very same bigotries that you, my anti-gun liberal friends, are trying to protect people from with gun control. People who fantasize about forcibly expelling every Spanish-speaking person from this nation, who wants to criminalize queerness and eliminate it from public life, people who wants to brutalize striking workers. These sorts of individuals are overrepresented in law enforcement, far more prevalent than among the civilian working class in the United States. In short, law enforcement will not enforce gun control laws in the way that you hope they will. These gun bans and confiscations, even if you manage to acquire and deploy the political capital necessary to achieve them, would be used by police as a weapon against the most vulnerable people in our society. And I think both you and I agree that's not the outcome we want.
Okay, so like his argument there is if you get past a gun ban, they will first go after the vulnerable people that you say you care so much about, you wokey you. Hey, if you cared so much about them, don't let the cops go after them first. I still don't get it. Like, if they go after everyone, then like, why are we breaking it down into identity groups? If they're going after everyone. Okay, fine, they might be first. But like, they're going to roll this out to everyone, apparently. Apparently. They still won't round all those groups and put in re-education camps eventually, and your guns are no help then. I'm anti-gun and pro-taser. Who cares if it's non-lethal unless you fix your law enforcement problem? All right. If you're watching this, I haven't said this today. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. You know what to do. If you keep going left, eventually you get your guns back. So you get a taser because you want protection that won't kill. I love castle law and pepper paintball for self-defense. Good middle ground.
Next, I want to consider an argument that we hear all the time. I need guns because I need to defend my life from people who want to harm me. And I have to agree with you. It's easy to roll our eyes when this phrase comes from a car dealership owner. But let me tackle this from a different angle that you may not have heard before. You know who is under genuine threat? The people who sincerely do need to defend their lives in critical, dangerous circumstances. The queer couple or immigrant who encounters a violent bigot. The domestic abuse survivor with a stalker ex. The Muslim or Jewish congregation targeted by a mass shooter. And even setting aside all the bigotry and relationship violence stuff. This includes every poor rural person living somewhere that first responders can't physically reach for 30 minutes or more. The most marginalized people in this nation, poor folks, black and brown folks, immigrants, queer folks, the people who have been tossed aside, treated as second-class human beings, the people you and I agree deserve safety and dignity the same as anyone else. They need firearms to defend their lives.
So this is like the argument that these people need firearms because other people have firearms. And it's like, so that's the root of the conversation. It's like, but like, why do those people have firearms then? If they didn't have firearms, would they need to protect themselves against firearms? Like, I know it's a theoretical discussion, but like, that's his argument. It's just like, but there are bad people out there with firearms and you're a good person. And so if you're a good person and they're bad people with firearms, then don't you want to protect yourself as a good person against bad people? Oh, yes. Yes, I do. But like, I thought like the conversation about gun control was kind of looking to remedy that situation. Bigots love firearms. And you don't care about gays and coloreds and the coloreds, yeah. All right. Interesting. It's kind of like it's kind of a circular kind of argumentation though, right? But okay. I guess it's like more, this is real politic. All right. Maybe they shouldn't have guns, the bad people, but they do have guns. So like, what are you going to do about it? You're going to protect yourself or not? Protect yourself. Wake up. He should just say he loves guns and say, don't vote for any gun restrictions. We at least believe him then. Bad people like ICE, I think he's alluding to. But you can't shoot like imagine if people started shooting ICE officers. Like, you don't think the government would clamp down on stuff then? If you taser someone so hard they die on purpose, then it's murder. Has to rely on circumstances.
Theory, not in the future. They need firearms to defend their lives. Not in theory, not in the future. Right now, in concrete, imminent ways. These groups learned long ago that they cannot rely on the system for protection. For these communities, safety and security has never been a given. It's never been taken for granted. It is fought for each and every day by a web of brave individuals living in and caring for their neighborhoods and neighbors. I think it's worth remembering that after his home was bombed, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. applied for a concealed carry permit. And despite his famous commitment to nonviolence, he was regularly protected by armed members of the black community because everyone around him understood the threats he faced. And this is not an isolated incident. Throughout U.S. history, when vulnerable communities learned the state either could not or would not protect them, they organized to protect themselves. The Deacons for Defense, defending voting rights activists in the South, abortion doctors traveling to work with an armed escort and a bulletproof vest, the Black Panthers patrolling their neighborhoods to prevent racist police violence. They all understood this lesson well. So to disarm marginalized groups in an attempt to protect them from violence, again from our shared values in favor of equality and dignity for all working people, I'm sorry to say, but it's short-sighted, it's ahistorical, and it's self-defeating in a way that I can barely wrap my head around.
Like, the Black Panthers did it, so you should do it too. Fair enough. Okay. They were under threat by the Fed and by racist police forces. And so they had to patrol, they had to arm themselves. I guess if you live in a militarized kind of existence, then like, you know, that sort of stuff makes a lot of sense. I don't know. I just don't know if I want to live in a militarized world. It's like they've got the bad people got guns, so the good people got to have guns. The blacks had the guns, so everybody needs the guns. It's interesting. If I am in an aggressive situation and had a choice, a gun it would be. Preferably a nuke. Yeah, just buy more guns. Don't fix the system. I blame spaghetti westerns. Look, that's a big point for me as well. That's a massive point for me. Is this whole the fact that like this conversation I think is completely diluted with the propaganda and the brainwashing of an industry that produces guns for sale, it commoditizes, makes commodities of guns, produces them for sale and for profit. I blame Doom. I would be so much more comfortable with this conversation if there wasn't industries out there that just want to profit from selling guns to people. Like if people were like truly concerned about their self-defense or being like defending themselves against a tyrannical government just because of their kind of their politics and their personal opinion, like devoid of being indoctrinated their entire existences by like, buy this gun and you'll feel safe. Buy this gun and you'll feel like a man. Buy this gun and maybe you'll save your school and you'll be a hero. As long as you buy. That's the main thing. In a capitalist system, people want to profit off every situation. I think it just really, what's the word? Arrests the conversation. It takes it hostage, really. The market here takes this entire conversation hostage. Can't have a legitimate political discussion about this because, like, the NRA and lobby groups and companies are watching closely. I grew up on a dairy farm. I'm okay with guns. I don't think do I think there should be any? I would prefer there were no guns at all. But if not guns, slingshots, people always find a way to disappoint.
Now, I touched on this earlier, but when we talk about gun control, we're almost always talking about getting guns out of civilian hands. There's never any serious discussion about disarming the police, the feds, or the private security companies that serve the billionaires. Maybe by us in our personal conversations, but never by politicians. And that's important, because even the most sweeping gun control plan that politicians could dream up would not create a society with no guns. It would create a society where most of the guns are in the hands of police, feds, military, and private security. The billionaire does not need a gun in his nightstand when he has a security team outside his bedroom door. The politician does not need a gun when he's protected by armed state agents everywhere he goes. These people all have a direct line to the police chief for any concerns about their well-being. Ordinary working-class people have none of that, especially working-class black and brown communities. And my friends, please look at the moment we are living through. Immigrants are being hunted in their workplaces and neighborhoods. Open white nationalists hold positions of power in our government. Queer people are being defamed as predators and groomers by politicians who want to force them out of public life. Protesters are beaten, arrested, and buried beneath decades of charges for what used to be clear First Amendment protected activity. Billionaires and their tech companies took the dystopias of science fiction and used them as a blueprint for an all-seeing surveillance state here in the real world. You see this happening. You are horrified by it. You and I agree the danger is real. So why, in this moment, would we surrender our ability to defend ourselves? In this moment in history, with all that we face, the liberal answer cannot be disarmament. We must be peaceful. We should never start a fight, but we must be capable of defending ourselves. And the funny thing about being visibly capable of defending yourself, and I'm talking on the individual and also the community-wide scale here, sometimes it stops people from harming you in the first place. If you're an anti-gun liberal and you've made it this far, I respect the shit out of that. And I want you to know, I see firearms as a tool for protecting the better world that I know both you and I would like to build. A tool that helps defend vulnerable people from the forces that wish them harm. To be clear, I'm not asking you to go out and buy a gun. That's every person's decision to make for themselves. But I think it's worth considering, what might a healthy gun politics look like on the left side of the political spectrum? In my view, a healthy gun politics on the left must be calm, responsible, and hold at its very core an ethos of caring for our neighbors. It should welcome queer people, immigrants, women, people of color, abuse survivors, and anyone else who has a genuine need to defend their life. It should teach people to first, avoid violence, second, de-escalate violence, and third, only after all other options have been exhausted, how to act responsibly if violence finds them anyway. But again, I have to emphasize, everything must always come back to defending and caring for our neighbors. Whatever they look like, wherever they're from, whoever they love, however they pray. This is the iron wall preventing us from turning into the very monsters that we're defending against. And this defense-forward attitude has to become a part of a broader working-class politics. We need healthcare, housing, food, education, economic opportunity, of course. But we also need to physically defend one another when those systems fail. When the state begins turning its violence inward against vulnerable people, as states so often do. And this brings me to my final point, and perhaps the most important one. I agree that gun violence, violence in general really, but especially gun violence, is horrifying. I agree with you that we should do everything in our power to reduce gun violence as much as we possibly can. I'd ask you to indulge me one more time and consider this framework. We have to approach gun violence primarily as a social issue and a cultural issue, not a gun control issue. The more that ordinary people's essential needs are met, the less gun violence we will have. The more we teach men that being a good man means caring for others and not dominating them, the less gun violence we will have. And I know that you usually hear this from someone arguing in bad faith, but right now I'm saying this with utter sincerity. The more that people have access to mental health care, the less gun violence that we will have. In short, the more that people look to the future and see a place for themselves in it, where they are connected to a community, where they do not struggle to make ends meet day after day after day. It won't eliminate all gun violence, of course, but it will be a society with far, far less. I know that isn't a satisfying solution for many of you. It's generational work for a problem we wanted to...
I guess there's a class angle on that one, or like a working person's kind of argumentation on that one. It's like, yeah, it's like a lot of things. Like, yeah, guns are dangerous. Or like anything's dangerous. Alcohol is dangerous. Drugs are dangerous. Driving, I guess, is dangerous. Looking after kids is dangerous. Looking after the elderly is dangerous. All in the context of whether people are poor and come from dire circumstances. If people are socially disadvantaged and struggling, it makes them make different choices because they're making choices based on survival and the incredible stress that comes with living a difficult existence. And so if you give them guns, they will use them inappropriately. If you give them drugs, they'll use them inappropriately. If you put them in charge of important tasks like raising kids or looking after vulnerable persons like the elderly, then they will potentially abuse their positions or make poor choices because they are struggling themselves. And so, yes, a lot of gun-related issues stem from poor social circumstances. Okay, I get that. I can buy that. And you can't just magically fix everyone. Therapy takes a lot of time and money. Just saying that we need to be mentally healthy isn't going to change anything within the next 10 years. But reducing accessibility does immediately.
Solve decades ago. But I would submit to you, my friends, it's a more serious approach, more grounded in the material reality in communities across the sick, hurting nation than any version of an assault weapons ban. So I'm asking you, my liberal friends watching right now, with all the sincerity and good faith that I can possibly muster, please reconsider this issue. And feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. I'll do my best to engage as much good faith discussion as I can. Until next time, take care of each other.
Yeah. Take care of each other. You cannot allow the oppressor to own the monopoly on capacity for violence. They already do. They have monopoly over the use of violence. Like, you're not allowed to just walk around shooting people. Sometimes you have to pick up the gun to put the gun down. Malcolm X. Did I hear grounded? Love Jeff in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Yeah, unless you're a cop or a soldier in another country. Or if you are is not really. I'm not violent to the non-violent. Malcolm X. I don't think I've ever seen a YouTube video that aligns with my own values to such a degree. Thanks for this, 1000%. Y'all pocket this video somewhere and be ready to share it with anyone that anyone you see that needs to hear it. Armed and non-violent are not mutually exclusive. Knowing how to defend yourself and choosing not to attack is non-violent. Not knowing how to defend yourself and choosing not to attack is being harmless. Bullies don't stop being bullies because of words. They stop when someone makes them. As a trans woman and a, GWOT combat arms veteran, I 100% agree that we progressives need to recognize firearms like we recognize mental health. Don't self-diagnose, see a professional, and use with intention and care. Get training from professionals, learn laws, and absolutely protect yourself, because the current administration has already claimed some of us are domestic terrorists, referring to the State Department's definition that gender extremists are domestic terrorists. That's what was mentioned in the chat before. But like, what is someone like this going to do? Are they suggesting that, like, what if the police come to take you away, you should fire upon law enforcement? That's not going to get you very far. There is many more of them than there are of you. I don't know how you having a gun will stop the government coming in the night to take you away. How does that stop them from coming in the night to take you away? Only like politics will like being politically organized and, I don't know, engaging in economic warfare or political warfare and struggling in that arena will protect you. I support that. Like, what exactly? Sorry, can you specify, please? I'm really trying to wrap my head around this issue. If ICE is trying to break in illegally to round you up, well, you can just shoot ICE agents. Having a weapon is more likely to run them out. Communities in America are working together to drive them out. Could you imagine if people just started, they Scarface that shit. Yeah, could you imagine if people did start just shooting at ICE agents though? Can you imagine the drama? Can you imagine the political capital? Like, this guy kept on talking about political capital. Could you imagine the political capital that someone like Trump would have to like really beef up ICE if people started like popping ICE agents trying to break into their house? Like, you want to know state repression? They are. Well, people are shooting and killing ICE officers for entering their house. I'm surprised at that. I'm sure we would have heard of that. I think it's pretty straightforward. I'm way too tired to explain it though. They literally have Gestapo breaking into citizens' homes to drag them in unmarked vans. Yes, we know about that. Yeah, I even agree the American gun situation is out of control, but we can do better, like most things compared to the USA. People are coming together and showing they have weapons and forcing them out of the area. Okay, so it's like the display of firearms we're talking about here. So like, don't use them. Just buy fake weapons and stand around with fake weapons. Like, I've seen people standing around, yes, but like not like, I'm talking about shooting. Like, this is what they're talking about here. Like, defending yourself against the government when it comes to take you away in the middle of the night. Defending yourself means they come with guns, you come with guns, and if you need to, you will shoot at them. So like, you want to take out law enforcement as an individual. As an individual. Like, there's many more of them. Works well until it doesn't. Like, this, sorry, that's what this person is talking about here, right? Saying, if I have a gun, I will stop them coming into my house and taking me away in the middle of the night. As an individual, I don't see that being effectual. Like, you might be able to stop an intruder from breaking into your house. Like, you're going to stop the state if they intent on taking you away in the middle of the night. That's not the same thing as showing up with weapons and displaying them. The only other option is to let them drag you away. I'm not saying that that's acceptable at all. But like, if you really wanted to stop the politics of liberal democracy, which is a front for crony capitalists who control things behind the scenes, and are more than happy to do away with the liberal democracy part and descend into authoritarianism or fascism, whatever you want to call it. Like, you got to meet that politically. You got to organize and stop that politically. It won't happen at the individual level. Having, someone having a gun to fight off the agents that are breaking their front door down. Like, it's nice. It might protect you for a little bit. But like, as an individual, I don't see how that helps you fight against the state. Again, like, it might help you save yourself if someone's trying to break in and steal your TV or something like that. It might help you then. That's not how reality works. You'll just anger them and you'll get bullied even more. Defense against a tyrannical government doesn't fly in Oz, but castle law to defend your property makes perfect sense to me. Reminder that ICE is not a police force and have no jurisdiction over citizens. It's meaningless without organization anyway. It's just not the silver bullet that I think people think it is. Like, people are comforted by guns, I think. They think that, like, this will be the thing that is the deterrent that is necessary to save them. I just don't think it's like a silver bullet to state repression. The state is going to find a way anyway. Like, honestly. What did I miss? What did you miss? We just watched a piece by someone called Black Flag Civilian, and they're a self-described liberal who's pro-gun, and we're just discussing the idea of gun control, basically, especially in the United States. This is where it seems to be most pertinent. And like, this person's saying, basically, from the left, this is the argument for people to have guns. And like, here it is. Like, basically, the argumentation was, the ship has sailed. There are like 500 million firearms in the US. You're never going to get them back. And then the argumentation is also like, it's mostly marginalized people and vulnerable people that are going to be in positions where they need to defend themselves against bigoted people. And so they should have guns to defend themselves. And then it goes into like, kind of, the state is also an agent of tyranny. And so what are you going to do to protect yourself against the state, especially for vulnerable and marginalized communities? What are they going to do to protect themselves against the state? And like, I'm just not convinced on like the whole, we're going to fight against the state and win talking point that's out there. Me personally, like the self-defense one, I guess, like, that's more realpolitik for me. It's like, okay, you live in a society full of guns and bad people have guns. So what are you going to do? Pretend that these bad people with guns don't exist? You should have a gun to defend yourself against bad people with guns. Like, that one makes more sense to me. But like, the whole, I'm going to protect myself against a tyrannical state, or even like a community, like, let's all do it. We're going to defend ourselves against a tyrannical state, when they've decided really to close ranks on you, and you think you're going to hold it against, and especially in like the US, a militarized law enforcement division of whatever type. You're really going to hold your own against them. Like, that's a big call. It's a massive call. I just don't like buy that one yet. I haven't been convinced that regular citizens just doing their civic duty are like able to stand up against the state with all of its resourcing and power. I just don't know. Alex Preddy had a gun on him when ICE killed him. And that was actually the justification of why they killed him. The gun's going off. And then so they shot him 10 times. 3 times while he was lifeless on the floor, just to be sure. It's pretty simple. You can understand guns are dangerous, and the use case can be extremely dangerous, whilst understanding they have a use case. It's not an easy one. Let's say the state decided to lock up anyone who the AI deems as communists and just ship you off, where you just disappear from society. You have the option to get a gun and defend yourself. Would you fight or let it happen? Like, yeah, if I knew they were disappearing people, of course I would defend myself. Of course I would. But like, me thinking that me taking out, I don't know, a couple of agents or something that are coming for me is going to stop the force of the state from eventually taking me away. It'd like give me the satisfaction knowing I didn't go down without a fight. Yes. But like, am I under any illusion that me getting a gun is going to stop the state from taking me away as an individual, even as a community. And once I said they've decided to close ranks on you or your community. Like, unless your community is like literally half of the fucking population or something like that. Like, it's something sizable, an armed force in and of itself, like a military style size force that we're talking about here. Like, that's a sizable community. But like, yeah, me as an individual, yes, I would get myself a gun and I would like try my best to take them out before they take me out, kind of thing. If enough people do the same, wouldn't it become a problem? There's more gang members than police. There's more commies than police. Arm the commies. Yeah, well, first unite the commies, then arm the commies. But like, there may be more commies than police, but like, coordinating commies is like herding cats. Good luck to you. They'd rather fight over their intersectionality than uniting to fight against the police, that's for sure. So like, yes, if you could unite the commies, I'll give them all guns. I'm down with that. I am so down with that. I think revolution can only happen with militancy, unfortunately, which is also banned by the regime. LOL. Yes. Not everyone is a warrior or steeled to shooting at people. Most would rather rabbit. What did you say about Alex Peretti? Well, Alex Peretti was in a system as a known individual before he was murdered for kicking out a light on an ICE vehicle. They were tracking his movements. Yes, through Palantir, I'm sure. You also never know how you'll react in the moment. A gun is so final. My mum, being alone with kids a lot when I was small, taught us the secret exit. Laundry chute, then out the dog door, over the back fence. She didn't teach us to get guns and go into battle. To this day, I've always had an exit. I mean, in a revolution, not all of us are going to be frontline soldiers. Some of us need to lock in as jesters and do art. Ever tried operating a firearm under the influence of an LRAD? What's that? I would like to know more. All right, that's enough of this topic. This guy seemed to got his audience quite happy. Pro Second Amendment progressive here. I think anyone could have made a better argument. I don't think anyone could have made a better argument. Everyone that sees this should keep this as a tool to share with others. Yeah. Oh, long-range acoustic device. Huh. Yeah, right. Okay. Got it. Circle jerking like that is cringe. Oh my god, yo, share this video. By the way, if you see my content around my shorts, make sure you tell other people to share the video. Nothing cringe to see here. Alright. I want to go on to another topic that we've been covering quite a lot. There's been a lot of different news, like mainstream media sources, I find, which is rather surprising. Fox News report? No. My neighbors think my JBL speaker is a long-range acoustic device. There are a lot of mainstream and global mainstream media sources that are coming out and doing their take on Cuba and the Cuba situation, talking about, self-determination, self-defense, sanctions, following that theme that we've been looking at today. And knowing what we know about the Iranian sanction situation and how it is an actual tool of economic warfare. It's an actual tool of warfare. And economic war is war. As you're destroying a domestic population in the hope to overthrow a regime. I don't think people can truly claim that what's happening in Cuba is just a failure of the Cuban system. It's obvious that they use sanctions to destroy people and governments and turn the domestic population against its own state. It's so clear from the Iranian situation. I don't think we could ever have someone come into the stream ever again now and tell us that, Cuba sucks because Cuba's just shit. It's an overwhelming factor now, the whole sanction situation that they've been under. It's in the playbook. Trump has even said it. So I would like to know how the mainstream media are continuing to carry the torch when it comes to Cuba. Are they actually empathizing, sympathizing with Cuba, or are they running manufacturing consent lines for, I guess, the Trump regime and trying to justify his actions? So but remember, Cuba is an evil communist dictatorship, so they probably do deserve to starve. Let's be honest. These corporations need to stop sanctioning countries. This video I shared, the video I shared highlighted an increase in curriculum to educate kids on what Cuba really is. Which, is this the video that you shared before that we even started? When we came into the stream chat? The one from Reddit? Is that the one? Yes. Okay. I was going to keep that for the after Worker Wednesday part, but let's have a look. Oh, 4AS in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? What's up? Hope you're well. We just had a discussion about gun violence, actually, 4AS. No, gun violence, sorry, gun control in the United States. We just saw we were gifted by Dilemmas. Thanks for that suggestion, by the way. Dilemmas, a piece where there's a liberal guy, potentially an anarchist. He's got a black flag. But anyway, and a liberal making a justification for gun rights and arming every citizen kind of thing. It was interesting. But there's nothing that I saw in it that we haven't heard before. And there was a bit of identity politics stuff mixed in there too. So, and then before that we were looking at how Scott Bessent made that announcement about economic D-Day and what was it, Operation Economic Outcast, and they're going to double down their sanctions on Iran. They haven't been sanctioning Iran already, but whatever. They're doubling down their sanctions on Iran, and they're going to get them. We're trying to consider whether or not, if China continues to do business with Iran, if US will have the testicular fortitude to actually do something about it. And the consensus, even from the mainstream media, is no, America's not going to do anything about this. They don't have the balls. So that was interesting to see the mainstream even be nah, it's not happening. Fox News, Florida students are getting a new lesson on the dangers of communism as an expanded curriculum makes its classroom debut this year. That's indoctrination right there for you. Eh? Got to remember how evil communism is. Expand the school curriculum. Who would have thought? All right, let's have a look.
I'm here at Aubrey Rogers High School, where teachers tell me that they have always taught communism, but for the first time, they are required by law to teach a very specific curriculum. Now, the new standards spell out how teachers are expected to cover it. Starting in 6th grade each year, they will touch on different topics: The dangers of the Soviet Union, the Chinese Communist Revolution, North Korea, and the regimes of Cuba and Venezuela. Fox News obtained these new guidelines given to teachers. Many lessons point to the dangers of communism, including how socialism can lead to a communist regime rising to power. Now, Governor Ron DeSantis signed the legislation back in 2024.
Imagine if it was that simple, right? People think about socialism and then a communist regime just takes over your political system, just like that, with this one simple trick.
But the expanded curriculum created by the Florida Department of Education is debuting this year. The guidance is welcomed by teachers here. The social studies...
Did you see the backdrop behind this guy? Whoever he is. Heritage Foundation. Heritage Foundation. Careful, kids. You don't want to learn. Yeah, you don't want to learn how capitalism works. No, surely not. Let's just learn about how evil the commies are. They're coming to get you.
Coordinator for the Collier County School District says the lessons help provide historical context.
It's allowed our students, our teachers, to focus in on specific events, specific people. It gives them guidelines to dig deeper into history and understand communism in a way that maybe other students may not.
Just last week, the Democratic Socialists of America publicly praised the Cuban communist dictator Fidel Castro. DeSantis fired back, saying the DSA may try to make Castro out to be a hero, but Florida students know better.
Yeah. Mr. You should see Bill Maher's communist fear-mongering. So funny. Do I want to? Do I, though? It better be funny. Doesn't just outrage me.
I spoke to a senior whose family fled Cuba. She understands the consequences firsthand.
To be able to stop and appreciate your country and understand that what makes America so great, what makes us be able to say what we want and do what we want to an extent. That's something that not a lot of countries have.
Yeah, so when are they reading Marx to actually learn about communism? No, we don't encourage that.
And Dana, this curriculum is ever evolving. The Florida Board of Education, they voted to add the capture of Nicolas Maduro and that historical consequence. So students here are getting a really comprehensive education.
The capture of Nicolas Maduro to what? Communist history. That's a seminal moment in communist history when the US unilaterally decided that they were going to kidnap the leader of another sovereign nation. Seminal communist history. When you have a capitalist pig dog getting to decide to take away socialist dictators. What type of story are they trying to tell here? That the real enemy may be closer to you than you think. It may not be Maduro, the bus driver. It may be the billionaire Donald Trump at the head of one of the most powerful nations on earth. What type of story are we trying to tell here? On made-up drug trafficking charges. Yes. Yeah. And what do they get him on in the end? He had a machine gun. Is that really a reason to take out another world leader? Kidnap them, take them away in the middle of the night? Yeah, sure, why not? He's not allowed to have a machine gun. Asshole. Who does he think he is? Alright, let's do this. Could Cuba collapse? Here's what Trump wants by France 24. Dun dun dun.
When Cuba's free, I get the first hotel. Is that true? We have some very good plans for Cuba. I think, we have to get rid of the...
Maduro was arrested for a bad mustache. Dude, it's a sick mustache. I wish I could grow facial hair like that.
We have some very good plans for Cuba. I think, we have to get rid of the regime was very tough, very nasty. The difference is now they don't have money coming in.
And speaking of Cuba, after many, many decades It's coming our way.
The US president seems obsessed with Cuba and is becoming more and more open about wanting to take the island. This communist state lies just 90 miles off the US coast, and it's now going through the worst crisis in its recent history. Since Trump returned to the White House and with Venezuela's former president Nicolas Maduro captured, everything seems to have sped up. Cuba's economy is on the brink of collapse, while Washington keeps piling more pressure on the regime. So, is Trump simply trying to take advantage of a government that's already on its knees? Why now? And how far are the United States prepared to go? Let's break
between the United States and Cuba. New relations. Once you overthrow your own government. Something has to change because we can't go on living like this. We're starving. Cuba on the brink, Trump's high-stakes gamble. Are we listening to this language like it's a gamble, starving out a foreign population? It's completely normal. He's just gambling. He's at the casino. He keeps it preserved in a green liquid on his desk in the Oval Office. Next to Biden's auto pen. His favorite treasures. Biden's auto pen and Maduro's mustache.
To understand why Cuba is going through the worst crisis in its recent history, we need to go back in time. In 1898, the United States stepped into the Spanish-American War and took control of Cuba until it gained its independence in 1902. For decades afterwards, the island remained under Washington's control and influence. But everything changed in 1959. Fidel Castro and Che Guevara overthrew the regime of Fulgencio Batista, who was backed by the United States with military and political support, while American companies controlled much of Cuba's economy. Right in the middle of the Cold War, Cuba joined the communist bloc. This revolution deeply alarmed Washington, which saw this growing alliance with the Eastern Bloc as a serious threat. After all, the island sits just 90 miles, around 145 kilometers, off the US coast, located in the Caribbean Sea and along some of the world's most strategic shipping routes.
It also really went against...
Thanks for telling us where Cuba is. If you're watching this and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button if you're on YouTube. Go on, take your time, caress the like button, do yourself a favor. This man has made a living off failing casinos, so why would he run a government any different to Trump's stakes? Trump would make an Uluru themed casino if he could. Don't give him ideas. Wait, we already have a fake Uluru in New South Wales they use for school camps. It's so cooked. Don't be shy. It wants to be activated. Yes, activate the like button.
A very long...
Its most strategic shipping routes.
It also really went against a very long-standing historical tradition and perception, if you will, of Cuba as being close to the United States. This sort of created a double dynamic. The first was the politics, the threat of the Soviet Union having an outpost so close to the United States. And indeed, in 1961, we saw the Soviet Union try to put nuclear missiles in Cuba. So the threat was real in that case. The second was, of course, the issue of expropriations, of the aggrieved former property and business holders of Cuba who went to the United States and basically lobbied the United States to impose some restrictions that led to the embargo of 1961.
See? Bourgeois society, that's how it works. All the rich people that got out of Cuba, and they were granted release. Let's remember. So when the Cuban Revolution happened, the Castro regime turned around to the property owners and they're like, you can stay, but you're with us. And if you don't like the regime, then you got to go. And like, here's a ticket. We'll put you on a boat. We'll put you on a boat, and you can go to the US if you really want to. And yes, a lot of the rich landowners of Cuba were like, fuck it is. I'm sticking around to be under you, Fidel Castro. So they went and they took up they took up shop in Florida. And what do? They lobbied the government to put pressure on Cuba and bring down the Cuban revolutionary government so they can go back in and get all their property back. So the bourgeois will go from one system to another and then lobby that system, pay to play politics to get what they want. Oh my God. It's right there, ladies and gentlemen. Right there. Yeah, Cuba. It's the USA's Ukraine. Yeah, with Russia.
In part justified by these expropriations.
Fidel Castro then established a one-party communist regime with a centrally planned economy and tight control over society. It was a system that promised equal access to healthcare, education, food, and energy for everyone.
You know, they were
terrifying, isn't it? Let's just go through the list again. It was a evil regime that tried to
healthcare, education, food, and energy for everyone.
That's terrifying stuff, isn't it? I'm scared. I don't know about you. Like, leave the gun debate behind. But some type of evil regime that tries to ensure healthcare, education, food, and energy for the local population. Terrifying stuff. They need to be sanctioned and bombed into the Stone Age.
You know, they were told in schools and everything, todos somos iguales. Everybody's equal. But that wasn't even true in the 70s and the 80s. I mean, in the 70s and the 80s, if you were part of the high political elite, you know.
Food, probably the worst one, the most scary. People not on the brink of starvation. Now that's terrifying.
You were part of the Castro dynasty, but beyond that, if you were part of the high elite of the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of the Armed Forces, the Council of State, the Communist Party, you got things that nobody else got.
But behind that promise of equality, the gap kept growing between most of the population and a small minority who managed to get around the system through the black.
Like, do they listen to the language they use as well? And like, despite that, the system did this. It created a small minority of people that enjoyed all the benefits of society, while the great broad masses of people were left wanting. Like, are they listening to that? That's not much of a critique of a foreign culture when that's exactly the way that your society works. My God. I had to hit the like button. It was coming right at me. Should have shot it, bro. It's kind of crazy how we're living another Red Scare and people didn't learn for the last time. I just didn't think we would need another Red Scare ever again. Like, it's really desperate this time. Like, before, there was potentially a need for a Red Scare. Now it's just making something to be scared of. Like, that isn't even there. Like, what threat, communist threat, is there in the United States or across the world? I'm lagging in the stream chat. Oh no. Again, sorry. Oh, here's the that's the Uluru. Thanks. It'll be bigger and hotter. Burns down again. Okay, too hot. Thanks. All right, back to it. Shouldn't say the L word. Yeah, behind. Don't say lag or buffer. I freak out.
Market and financial support from the Cuban diaspora. Things became even worse in 1961 when the United States imposed a full economic embargo on Cuba, which is still in place today.
What it meant was basically it prohibited U.S. firms from doing business with the Cuban government. That includes investments, financial transactions, as well as commerce, imports and exports.
However, Cuba managed to keep going for many years thanks to the Soviet Union and Venezuela. From 1999, Venezuela's President Hugo Chavez was sending the island nearly 100,000 barrels of oil every single day, providing a lifeline for a country that depended heavily on imported goods and energy.
Cuba does produce about 40% of its own oil and its own energy needs through solar parks and other means, but 60% comes from abroad, and it always has.
But after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Cuba was plunged into a severe economic crisis, often compared to the one it's facing today. 30 years later, Trump's return to the White House marked another major shift. Washington ramped up sanctions, tightened the pressure on the Cuban regime, and moved to cut off its last remaining economic lifelines. And you'll probably remember these images from January 2026. Venezuela's former President Maduro was captured during a U.S. operation.
It actually was January 9th, after the extraction of Nicolas Maduro. The U.S. basically said to the interim government, now clearly under the thumb of the United States, saying, cut off all the oil being shipped to Cuba.
Almost overnight, Cuba lost its main source of oil. Apart from a single Russian tanker that arrived in March 2026, supplies were nowhere near enough to meet the country's needs.
But the blockade basically came upon an economy that was already struggling to deliver food, produce enough. Most of its food is imported. Most of its medicines are imported.
Already on the brink, Cuba's economy finally tipped over the edge. The U.S. embargo has certainly played a role, but it doesn't explain everything. The Castro-era economic model is also largely to blame. Heavy centralization, a reliance on imports, and reforms that delayed for decades have led Cuba into a dead end.
El país está viviendo un momento difícil.
The country's going through very difficult times, and ordinary people like us are the ones paying the highest price. With that nice white shirt on, though. Oh man, humanoid drone warfare is going to be so terrifying and goofy at the same time. This is like they're doing the thing. They're like, oh, but the Americans put a massive embargo on them to like cut them off from the world economy. And then they're turning around like, but they did do a lot of economic mismanagement, and they had one of those, centralized planning systems. Here's a shot of some empty shelves at a shop. Have you ever seen empty shelves before? Surely not. Only in a communistic dystopia. They'd never have empty shops anywhere else, like in the free market. Here's some evidence for you of economic mismanagement. By the way, did we say that they were under an embargo? Yeah, we said that? Okay. Definitely economic mismanagement all the way.
Fuel, medicine, and basic food shortages have brought much of the country to a standstill. Power cuts leave millions without electricity for hours, sometimes even days. Hospitals are struggling to function. Rubbish is piling up in the streets, and people's purchasing power has collapsed. A single meal can now cost the equivalent of a month's salary. Those who can afford it turn to the black market for medicine, fuel, mobile phones, and other essentials that have disappeared from state-run shops.
Eventually you lose the will to live, to fight, and to do anything for the country.
Despite the crisis, Havana is trying to regain control. Late June 2026, the government unveiled a sweeping package of 176 economic reforms. The plan includes opening the financial sector to private banks, allowing private investors to buy stakes in some state-owned companies, and gradually ending several state monopolies. The government insists these reforms are a sovereign decision, but many observers believe they are also aimed at persuading Washington to ease the pressure.
Quand on dit le changement, en tout cas,
when we talk about change, these measures are mainly a guarantee aimed.
Ces mesures, c'est plutôt une garantie adressée notamment aux États-Unis.
At the United States, so that Washington eases the pressure.
Pour que ces derniers desserrent les taux, entre autres, mais c'est aussi une garantie. C'est
But they also guarantee for the regime itself.
Pour le régime une manière d'assurer sa
A way of
stabilité
preserving its stability and staying in power.
Et de s'assurer
While controlling the transition.
Rester en place dans cette transition-là qui va finalement être contrôlée.
But will these reforms be enough to save the regime? According to the United Nations, Cuba is now on the brink of both a humanitarian and financial crisis. And even Trump admits it.
Cuba's a disaster.
So, if Cuba is in such a desperate...
What a good cut. He's not looking good these days, poor Trump.
...situation, Why is Trump so interested in the island now?
Les intérêts de Trump, c'est
The
d'abord
trillion-dollar question. Why now? Why now exactly? Does anyone want to take a shot at that one? Does Trump just want to add that one to another notch on the belt kind of thing? Yeah, Cuba would be nice. I got my peace prize from FIFA. I took out Maduro. I'm probably going to try and get myself Greenland. Maybe add Canada as the 51st state. I could be that guy, that president, the guy that took out Cuba. Why the hell not?
Now.
What does Cuba have that benefits the tech bros? I know, great beach real estate. They can turn into a tax-free haven, maybe. He was gifted the official peace prize. Yes. Yes, he was. The peace prize, I should say. Trump's interests are,
l'intérêt de Trump, c'est d'abord
first and foremost, about projecting US power across the hemisphere. Okay, fine.
une stratégie de puissance hémisphérique, réactiver cette
Reviving the Monroe Doctrine and reasserting control over Latin America. Okay.
doctrine Donroe, reprendre le contrôle.
I still think it's more a Rubio project. Yeah, he'd love to have that as a notch on his belt. When I was Secretary of State, I pushed for this. I took Cuba.
Ça à l'échelle de toute l'Amérique latine, en soutenant des
By backing mostly far-right
des
governments.
gouvernements plutôt d'extrême droite. Et Cuba, ça reste un peu le
And Cuba remains the thorn in his side.
caillou dans la chaussure, le régime communiste à quelques encablures.
A communist regime just off America's doorstep.
The first reason is ideological. Historically, the goal of successive US administrations was to win the political support of Cubans who had fled the regime and settled in the United States.
We are here today to honor the Cubans and Cuban Americans who strengthen America with their character and with their enterprise.
Monroe Doctrine is peak irony? Is that what you're writing there? I would like to know more. Tell me, please.
I'm appealing to the young people of Cuba who will lift something up, build something new. El futuro de Cuba tiene que estar en las manos del pueblo cubano.
And then there's Trump's speech.
But for 50 years, I've been hearing, as a little boy, I'd be hearing about Cuba. Cuba's a disaster. But I've been hearing so much about Cuba. But Cuba's in its last moments of life.
If you were to follow through,
Monroe Doctrine is a US foreign policy position that opposes any foreign interference in the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, it's our playground. And they were basically telling the Europeans to get out. Especially the Spanish at the time, because the Spanish had so many colonies all over South America. But like, what do you mean it's like peak irony though? I want to know more. Oh, because like it's telling other people to get out of their territory while they're in everybody else's territory all the goddamn time.
on those statements, he would be remembered as the president who truly changed Cuba's future.
For Donald Trump, this 67 years means that it would be a legacy for him if he could create this change.
But there are also political reasons behind all this. First, the US midterm elections are getting closer, and Trump's approval ratings have fallen in recent months. He promised peace to his supporters, but the conflict with Iran has made him increasingly unpopular. And there's another reason too. Today, nearly 2.5 million people of Cuban origin live in the United States, with a large share of them based in Florida. Since the 1959 revolution, more than 2 million Cubans left the island, making the Cuban diaspora one of the country's most politically influential communities. A significant part of that community remains fiercely opposed to the government in Havana and plays a major role in Florida politics, a key battleground state in US elections. That influence is also reflected inside the Trump administration through Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio, il représente toute une communauté.
Marco Rubio represents a whole community of Cuban exiles in Florida. And that'll be his claim to the presidency, if he can do it, hey?
en Floride d'exilés cubains qui sont très
He
opposés
strongly opposed any normalization of relations with the regime.
à la normalisation des relations avec le régime.
Rubio was born in Florida to Cuban parents who left the island before the revolution, and he grew up in Miami's large Cuban-American community, building much of his political career around Cuba.
So the future of Cuba belongs to the people of Cuba in terms of how they're governed, what the system looks like, and so forth. But the national security threat, that's 100% something we're going to focus on because that's about America.
And while he and Trump both take a hard line on the regime, their motivations are different. Rubio has spent years pushing for the communist regime to fall without offering any concessions. Meanwhile, Trump mainly sees Cuba as a strategic asset for U.S. interests.
He wants to be the first Hispanic president, and he plans on running in 2028. If he can't deliver political change in Cuba, especially after Donald Trump started this, it will seriously hurt his potential to run and compete and get the Republican nomination.
But his interests go far beyond politics.
Donald Trump is not interested in anything that doesn't make money for him.
Before he became US president, Trump made his name as a businessman.
D'un autre côté, il y a aussi le mania de l'immobilier.
Then there's the Donald Trump's real estate mindset. They're going to redevelop Cuba. Who said the thing about the tech bros before? What do the tech bros want with Cuba? They're going to make offshore Silicon Valley tropical style, where like you can set up your own medical research with blackjack and hookers. And what was the other thing they were doing there? Experimenting with? Is it just medical research that they were doing? And you can set up a business and like you don't even have to go there and you only pay 1% tax.
Auquel on peut penser en la personne de Donald Trump, qui avait d'ailleurs
We saw it with his completely cynical idea of turning
absolument cynique marketé une riviera
Gaza into Trump Riviera.
À Gaza, une riviera Trump à Gaza. Bon, Cuba, c'est historiquement
Historically, Cuba has always been America's Riviera.
La riviera des États-Unis.
Before the revolution, Cuba was a favorite destination for American tourists who came to spend their holiday on the island and invest in hotels, casinos, and real estate. Trump himself said back in 1999,
"When Cuba's free, I get the first hotel." Is that true?
but it's not just about beaches and luxury hotels. Cuba sits in a strategic position at the heart of the Caribbean, close to the main shipping lanes linking the Gulf of Mexico, the US East Coast, and the Panama Canal. That means a significant share of maritime traffic between the Atlantic and North America passes close to the island. Not only global trade, but also drug trafficking and other criminal activities. Ideology, domestic politics, economic interest, strategic influence, Donald Trump's reasons are wide-ranging. The real question now is, how far is he ready to go? First,
another fair question. Do you reckon they'll put any boots on the ground on this one? Do you reckon they'll have the balls to do that? Will they need to, or they just starve out the local population until there's nothing left to do, and then start raining hellfire upon them? We'll start getting reports that the Cuban regime has killed, I don't know, 30,000 of its own people. And really, for humanitarian reasons, we need to go in there and take them out. And then after that, when things go a little bit pear-shaped, we'll get more reports about how, I don't know, they're developing nuclear weapons or something. They've actually had nuclear facilities this whole time, and we have to take them out before they develop more nuclear weapons.
there's the most extreme scenario, a military intervention. For months now, Trump has repeatedly talked about his desire to take Cuba.
Maybe we'll have a friendly takeover of Cuba.
Comments like these have fueled the speculation about a possible US intervention.
Ce qu'on peut voir, c'est une activation.
What we're seeing is a military build-up around Cuba.
D'un dispositif militaire autour de Cuba. En réalité,
in reality, Donald Trump has already had a military presence.
Donald Trump a déjà déployé, donc il y a déjà un déploiement militaire dans la Caraïbe depuis l'été dernier. C'est un peu ce qui
in the Caribbean since last summer.
précédé
Very similar to what happened before Nicolas Maduro was captured in Venezuela.
La capture de Nicolas Maduro au Venezuela, son enlèvement même, sous couvert
Officially under the banner of counter-narcotic operations in the
de
Caribbean.
lutte contre le narcotrafic dans la zone des Caraïbes.
According to the BBC, 5 US surveillance aircraft and 3 American drones have been regularly flying over the area around Cuba since May 11. Militarily, there's simply no comparison. Even though Cuba has recently acquired several hundred drones, its armed forces with around 50,000 troops would stand little chance against the world's most powerful military in a conventional war. Even so, the Cuban government insists it's ready to fight back.
Y hemos desatado un plan de preparación para elevar la disposición.
We have launched a preparedness plan, our people's readiness to defend themselves and to advance the interests
Para la defensa de nuestro pueblo en interés de la guerra de todo el pueblo,
of the all people's war,
que es nuestra concepción de defensa, que es
which
una
is our defensive weapon, a defensive non-aggressive concept.
concepción defensiva, no agresiva.
While Cuba would probably struggle to withstand the US invasion, several experts believe any ground operation could quickly turn into a long and costly insurgency. For many analysts, Trump would ultimately have far more to lose than to gain from a military intervention.
In the case of Iran, they realized that you can't force regime change from air raids, from the air. Did they learn that lesson? I don't know.
Another possibility is a scenario similar to what happened in Venezuela. After Maduro's capture, some have speculated that Washington could try to target Raúl Castro, the brother of Fidel Castro, who remains wanted by the United States, or even the actual Cuban president, Miguel Díaz-Canel. But once again, experts urge caution.
This is not Venezuela. It's not one or two leaders that you can take out and find someone else to replace them willingly. It's a revolutionary government that's incredibly solidified, incredibly top-down and vertical.
The first part is the one about whether the United States would be successfully able to extract somebody of great symbolic value like Raúl Castro. I don't think anybody cares about Miguel Díaz-Canel on the island or elsewhere. You know, he's a puppet, and he's not had any kind of strong presence in policymaking. He's been seen as an enforcer.
But there's a third possibility, which is far less visible. On May 14, 2026, for the first time, the director of the CIA traveled to Cuba. Officially, no negotiations were announced, but several experts believe talks are taking place behind the scenes between Washington and Havana.
Parce qu'on le sait maintenant depuis des mois, il y a
Yeah,
bel et bien
we looked at this months ago when this happened, and we were trying to figure out what the hell's going on here. We've known for months that really are
des négociations entre Washington
taking place between Washington and Havana.
et la Havane.
But these negotiations are not formalized. We're not talking. There's no negotiating table. There are no mediators. This is completely ad hoc and it's completely personal.
So who exactly is Washington talking to? Part of the answer may lie with Gaesa, the powerful military-run conglomerate created in the 1990s. Often described as a state within a state, it controls a huge share of Cuba's strategic economy, from tourism to infrastructure. The identity of the people involved in these talks remains unknown. But one thing is clear: Washington is continuing to turn up the pressure.
En Estados Unidos estamos listos para abrir un nuevo capítulo en la relación
In the United States, we are ready to usher in a new chapter in the relationship between our people and our countries.
entre nuestra gente y nuestros países. Y actualmente,
Right now, the only people standing in the way
lo único que se interpone en el camino hacia un mejor futuro
of a better future are those who govern your country.
son quienes controlan su país.
In reality, everything suggests that the Trump administration now favors a different strategy. Rather than direct military action, Washington appears to be betting on steadily tightening sanctions, cutting the regime off from its resources, and deepening its economic crisis.
No, there won't be escalation. I don't think there needs to be. Look, the place is falling apart. It's a mess.
Right now, it seems that Donald Trump launched a policy of trying to deny Cuban resources, the Cuban government resources, increasing sanctions, including on individuals and companies, all with the idea of forcing either a collapse of the government or some form of popular protest that would bring about the collapse of the government.
After decades of US sanctions, growing frustrations among many Cubans is also being directed at their own government. But in a country where dissent remains tightly controlled and political opponents are regularly jailed, a popular uprising still seems difficult to imagine.
There is a risk of basically this becoming a failed state. And worse, a failed state with pockets of criminality, particularly along the northern coast.
Trump may never send troops into Cuba, but he may not even need to.
Cuba est plus que jamais seul
More
face
than ever, Cuba is alone in the face of US predation.
à la prédation des États-Unis.
As the sanctions tighten and the crisis deepens, Washington appears to be pursuing a different strategy, pushing the Cuban regime to its limits in the hope that it eventually collapses from within. The question now is whether the Cuban government can once again survive.
Will they survive? And so like they're just starving them out. Eh? Starve them out. Didn't even need to open the video to know it would be something about a hotel. Marco has a plan to become Cuban president when it collapses. I don't know. He has no plan for Cuba, just like Iran. Don't think too much into it. He doesn't have a plan. They've proven plans are just obstacles to destruction. They don't need them. Savage. Interesting. All right, we're going to have a quick break and then we're going to be back with some more. There is another Cuban piece I want to have a look at, and I want to get into some Worker Wednesday stuff. So we will get into that. So if you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. Follow for more on Twitch. You know what the deal is. Here's an invitation to Discord. If you're not across that already, here's the invitation. Go and join us over there in the Discord world. We share propaganda there. That's where we have a little stream chat that you can see over in the bottom corner. So you can go over there to communicate without getting, I guess, censored. Let's just say. And here is a link to my Patreon. Please go over to Patreon when you get a chance and become a free member, so I can get you on an email list. It's important for notifications, etc., etc., etc. So do that, and I'll love you forever. All right, quick break, and we'll be back. Activate the like button if you haven't already. Do yourself a favor. All right, we're back. Now, there's just one other little Cuban summary video that I wanted to have a look at. But like, we don't usually get this perspective. I don't think we've gone here before when we've done all of our what's going on with Cuba investigation videos in the past. Like, we've gone from like wild lefty streamers. We've looked at them, or wild lefty YouTube creators. We've done the mainstream, but we haven't gone to China and China's take on what's going on in Cuba. So I found a piece recently that I wanted to watch with y'all. And it's The Heat, Cuba-US Tensions, Millions Suffering from Blockade. It's by CGTN. Pretty sure this is a Chinese source. Yeah, CGTN America. CGTN is funded in whole or part by the Chinese government. So we're going to watch some Communist Party China style propaganda on an evil communist regime, Cuban style. So you got communist propaganda propping up an evil communist regime in Cuba. And I guess we'll see what their take is. It going to be similar? Is it going to be like, you know, they have put embargoes on them for a long time, but they are a evil communist economy, so it probably is their fault. It's probably a balance between the two, let's be honest. It's definitely not America's fault. No, surely not. So let's see how the Chinese analyze this. Cuba-US tensions. For more than 6 months, Cuba has faced deepening energy crisis after Washington imposed an oil blockade. Blackouts are now routine, hospitals are struggling, and water supplies are being affected. Meanwhile, U.S. threats against the island continue. This is from 14th of August, so like, what's that? Like 2 weeks old? Not even? Let's see what the Chinese have to say about Cuba.
For over 6 months, Cubans have endured the severe effects of a U.S. oil blockade that Washington imposed on the Caribbean island since January. It has been devastating for Cuba's economy. Electricity blackouts have been routine, and hospitals are struggling to provide care. Even the supply of water is impacted. All of this as the U.S. continues to threaten Cuba. CGTN's Luis Chirino reports from Havana.
For Cubans, each day has become a drama full of hardships. After January's U.S. executive order threatening tariffs against countries delivering oil to Cuba, Cuba has received only one oil shipment this year. The fuel shortage has affected everyday activities across Cuba. Water pumping systems remain idle for days. People drink rainwater or collect water rations from tanker trucks called pipas. Without gas for cooking, many Cubans burn charcoal or wood to cook their meals. They lack electricity to refrigerate groceries.
If I show you my fridge, you'll see it's empty because we cannot use it. We have to cook what we need daily. And when water is pumped every 6 or 7 days, we have to collect it in pots for our daily needs.
Patients face long delays for cancer or kidney disease treatment from hospitals lacking power. Over 96,000 people across the nation have been placed on a surgery waiting list.
We treat very complex pathologies in this hospital, which require certain surgeries. But these treatments are now limited. Under normal circumstances, we apply surgeries to 15 or 20 patients a week. But now, under this situation, we can only give...
I know that's not what this is about, but is that an Australian tree in the background? Is that a bottle brush? I think that is. It's so weird when you find Australian vegetation around the place. Around, like when you go overseas and stuff, you're like, holy crap, that's a eucalypt. The hell they got them here for? Who would have thought?
2 to 3 surgeries, no more. And this is the consequence of the economic asphyxiation imposed on Cuba by the U.S. government.
Economic asphyxiation is the exact term that Scott Bessent used yesterday when he was talking about the sanctions on Iran. He used the actual terminology, economic asphyxiation. Crazy. Back from my couple hours sabbatical, what have I stepped into? We're looking at the whole Cuban situation and like what's happened there. And we just got like a piece from France 24. So like the Western mainstream media. And now this is a piece that's done by Chinese media, or the Chinese government. It's CGTN America. I'm assuming this is their version of like when America funds things like Air Asia through the State Department. They fund American interest aligned propaganda networks in different parts of the world. This must be their the Chinese version of that. People in LA. Oh, look, a eucalypt tree. Neck minute. Yeah. There's heaps of eucalypt trees in Greece as well. When I was there, I was just like, whoa, gum trees everywhere. It's crazy. They've got a good climate for it too.
Are resorting to electric tricycles to get around Cuban cities, particularly Havana. To cope with the energy crisis, the government has expanded private sector initiatives. Cuba is importing more electric vehicles and solar energy systems. China has set up large solar parks. Havana and Washington started talks earlier this year, but local authorities recently said that nothing has been achieved so far.
Las conversaciones entre los gobiernos de Cuba y Estados Unidos.
Talks between the governments of Cuba and the United States do not show any progress. We have previously said publicly that the behavior of the US delegation, which has generally been respectful, is now issuing constant aggressive statements against Cuba, even threatening military aggression.
Cuban authorities condemn the ongoing U.S. oil blockade and latest sanctions against Cuba as politically motivated bullying to coerce Cuba into changing its government.
U.S. tensions, implying that it's like it goes both ways. The U.S. is them sideways basically for no reason. We were actually trying to establish that in the last piece. There were 3 theories, I think, in the last piece why the US is doing it. Marco Rubio wants it for his political career. Trump wants it for the purposes of a hotel. And the third theory, I can't actually remember what it was exactly that they wanted to do with it, but like it's strategic in terms of its position in waterways, like people trying to get into the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America, I should say, up the east coast of the US, all from the Panama Canal. So it's like they want it just for the strategic purpose, but like who knows. Australia's plan to destroy America covertly has been rudely disrupted by early bushfires. Cuba-US tensions.
Luis Chirino, CGTN,
tensions.
Havana.
For more now, I am joined by Reed Lindsay. He's a journalist with the independent U.S. media outlet Belly of the Beast, and he recently returned from Cuba. Reed, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
As I said, you recently returned from Cuba. What did you witness there? I mean, how devastating is the U.S. oil blockade been on Cubans who are trying to survive day to day? And of course, we should remember that Cuba has already been the target of a U.S. economic blockade and embargo for almost 7 decades.
Yeah, well, that's an excellent point, and I think some of that context of the history of U.S. economic warfare is missed. The oil embargo, the oil blockade began with an executive order on January 29th. Oil shipments had already sort of stopped coming before then. But the beyond the, you can look at the long history of the last 65 plus years, but it's really been the last 10 years since the opening with Obama, when during
types of stress, hypertension, migraine, U.S. oil blockade.
Trump's first administration, when the so-called maximum pressure sanctions started to be imposed on Cuba. So the sanctions, the embargo was really ramped up during Trump's first administration. Biden basically kept that in place. He didn't go back to Obama. He kept it in place. And then during the second administration, they've ramped it up to an unprecedented level. And you've seen that with the oil blockade in January. And then in May, another executive order imposing so-called secondary sanctions, which essentially punish third parties, companies or countries outside, neither the United States or Cuba, for doing business in Cuba. And that has led to an exodus essentially of foreign capital and investment in Cuba, which has exacerbated the situation even further.
You know, we heard our reporter there telling us about a situation in people's homes, how normal Cubans, ordinary Cubans, are struggling to make it day to day. And of course, hospitals are also having a very hard time because they don't have fuel to generate electricity to run equipment in hospitals. But there are also bigger problems, things like farmers not having fuel to run their equipment. I mean, how is this affecting food supplies in the country?
Well, I mean, one statistic I've seen is that food production is down 60%. So it's had a huge impact. Now, Cuba imports most of its food. I think around 70 to 80%. It produces some, but both of those have been impacted. Without fuel, they can't produce as much, and the government doesn't have the foreign currency needed to import fuel because the economy has just been utterly destroyed. There's no
pull a plow. Like, they've got cattle by the look of it. See, we can see the footage. Pull your finger out. What was your life's kind of philosophy before? Just got to work hard. Just figure it out. Get to work on your bike.
For example, tourism. There's almost no tourism anymore. And it's just been gradually hit by measure after measure from the United States.
Improvise, got it.
And now with the oil blockade on top of it, there are essentially no tourists, so there's no money coming into the country, no money with which the government then could use to import food or fuel or raw materials to make medicine, for example.
The United States has, over the decades, tried to portray Cuba as some kind of dysfunctional state. But when you actually look at what Cuba has achieved, even under that economic embargo, I mean, it's progress in medical science, for instance.
All right, here we go. Here's the separation right here between the Western media and Chinese Communist Party propaganda. Right here. And he's starting to talk about, like, hey, yes, they've been under economic sanctions, but isn't it a miracle what they've pulled off, they've been able to achieve despite the fact that they're under economic sanctions? You never hear that from the West. It's kind of just like, let's give balanced reporting. America embargo, but evil communist regime, so they suck at managing an economy anyway. But like the Chinese come in, they're just like, isn't it miraculous what they've still achieved despite the sanctions? Tell me your problems. Ears of deafness engage.
Been remarkable. There are many, many Americans who actually travel to Cuba for treatment, especially for things like cancer. So what is the point of the United States, especially now, trying to demonize Cuba in this way?
Well, I think that they want regime change. It's funny, you know, the term failed state, Biden used that as well to describe Cuba, and which was completely absurd because at the time, this was during COVID, Cuba was the only country in Latin America to produce its own COVID vaccines. It's an incredible biotech sector, a widely acclaimed healthcare system. So it was anything but a failed state. In addition, you know, a lot of these measures are justified by the Trump administration by the claim that Cuba poses a threat to national security. And that couldn't be further from the truth. There's really no evidence that Cuba poses any threat whatsoever to U.S. national security. And just
Cuba-U.S. tensions. It turns out Cuba doesn't pose any threat whatsoever to America. But it's still about national security. Got to get rid of those commies. Got to get rid of them commies. Just the idea that there are communists so close to America's border is enough of a security threat. It may seem imaginary to you, but you just don't get it. It fully undermines the American project having Cuba so close and so calming.
To give one example, Cuba is it's Cuba's counter-narcotics efforts were praised in the 2024 State Department report about counter-narcotics efforts in different countries. After Trump was elected, they put out the report for 2025. They just erased Cuba completely from the report. They didn't have to mention just how good Cuba was in its counter-narcotics efforts. The 2024 report essentially said that drug traffickers stay clear. So that's a sign not of a failed state, but of a highly functioning state. Now, what's happening?
What an interesting point that is. The US, which seems to have a problem with, like, according to Trump himself, about drugs crossing the border and getting into the country. Is he suggesting here that Cuba has, like, Cuba in the middle of the Caribbean, that's right, in the middle of the Caribbean, where this stuff is rife, have been able to figure out the society to get rid of narcotics and drug-related issues like gangs and illegal drug trafficking? Like, Cuba, the failed state, has been able to stop the evil scourge of illicit drugs on society. What a suggestion that is. Who's the real failed state? US? Take that. You have to engage with an enemy that you claim you have fought for decades. How do you keep up the facade if there is no enemy? It's a good question. Just got to keep pretending. That's a wild claim, isn't it? This guy's making, that they have been able to handle drug trafficking and illicit drug-related problems.
In its counter-narcotics efforts, the 2024 report essentially said that drug traffickers stay clear. So that's a sign not of a failed state, but of a highly functioning state. Now, what's happening?
Drug traffickers stay clear of Cuba. Wow.
In the last couple of years, even when you have amazing doctors, for example, in a hospital, and health workers, nurses, if they don't have the medicine and they don't have fuel and they don't have the means to repair broken equipment, then they can't treat their patients. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, essentially, and it seems to be the objective of the United States to turn Cuba into a failed state.
Reed, as always, thanks for your insights.
Thank you.
And for more perspective, with me now from Nicaragua is Ben Norton. He is founder and editor-in-chief of Geopolitical Economy Report. Ben, thanks for joining us.
If Avalava was still here. Ben Norton, the Ben Norton. And he's in Nicaragua. I thought he was living in China these days. What's going on here? I'm back. We're getting draconian. Yeah, go Ben. Oh, you like Ben. That's interesting. Ben Norton. Yeah, I thought he lived in China now. I'm back. We're getting draconian. Not yet. Not us personally. Cub B. Cub A and Cub B. There you go, Ben. Hit the big time. Yeah. He's doing well for himself. Interesting that I like Ben, really. No, like, interesting, like, who you know, like, in this vast social media landscape. It's always interesting to see where, like, people cross over in terms of content creators and stuff.
Thanks for having me.
Ben, Cuba's President Manuel Diaz-Canel has been very forceful in his denunciation of the oil embargo that's been imposed by the United States. Here is some of what he had to say. Let's listen.
I denounce the fact that Cuba is the victim of a cold-bloodedly calculated genocide. The United States government has consciously designed and implemented a policy of maximum economic suffocation against the Cuban people.
So, Ben, there we heard it. The president of Cuba, they're calling it economic suffocation. Others have called it economic strangulation. The president also calling it a genocide. How would you characterize the blockade and the impact it's having on the Cuban people? This is imposing deliberate suffering on the Cuban people.
Yeah, the impact of the blockade has been devastating. Of course, we should emphasize that this is not a new policy. It goes back to 1960 and 1961 when the US imposed sanctions and then a trade embargo against Cuba. And in 1961, the CIA oversaw a failed invasion of Cuba. And ever since then, the US has tried to economically suffocate the island. In fact, there's a US State Department cable from 1960 that's been declassified, which you can find on the Office of the Historian website of the US government. And in this 1960 document, top US State Department officials acknowledged that the revolutionary Cuban government was very popular, and the only way to destabilize it was to cause, quote, economic dissatisfaction and hardship, end quote. And they also said that the goal of the sanctions was, quote, hunger, desperation, and overthrow of government, end quote. And we've seen this policy for decades. However, I do have to say that, end quote, hunger, desperation, and overthrow of government.
That's the playbook. It's economic warfare. The blockade of Naboo. Yeah. By some type of evil republic regime. Does that work? Republic regime? Let's take that. No, are they the separatists that did that? Dun dun dun.
End quote. And we've seen this policy for decades. However, I do have to say that under Donald Trump, and especially under Secretary of State Marco Rubio, they have taken that blockade to a whole new level, an extreme level. It's not only a financial and economic blockade, it is now a military blockade. The US Navy is preventing Cuba from importing oil. And this came, of course, after the US invaded Venezuela in January and kidnapped Venezuela's internationally recognized president, Nicolás Maduro. And now the US is trying to control Venezuela's oil. Trump has claimed that the US is taking Venezuela's oil, and the US is preventing Venezuela from exporting oil to Cuba. Venezuela had previously been the largest provider of oil to Cuba, and the US has also threatened to impose very high tariffs on Mexico. Mexico is a major oil producer and offered to sell oil to Cuba, but Mexico is in a difficult situation because 80% of Mexico's exports go to the US. It's by far Mexico's most important trading partner. So they can't really sacrifice their own economic interests by risking massive US tariffs to sell oil to Cuba. So the situation has been very desperate. And of course, according to...
So they've got a lot of people by the balls, by the sound of it. Wait, is the US the trade federation? The Epstein Federation's blockade of Cuba is essential to preventing the technological superior system from reaching the minds of the American Republic. So good. I love it when like the Iranians like constantly refer to like the Trump regime in that level, that echelon of American society as the Epstein class. I love it. That's how you get under their skin.
To international law, this blockade is entirely illegal. Every single year in the United Nations General Assembly, there's a vote in which pretty much all of the countries on Earth consistently vote to demand an end to the US financial and economic embargo against Cuba. And consistently, the US and Israel are the only countries on Earth that vote against that resolution. So this is an absolute outrage, and the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has published reports warning that Cuban children are dying because they do not have adequate medical attention after they are born, newborn babies, because hospitals don't have enough energy because of the oil shortage due to this blockade. So Cubans are dying.
I wonder how all the pro-life people feel. They must be very torn about this. I do love Trump and I hate Cuba, but our policy decision to blockade the island nation is causing babies to die. And I am pro-choice, no, pro-life. I love protecting babies. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? The one advantage the US has, other than the SWIFT system over Cuba, is their navy. Unlike Iran. Commies ain't human. Humans are superior to animal commie bastards. Me so, Jar Jar Trump. Iran is suffering major economically, but Iran is more self-sufficient, yeah. Have you tried being less commie? Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Just get rid of your self-determination and sovereignty. And then no more blockade. It's simple. Those commie bustards. Yeah, bastards. You know, Sean Bean, sharp voice. Yeah, bastard.
Especially vulnerable children due to this, because hospitals don't have enough energy because of the oil shortage due to this blockade. So Cubans are dying, especially vulnerable children.
And speaking of international law, Ben, President Trump has said that he can, in his words, take Cuba. He said he could do whatever he wants to with Cuba. I mean, what do you make of statements like that? We're talking about a sovereign country here.
It's absolutely outrageous. We're seeing colonial rhetoric coming out of the White House, especially in terms of Latin America. We've seen that the White House...
Wasn't like China going to help them with solar? Yes, I think they just delivered something. Like just recently, in the last couple of days, made a large delivery, I'm pretty sure, to Cuba to help like with solar. I'm pretty sure it's just like maybe this week I heard something about it. Cuba, China. Yeah, they're all older reports, these ones. Yeah, let me see if I can find an article. The fight over which pigeonhole you belong in will roll on forever. I have heard reports that China has very recently delivered a large quantity of solar panels to Cuba. Are you able to clarify this? I wonder how they got around the US blockade. On the 7th of August, China formally delivered a second donation of 5,000 photovoltaic systems to Cuba. The systems are intended primarily for isolated rural homes, but also for health centers, emergency medical facilities, childcare centers, and bank branches. What? The banks? 5,000 complete photovoltaic systems, not simply 5,000 individual solar panels. Big distinction there. Capacity. The new systems are rated about 3.6 kilowatts and will have 14.3 kilowatts of battery storage. Oh, so it's storage too. That's good. They do seem to need stuff all around the clock. Who would have thought, hey? This is the second such donation. China had previously supplied Cuba with 5,000 photovoltaic systems, meaning the two donations are totaling 10,000 systems. Purpose, particularly important because Cuba is experiencing severe fuel shortages. China has been supplying Cuba with substantial quantities of solar equipment commercially as well. The Wall Street Journal reports that Chinese solar equipment exports to Cuba rose from about 3 million in 2023 to 117 million in 2025, alongside the construction of dozens of solar parks. There you go.
It's absolutely outrageous. We're seeing colonial rhetoric coming out of the White House, especially in terms of Latin America. We've seen that the White House, in its national security strategy that it published at the end of last year, the U.S. articulated what it calls the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine is a doctrine from 1823. It's more than 200 years old. And the White House, in fact, just on Twitter or X, they published a video in which they use explicitly colonial language saying that all of the Western Hemisphere belongs to the United States, that the U.S. should control all of the region, violating the sovereignty of the countries in the region. But in the case of Cuba, again, it's even more extreme, where you see Trump just flippantly saying,
China loves a deal, so what did Cuba have to give them is my question. I don't know. Sticking it to the Americans? Why not?
that the U.S. is going to take over the country, Cuba is a sovereign nation. It's recognized as an independent state by the United Nations. This is an absolute outrage, and the world should be condemning what is happening. Of course, there are countries condemning it. China, Russia, many other Latin American countries. But unfortunately, we see not only in the U.S., but even many Western allies going along with this, and it's absolutely scandalous. It's a complete violation of international law.
As you pointed out, Ben, Cuba has faced economic sanctions, other kinds of pressure for almost 7 decades, but it has got even stronger right now under President Donald Trump and his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. And I want to talk about the role that Rubio is playing in all of this. I mean, he has Cuban roots. His parents came from Cuba to the United States. How big a role is he playing in driving this pressure campaign against Cuba right now?
There's no question that Rubio is playing the leading role. I'm not saying Trump is not playing a role, but honestly, I think Trump has really given Rubio carte blanche to do whatever he wants. And it's clear that for Rubio, this is an obsession. Rubio has dedicated his political career to regime change in Cuba. You mentioned that his family is of Cuban descent, although I should point out that his parents left Cuba before the Cuban Revolution in 1959.
Yeah.
Ironically, they actually...
We've heard this one before as well. They took off. Like, they took off out of the country, abandoned their people, and now they're really worried about it, eh? Now he's worried about Cuban liberation after he abandoned his people. Rubio's plan has always been to crush and take over Cuba.
left Cuba when the island was run by a brutal right-wing dictator, Fulgencio Batista, who was a close U.S. ally. And the economic situation on the island was so horrible, there was, so much suffering that his parents left for the U.S. And since then, Rubio has claimed that his parents were so-called refugees of communism, even though they left before the revolution. But regardless, he comes from Miami, Florida. And
I just had to put that in there. He's no victim of communism. China loves Uyghur organs to sell. I wonder if a new market for Cuban organs is opening up. So much speculation. Why not? Uyghurs are renewable. Humans are renewable. I think I've heard you write that before. I've seen you write that before, actually.
Dedicated his career to regime change, not only in Cuba, but also in Venezuela and in Nicaragua, where I'm speaking from, which has another revolutionary Sandinista government that is an ally of Cuba. So we've seen that the U.S., has always been aggressive in Latin America, but especially under Secretary of State Marco Rubio. And I should remind people that Rubio is not only Secretary of State, he's also the National Security Advisor. And he's only the second figure in U.S. history to simultaneously hold both positions as head of both the State Department overseeing foreign policy and the National Security Council overseeing national security policy. The only other figure in U.S. history who simultaneously held both roles was Henry Kissinger, one of the most influential U.S.
Whoa. Rubio is our modern day Kissinger. And they loved that guy. Eh? He's some real politic for you, Mr. Kissinger. God, they love and adore him. Very interesting what he's suggesting about Rubio as well. That Rubio has been just given, the question is, why are they doubling down on Cuba at the moment? Is it really because Trump just wants another notch on his belt? Or it's kind of like Trump's just like, hey, you do what you want with Cuba. It's your pet project. You do it. And then I can at least say, if you win, if you come up winning on that regard, then I can say, I was president. It was Trump who was president when we finally took Cuba. And so, yeah, Rubio's probably just doubling down on this. That's why they're going after Cuba now. Why didn't they do it 20 years ago? Why not under Biden? Because Rubio's there now. And he wants to be king of South America, of the Americas. Outside of the US, of course.
Officials in the modern history of the United States. So that, I think, that symbolizes the power that Rubio has. And if you listen to the rhetoric of Rubio, I follow him on Twitter, on X. I look at the statements of the State Department. He's constantly talking about Cuba. At least once a week, he releases another statement about Cuba, imposing more sanctions on Cuba. This is clearly an obsession for him.
As you pointed out, you're in Nicaragua right now. This is another country that's experienced a long and very sordid history of U.S. intervention. In the 1980s, President Reagan supported a terror group, a rebel group called the Contras, which tried to overthrow Nicaragua's left-wing government. I mean, how would you describe the long history of these U.S. interventions in Latin America?
What an outrageous allegation that is. The American government, the deep state, would back terrorists to help fulfill their own foreign policy desires. The US state, the US would never do that. Never, ever, ever. How dare he? Maybe takes that back. When laborers' conditions get bad enough, maybe their ideologies will change. Till then, suck it up, sunshine. We need 60 months interest-free to pay for childcare.
And the Caribbean, it's gone on now for almost, more than a century.
Well, the best word is imperialism or neocolonialism. And it's been bipartisan, to be fair. It's not just Trump and Rubio. This intervention has continued even under Democrats like Barack Obama, who backed a coup in Honduras in 2009, a coup in Paraguay in 2012, a political coup, a soft coup in Brazil against the previous president, Dilma Rousseff, and then the imprisonment of Lula, the current president. So, of course, this has been...
What are you trying to insinuate? Nothing. Just pointing out delicious allegations from our host over here. I'm not insinuating anything. I would never.
Been bipartisan, although I should say that under Trump and Rubio, they have been extremely aggressive, and they've even been more interventionist than their predecessors. And it never ends. We see, for instance, that in Colombia, there were just elections that were held, and the previous president of Colombia, the sitting president, Gustavo Petro, he just left, but when he was sitting, when he made these comments, he formally accused the U.S. government and Israel of not only meddling in his country's election, but of U.S. and Israeli companies which use technology, or the Colombian electoral system used technology from these companies. He formally accused these companies of rigging the vote on behalf of a right-wing politician who's now the current president of Colombia as of this week. His name is Abelardo de la Espriella, and he's also a U.S. citizen. We've also seen, for instance, in Honduras, right next to where I'm speaking to you from, in Central America, a few months ago there was an election in Honduras, and the Trump administration openly meddled and threatened the left-wing candidate.
They're the US and who? Yeah, why would they be teaming up for that one? Like, honestly. It's like they share important technologies together, and they're using that technology to help control certain things around the world. The US and who? And they're doing it through their shared technology. Like, surveillance capitalism takes some seriously scary turns when you think of like the technology that is being developed, the software that's being developed, let's say, and like what is being developed to do, not just surveil, but to control democracy, control politics, like literally politics, not political opinion, like in social media, in the media space, the information space, but like it's controlling actual politics at the level of the individual voter. That's the holy grail, isn't it? Since we've had like voting, it's a system that's able to warp everything in favor of one person without any paper trail. Any paper trail. That Cuban and a job.
And vowed to provide massive economic support and aid for the right-wing candidate. So we're seeing that the U.S. is violating the sovereignty of so many countries in the region. Elections are coming up in Brazil, and once again, the U.S. is meddling in these elections. This is why so many people in Latin America are saying they simply want to be left alone. They don't want foreign interference. They want their sovereignty to be respected, which it should be under international law.
Ben, we are going to have to leave it there. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks for having
their
me.
sovereignty.
Vijay Prashad has made several visits to Cuba over the years, and he is
Dude, what a lineup. What a lineup. Have you guys come across this dude before? Vijay Prashad. He's a Pakistani, I think. Geopolitical analyst. He's got some interesting viewpoints. He talks a lot about hyper-imperialism, actually, this guy. I think I see the pattern forming here with the Chinese representation of the Cuba issue. It's definitely not like the West's one, which is like, all right, America's not nice, but they are an evil communist regime. Respect my sovereignty. I can relate. My whole thing is leave me alone. Respect my sovereignty. That's a good one.
Of the book titled On Cuba, Reflections on 70 Years of Revolution and Struggle.
No way. He co-wrote with Chomsky? No way. When was that published? In July 2024? Wow. I think people just get Chomsky to put his name on books. And does well for him. Interesting. You can get arrested for random G codes now. A system like this is what we begged our government for. And people are worried about flock cameras. LMFAO.
He joins me now from Santiago. Vijay, great to have you with us again.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Anand.
Now, you have visited Cuba since the oil blockade was imposed on the country by the Trump administration in January. What is your assessment of the suffering that this blockade is causing since January?
Yeah, the blockade has been really quite complete. What this has meant is that transportation has been very difficult. People are walking to work. They're having electricity cuts. There's sometimes a maximum of 2 hours of electricity a day. That makes it difficult for people to work from home, for instance. I visited a number of hospitals. They are having a very hard time trying to run on generators and so on. Doctor who does brain surgery told me they cannot do surgery like that on a generator because of the fluctuations of the current. 6 months into this, problems are very grave. There is a water crisis because water pumps are not functioning. And I must say, there has been no talk of humanitarian corridors or of de-escalation. So this looks like a really serious problem for the Cuban people.
The United States television network CBS News, they recently talked with the Cuban ambassador to the United Nations, and the ambassador told the network that Washington, in his words, are looking for a pretext for military aggression towards Cuba. Let's listen to some of what the ambassador had to say.
They are looking for a pretext to have a military aggression against
for military aggression.
Which will be a huge mistake, because first of all, we are ready to fight back. But secondly, they know very well that we have some other options instead to have a military aggression. But coming back to the sanctions, it shows the unhealthy obsession of the Secretary of State with Cuba. You know, they have been sanctioned Cuban people every 10 days, every 2 weeks. Just 10 days ago, they sanctioned the Ministry of Health. They sanctioned the Ministry of Tourism. So they are trying to create a social discouragement in Cuba that gives them the pretext for a military aggression against Cuba.
So, Vijay, what do you make of the ambassador's words there?
If you look into G codes, what they are and what they claim, what they brought in the law, you'll see how the surveillance laws open a legal minefield for your rights to be trodden on. I would like to know more. Are you able to explain it to me?
Yeah, Anand, look, it's absurd. And I think his statement of an unhealthy obsession is quite correct. It's absurd. Cuba is a country of 11 million people, has never threatened the United States. There is no UN Security Council authorization for any military action, even if there were a pretext, as the ambassador said. There is no authorization. The US has conducted an illegal war of aggression already against Cuba. This suffocation, this third-party embargo, all of this is illegal. The UN General Assembly routinely votes against the US embargo. It is absolutely an unhealthy obsession, and it needs to be brought to an end. There is no outcome
It
here.
is an obsession, isn't it? But what are you going to do about it? No, while Rubio's in charge. All right, we're going to change topics now. I wanted to get on to... we've spent a bit of time in the last few Worker Wednesdays trying to understand the phenomenon that is the DSA, so the Democratic Socialists of America, and like how they're coming to prominence, I guess you would say. They're becoming an influential force in American politics. So obviously, or the most obvious, I would say, is that Mamdani, so the mayor of New York City, is a card-carrying communist. He's a DSA member. And so they seem to be... Maybe there could be change if the Democratic Socialists win president. Well, the DSA, we just saw in one of the things that we just watched, the DSA have come out with a very particular position on Cuba and said that they don't support US aggression towards it. So that would be interesting if they had if there was a Democratic Socialist as president, which I don't think you could ever really have that in the US system. I think the powers that be would shut that down, or try their best to shut that down, or make that position untenable for them, at least. The Democratic Socialists, they are becoming a fighting force to be reckoned with in US politics. I think they've got over 1 million members. Is that right? Or is that an overstatement? It's probably an overstatement. Maybe they got like 100,000 members annual across the US in various branches. And yes, there are a number of politicians who have recently won their primaries in getting ready to fight for the midterms, as usually as Democrats, candidates, obviously. And so the DSA seems to have a strategy of infiltrating the Democratic Party. And then once they're a powerful force within that party, they're going to become, separatists. They're going to splinter off and produce a political party, which is Democratic Socialists, as a breakaway and a third-party option for the American populace to vote for. I actually think that's a wonderful strategy, to be honest. Instead of creating your own third party from the ground, which would be incredibly difficult in the American system. Like any other system, that really wouldn't make sense, because all other systems are pretty pluralistic. Like they might have dominant parties, but like you can set up a party and still get votes and be effective. But like the US system really does seem to be designed to just limit everything to the two parties. And so like if you had someone take over a substantive amount of one of the parties and then break away to make a third party, that would probably be the way to do it if you wanted to have a third party. So it's not a bad tactic. Now, the obvious risk there, and I think there's a lot of grounds to really be skeptical of this tactic on the basis of this risk, is that usually when people go into the Democratic Party machine, they have to, sell themselves to that machine in order to survive in it. And so, like, if the strategy is for the DSA to take a part of the Democratic Party, arrest a part for themselves, and then break away, most of the people that get into that system, into the Democratic Party system, will have to sell out, basically, to stay as part of that machinery. And they'll probably lose sight of their principles and their strategies and their tactics, and then sell out effectively, and it'll never happen. So the big risk is that once you go into the Democratic Party machine, you don't come out again as that political idealist that you started out as. Once you go in, once you're in the gang, man, you never come out again. I just clicked in my head. Do you reckon our CSA picked that goofy name to try and cash in on the rise of DSA? I don't know. I wonder. I don't know, but it's pretty take it, don't you reckon? I don't think CSA works at all in terms of naming. G equal codes are basically a code to operate 3D printers. A code that could be a vase, can look like a gun. Basically, codes in a computer may be for an innocent purpose. It can be interpreted and presented as illegal. Police come into your house for another reason, can't get evidence. An innocent file can be easily used to your detriment. And people don't see this as overreach. Yeah, right. Okay. No, I haven't heard about this. Do you have sources for this one? Anything that you can share? Oh, this is the thing you were talking about before, dilemmas. Okay. All right. So, in saying all of that, I would like to continue some critical analysis of the DSA. I'm not sold that the DSA isn't kind of an organization that's, I don't know, they will live up to the to the promise of some type of communist utopia. They're trying to bring in actual socialism, or if they're just trying to infiltrate the American political system and play a bit of identity politics as well. I'm not 100% convinced by the DSA. I think it's really good that there is that option out there, and their rhetoric says that they fight for the working class people. But I've heard analysts, and I don't know if this is true, I haven't fact checked this myself, but I've heard analysts talk about Mamdani, for instance, being a self-described democratic socialist and being voted in as mayor. It wasn't typically working class New Yorkers that were voting for him specifically. It was more like, the professional managerial class type persons, and people that have come through the university education system, as opposed to uneducated members of the working class, people without degrees and going to fancy institutions. And so the DSA kind of rides that PMC wave. But it is New York at the end of the day. Come on. So it's not surprising. But are they exactly a socialist organization that is truly representative or wants to unite all working class people, or just the ones that, have the right identity politics? Then they can do business with them. Woke 2 time, baby. Yeah, he has body cam footage of the arrogant copper. Okay. My sources, my boys told me last night, and I tried to Google debunk them. I couldn't. Yeah, right. Okay. Maybe something to look into then. Put it on my list. G codes. Love Hassan being the face of fake socialism. So fitting. Yeah, like if you want some type of imagery to ram your point home, it's either him or Mamdani, right? When it comes to like DSA. The problem with the DSA. Now, I don't know what type of analysis this is, I must be honest. I don't know if this is some the modern day Mao. What a hero. I don't know where this analysis is coming from. Like if this is a right-wing analysis, a left-wing critique, middle of the road. I don't know if it matters, but like here it is. Someone's critiquing the DSA. And let's see. It's from Void Productions. I've never come across their work before. I don't know anything about it. But it's a critical analysis supposedly of the DSA, and so like maybe there's some interesting points in there that we haven't considered before. Because in the lead up to the midterms and with all the hype that's been built around these new Democratic Socialist candidates that are taking the world by storm, it's not a bad idea to be across it. Oh yeah, he's dark woke. Didn't you hear? Batman. Yeah, I think I heard something about that. Dark woke. It's a response to Dark MAGA, which is what Elon Musk was fronting. He's dark gothic MAGA. Difficult not to like the dog electrocutioner, with all the worst people of the establishment now attacking him. Interesting.
In the last month or so, stories about the Democratic Socialists of America have become the focal point of electoral news in the United States. The New York Times is writing article after article, Fox News is doing hit pieces on Hassan Piker, and every remotely political podcast seems to be litigating the idea of DSA candidates in this election cycle. In 2024, one of the main criticisms, especially from the left, of the Kamala Harris campaign was that she didn't run on enough bold, transformative policies.
You also write in your book that you felt that Kamala Harris ran a cautious campaign.
I think it's very hard to say that Kamala Harris ran a campaign that spoke to the needs of the working class and was prepared to take on corporate greed.
And since Zoran Mamdani's election last fall, and a string of other successes by DSA candidates in congressional elections, the DSA's platform now seems to be the most substantive and proven response to that criticism. This is clearly a new moment, a special moment, and a lot of people have a lot of strong feelings about it. There's a lot of questions lingering in the air. Are these ideas good? Does the DSA represent an existential threat to the Democratic Party? And those are all good questions, some of which we'll touch on today. But there's a question I'm actually more interested in. Several times on this channel, I've broken down the rhetoric of mainstream politicians, people running for president, Senate candidates. And usually I approach these exercises in a similar way. I look at the group the politician is trying to talk to. I try to figure out what those people care about, what language they speak in, and then see how the politician basically attempts to become literate in that language. Because I think that's how most politics work. Voters want things, and the politician tries to convince voters that they're the person to make those things happen. But inherent in that understanding of political persuasion is one thing: the concept of legitimacy. A Republican in Texas, when thinking about whether or not they're going to vote for James Tallarico, for example, may have absolutely no interest in him. They may view him as a misguided figure, a sinister figure, someone who should never hold public office. But through some combination of familiarity with what Democrats believe and a begrudging acceptance of the Overton window, they do fundamentally acknowledge he is standing on the debate stage for real reasons. That there are millions of people that he, to some extent, speaks for, that he has some base level of popularity. And it's the same the other way around. Democrats have to contend with the fact that Trump is beloved by so many, that he is an avatar for many Americans, that even if these figures are not seen as good, They represent some kind of legitimacy in a democratic way. So politicians generally take advantage of this inherent legitimacy to get a foot in the door politically. But in the hours and hours I've spent looking into the mechanisms the DSA uses to communicate, I've come to realize they're playing a fundamentally different game. They're not trying to move voters from one district to another on the island of legitimacy. They're trying to get onto the island. Because the way socialism as a concept has been historically perceived in the United States is so far outside the Overton window, they don't have the same standing as conservatives or liberals. So I want to try to answer two questions in this video. Firstly, what are the ideas of the DSA? Are they more radical than things we've seen and heard before from people like Bernie Sanders? Is this really a different type of politics? And secondly, what kind of strategies do they use? What does the rhetoric of trying to legitimize yourself look like? And if the DSA is so vibrant and newsworthy and compelling for so many people in my ideological zone, why does it require legitimization? I think the best place to start is with this interview between David Remnick
This
of
is the one that we watched last week. Oh God.
New Yorker and Megan Romer, one of the national co-chairs of the DSA. This interview is less than 2 weeks old, but it's already become pretty reputable as an example of the points I'll be making. It's extremely relevant to point out that the New Yorker is not really a DSA combative publication. It's not like Romer is going into some Fox News type lion's den. It's not a puff piece setting, but it's an intellectual center-left audience, with Remnick targeting clarity more than confrontation. Remnick's first question to Romer is about her first principles.
Megan, let's start with first principles. What, to your mind, is democratic socialism?
Yeah, so just very simply, it is people having a democratic say-so in all of the things that they need to survive. So democratic control of their workplace, democratic control of their housing, and democracy in what we already know as democracy in the political process.
Okay, that proposes about 1 million questions. What does democracy in the workplace mean? Does everybody get to vote on what we're going to do today, tomorrow, and the next day?
So that's a very reasonable question. Democracy in the workplace is a phrase socialists have grown quite fond of in their marketing lately. It describes their core economic prescription, so this should also be somewhat of a layup for Romer.
The way we look at it is mostly probably pretty similar to how a unionized workplace would work today. You get to collectively decide with your coworkers what demands you want to make of your boss, what your schedule looks like, what your working environment looks like, and negotiate collectively with whoever the boss is.
Okay, but that sounds like simple unionization, which we already have, even though unions are not in the best spot they've ever been in this country.
That's true. So we'd like to see everybody have a union.
So that's kind of a strange answer. Everyone should be able to join a union. That's what democracy in the workplace means. Right off the bat, that sounds like a fairly Bernie Sanders-esque Northern Europe
Like, that is not supposed to be what democracy in the workplace is about. It's not just like allowing people to have unions. Unions can form. I don't know about like the states exactly. Like, they seem to fight pretty hard against people unionizing, and like they seem to be heavily regulated. Like in like Australia, for example, unions are very heavily regulated in like what they can do. Like, they can't even strike. Like, the one thing that a union is supposed to do is like to withdraw its labor power. So like all of the people that are in that union should be able to withdraw themselves from the workplace at any given time. And it's that level of uncertainty that is their weapon, their power. Because if they withdraw their labor, then the organization loses money. And so like that's their power. And so like if you chop that off, you're effectively neutering the organization. And like it basically has no teeth anymore. Like, it can still be used as a force, but like a very slow and sluggish force that is constrained by big government. But like democracy in the workplace is supposed to be beyond just unionization. That's not really democracy. Like, unions are democratic, but like having a union in your workplace doesn't make it democratic. Democratic organization of a workplace is more like a cooperative where you have the people that are employed in the organization involved in the decision making of that organization. So it'd be like if all the shareholders and the board of directors and the CEO were all elected to their positions, and that would make an organization or a company democratic if the workers chose their leaders. That's it. And that doesn't even have to be to do with ownership of the organization. Like the ownership of the organization could still be held privately, could be held technically by private shareholders, but like the decision making of that organization should be held in some democratic form. And like, yes, maybe you elect a group of the directors, the board of directors, and like the key and prominent positions. Or maybe you don't. You don't just elect them. The workers actually run the company, and they vote themselves to run the company. They don't just hand it over to somebody else who is beholden to them and their voting system. But like democracy in the workplace is supposed to be democracy in the workplace, not a union, a separate organization that is able to come in to the workplace and gives workers more collective power, like the ability to bargain as a group as opposed to as an individual. Union or not, she's an ID poll HR warrior disguised as a socialist. It was difficult, wasn't it? It was already illegal to make a gun where they're made of plastic. More unnecessary laws. Yeah, current unions don't share policy or control the board decision. Democratic workplace would allow workers to do that. Like, it's in the name. Like, it's there. It's almost like unions are actually anti-competitive monopolies on labor or something. Anti-competitive monopolies on labor or something. Like, they're monopolies on labor, as in, like, to be part of the collective. Then, like, it's a collective decision-making process, and then you move as a unit, like a school of fish or something like that. For protection, they travel in a school. I'm not sure how it's anti-competitive, though. Like, anti-competitive for the business, if there's a union in there, that stop, like, an organization completely squeezing the workers for everything they got and raking them over the coals. But like, I'm not sure how it's anti-competitive. You'll have to actually explain that one, as opposed to just throwing around empty rhetoric because you don't like unions. Look at Labour trying to shut down the Red Union, and look at them taking administrative control over the CFMEU. It happens, man.
Social Democrat answer, which is fine, but Remnick is right to push here to flesh more out.
And what does it mean for the larger economics of a country? Do you believe in owning the means of production, as the Marxists used to say?
I do, yeah. Yeah.
But you speak for whom?
Well, I speak for the Democratic Socialists of America, and I think that you will find the demand long-term for the working class to be in charge of the means of production is one that is pretty universally held. Again, we're not, trying to flip a switch so that everything changes tomorrow.
That right there. Remember her wording at the end there. Romer says that the means of production should be owned by the workers, and that this is the consensus position of the DSA. For those of you watching who are not super versed on left-wing politics, this is an extremely radical position in the context of the United States. Worker ownership of the means of production is the key proposition.
Well, I'll let him explain it first. Anyone want to know what the means of production is? Just let me know. Long-term, aka vague and no plans. I think it more comes from a point, though, of they understand how frightening that sounds. When you say seize the means of production, people freak out. And so they're like, yes, okay, we do that. We are socialists, but don't worry about it. It's not happening anytime soon. They literally oppose competition down to engendering a hostile work environment for their competition, scabs, and sometimes even violently attacking them. So, like, unions don't like scabs They don't like people who undermine themselves as a collective body. Yes. Yes, they do not. And so, like, you don't like unions because unions treat scabs horribly. Like, that's it. Like, that's your version of anti-competition. Because in order for a union to have power, people need to hold together, hold the line, and people who break the line and undermine their power, they treat them badly. That's your point. Interesting. Fair enough. Well, at least we know your position now. They were mean to other workers who undermine them. So yeah, so they're anti-competitive. Okay, right. And so, like, in the same way, businesses are anti-competitive because they destroy their competition, right? Like a business who buys up all of the stock available in the market, not because it needs it, but so their competitors can't get a hold of it. So you must be really upset about the free market and its tendency towards anti-competition and monopolization, then, just as much as you're upset about unions, right? Catch-22 can't explain. Don't believe you. Do explain. Fear. Yeah, it is a catch-22. Nut up and pick one. Well, in the future. We'll do it in the future.
Of actual Marxist social ownership of the means of production is the key proposition of actual Marxist socialism, in which private ownership of property becomes illegal, and all workplaces are collectively owned, either through state ownership or worker cooperatives. You can make defenses of this idea. I personally think it would be economically disastrous for any country it's implemented in, but that's not super relevant. What I'm interested in is how does Romer attempt to sell this super controversial idea to a relatively center-left audience?
We're not, trying to flip a switch so that everything changes tomorrow. We're thinking about ways you can incrementally, make life better for starters.
This qualifier makes sense on the surface. We hear this all the time. Don't worry, we're not trying to jump the gun and institute X world-changing policy overnight. But when you actually think about it, it doesn't really make much sense in the context. David Remnick, and by extension, everyone to the right of the average New Yorker reader, which is already quite far left, don't believe in worker ownership of the means of production. Their contention with the DSA on this issue isn't that full socialism will be implemented too quickly, it's that they take issue with it being achieved at all, that they don't want this system. You see this approach again when Ashik Sadiq, another DSA...
I have no problem with you suggesting unions are just as evil as corporations that greedily destroy their competition for profit. Cool. As long as you're on the same page. Then yes, unions are evil. If that's what you want me to say. If competition, being competitive is evil, then yes, unions are evil. Because they try to protect themselves against entities that undermine their existence. Then, like, yes, they are evil. Evil as hell.
National co-chair listed too quickly, it's that they take issue with it being achieved at all, that they don't want this system. You see this approach again when Ashik Sadiq, another DSA national co-chair, is interviewed on The Will Cain Show.
Do you believe in the concept of borders, nation states having a border?
Right now what we have is open borders for capitalists, for CEOs. We would not have open borders tomorrow, but we want a world in which all working people...
Sadiq employs the same tactic here that Romer did. This isn't going to happen tomorrow, which in effect is dodging the morality of the question at hand. Romer and Sadiq are able to sound like they're giving some ground, or at least that there's a faction to their left that they're more moderate than. But in reality, they're kind of lying more than anything else. When I did my deep dive on Nick Fuentes, when you watch clips of Richard Spencer, of people on the far right, you see the same type of thing coming up time and time again. No, we aren't going to create an ethno-state tomorrow, don't be silly. It's a way of rejecting the idea that your proposals are radical without actually explaining why the proposals themselves...
No, we're not going to create an ethno-state tomorrow, but soon, maybe. We're working on it. It's like comparing two humans who both have the capacity for evil. One's just a criminal proven over and over, and the other is a family man who might be a criminal. Shifts the odds a little. Yeah, promote open borders. See what happens to your vote, LOL. Yeah. Get it.
Themselves are not radical. But I don't want to get too caught up on this specific thing, so let's keep going a little deeper. Later in the interview, Remnick brings up the question of open borders to Romer.
This, series of issues. I think open borders was one. Why are you for open borders?
All of these policy points, they're all part of this long-term goal where we are putting huge amounts of resources into alleviating poverty, into stopping destabilization of countries internationally that are causing huge migrant flow. But, most people in the U.S. are here because of a prior period of unrestricted immigration or of much looser immigration. We put caps on certain countries and don't allow migration from other countries, and then, kind of wide open for some countries.
I understand that, but people would argue back and say, okay, that there may be deep flaws in both the history and the system of immigration.
Mm-hmm.
Why not correct those flaws and make them more just, but by just throwing the gates open, whether it's the gates of prisons or the gates of immigration, that chaos will ensue. I think you probably get that argument a lot.
Sure. And we're not saying throw the gates open. We're saying let's do that. Let's look at where the system is really flawed, really problematic.
I think that's called immigration reform.
It is, but we think that you have to look at all of these things from first principles, right? We started here from first principles. So what do we want out of an immigration system? Let's start there. That doesn't mean just throwing open the borders and then building from the ground up. It means reforming the system we have while we rethink the system, while we build this new one from the ground up, and then hopefully eventually flipping the switch.
So I find that really interesting.
Sock Dems trying to sell utopian socialism. This is probably why this has come up on my feed, I reckon, Jag, because we've watched recently that it was the New Yorker interview. So this has come up. This is a critique of the critique inception kind of stuff. So unions are the proven criminals, whereas business sometimes just compete honestly. Look, man, whatever helps you sleep at night, X and F. Yes, businesses overwhelmingly are way less criminal than unions. Absolutely. It's always unions, 90% of the time. 10% they are fine organizations. 90% of them are criminal. Whereas businesses, sure. Overwhelmingly, they are fine. They never do anything that is suspicious or potentially criminal or unethical in order to get a competitive edge. It's not like the system is actually geared towards making them do unethical things in order to get a competitive advantage. No, it's the system of unions which pushes them towards being unethical to get a competitive advantage. Whatever helps you sleep at night, X and F, honestly. Open borders only worked in America because there was no welfare state. Won't work now. Okay, so let me just clarify that one. If they got rid of the welfare state in the US, then you would be happy for open borders. That's an interesting one. I wonder what would that's a mad experiment to run. All right, I'm gonna start calling the bluff of people that are anti-immigration and just be like, all right, let's get rid of all welfare then. Fuck it. Everyone can starve together. Just bring them all here. Everyone can starve together. I wonder if they'd actually accept that. Oh yeah, without welfare, bring them over. No? Oh yeah. I'll help them. I'll help them move in tomorrow.
And kind of revealing at the same time. So let's go back through that and note exactly what happened in that exchange. Remnick asks Romer point blank if she favors open borders.
Why are you for open borders?
Yep, so you're all for open borders if there's no welfare. Got it. Fair enough. Let's get rid of the welfare system then. Ellis Island and all that. Yeah, I'm cool. Like, as long as you're cool with that. No more welfare. For all the people that you know that are supported by the welfare system, let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of it, and then we can open up borders. It's got nothing to do with preservation of culture or anything like that. It's just got to do with people coming in and scamming the welfare system. If I think there were enough Nick Shirleys in the world to expose it all, then we could have both.
Romer, if she favors open borders.
Why are you for open borders?
Romer initially dodges and makes some appeals to immigration reform, which Remnick correctly calls out and says, okay, that's the Democratic Party position.
Sure. And we're not saying throw the gates open. We're saying let's do that. Let's look at where this system is really flawed, really problematic.
I think that's called immigration reform.
Which Romer agrees with, but then 30 seconds later she says, eventually, yeah, I do want open borders.
While we rethink the system, while we build this new one from the ground up, and then hopefully eventually flipping the switch.
It's the same strategy again, trying to delay and obfuscate from the point that there is actual disagreement between social democrats and full-on socialists. Romer's approach in this interview is built largely on kicking the can down the road to avoid this specific conflict manifesting. Later, when she's asked about prison abolition, you get a very similar play.
What does prison abolition mean to you?
So again, let's start from first principles, right? What do we need? We need safety.
Let's not begin from first principles. Let's begin from what is to be done, to use a Leninist phrase.
No, I mean I think you have to start from first principles, and that is the core of this. We need community safety. We need people to be.
There's been some wild conversations going on while I work. It's always entertaining, isn't it? Glad to be of assistance. That's my position when it comes to immigration. The incentives need to change. The incentive is, see this country over here? It is living at a higher standard of living than my own. Whether that is because of bad governance in my own country, poor conditions for working people in my country, or whether my country has been plunged into warfare, probably because of no fault of our own, but they're looking for better living conditions, a better opportunity. That is supposed to be the capitalist dream, is that you can come here and if you work hard enough, then you will create opportunities for yourself and you will succeed. People generally migrate because they are looking for better opportunities, not because they're going to look to mooch off somebody else's welfare system. Typically, migrants are pretty hardworking people. I think what happens with the whole, if we just didn't have a welfare system, then open borders, it's the same type of stuff that happens with the domestic population. People are taught to think that anyone on welfare is a scab, is some bludger, some leech that needs to be kind of taken away because they bludge off the system. It's always about demonizing some group of people based on their welfare status. So I'm telling you, if you close the borders tomorrow, shut down immigration, people would still complain about welfare. They would just be complaining about, I don't know, housos on welfare and welfare mums and single mums and I don't know, somebody else exploiting welfare. It's got nothing to do with migrants, that one exactly. It's just people associate welfare recipients as scum, and so you put those two things together and you've got yourself a recipe to piss people off. I like it for Oz since we have a moat with sharks. You'll keep me entertained while I work. Yeah, my good kind of question. If you come here and slog it out, I'm here for it. Come here. Yep. If you cut off the welfare and the government schemes for immigrants, only the people we want will come here. Yeah, fair enough. It's just that type of welfare argumentation is what they use on the domestic population as well. They always use welfare as a reason to cut something off someone or to demonize a group of people. They're just coming here for welfare. And then when it comes to the domestic population, anyone on welfare is just a bludger. And they're not even working, they don't even contribute to the economy. They just want handouts. And I was like, well, yeah, that's what welfare is. So I know why you want to apply it to immigrants wholesale and just be everyone who wants to come here just wants to bludge off our welfare. But they do the same thing to us domestically. And they just attack welfare recipients. That's exactly what robo-debt was all about. They just demonized people that needed government assistance and said, did you know that they're scamming the system? And we're going to use automation. We're going to use AI to go through and find all the people that were given too much in government handouts. And then we're going to make them all pay it back because they're all bludgers. It's the same thing. It's the same shit every time. But we promised Labor's new NDIS cuts are good. Yeah, another form of welfare, attacking welfare. To get rid of wastage. All right, back to it.
Be safe. We need people to be able to live their lives without fear of being assaulted, without fear of being robbed, without fear of violence. What communities do we know are the safest? It's not communities with cops on every corner. It's communities that have good schools, good jobs, good park systems, good recreation for their teenagers, things like that. Those are the safe communities.
Should they be maintained?
I am not in favor of getting rid of police entirely tomorrow.
I really recommend going and watching this whole interview, because what you see over the course of it, even through Remnick's very, very light questioning, is that Romer is deeply uncomfortable just coming out and defending her positions. If you go through Hassan Piker streams, to be clear, not his mainstream media appearances, but just what he says on other socialist podcasts and on his own show, there's almost a creepy amount of talk about deception.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, social democratic ideas.
Socialists will often say that their ideas are extremely popular, but I don't think that true socialists actually believe this. They talk in terms of needing the conditions to be right for a socialist revolution to happen, that the populace needs to be aligned on a class consciousness level. And a lot of them say that workers secretly agree with them, that there's capitalist propaganda and cognitive dissonance that's stopping them from awakening to this. But I think that if they believed it was that easy to reach a consensus on something like prison abolition, or that everyone secretly wanted workers to control the means of production, or that private property should be banned, they wouldn't have such an issue defending this in front of center-left journalists. There's a reason this DSA member has an issue on Fox News coming out and saying that a child rapist should be jailed.
If my daughter is assaulted and raped, is there any agency that would seek to find her assailant and bring him to justice?
Of course, yeah, of course.
What
absolutely.
would it be if not police, and where would he be if not a jail?
So I guess I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these hypotheticals and talk more about the reality that we're actually facing right now.
And to understand why, it's really critical that we
those things don't happen right now. Oh my god. It's difficult. It's so difficult. I don't understand what this guy's angle is on all of this. Is he like a center lefty trying to understand what's going on with the radical left, the far left, we should say? But like, damn, imagine trying to defend that position. If your position truly is that like there should be no police anywhere or prison systems or anything like that, and like you hadn't thought that through, like you're gonna go on news, on a news network for an interview, and like you could probably guess they're gonna go after your more crazy or radical positions, and you're not prepared for it at all. Damn. LOL, should we have just answered his hypothetical? Honestly, no, we won't. Don't. No one would look for that rapist. Go find him yourself if you want justice. They must have thought these things through. It's like the other one that we were just watching. I think she was the director of the DSA. As if they've never like workshopped these ideas. And it's the first time they're really thinking about these proposals. Damn. It's crazy. Everyone will just get along in our new utopia. Well, like Prospera. Prospera seemed fine. I don't know if they had a police force there. Some utopias can work.
Double click on the actual belief set of the DSA. The DSA, maybe ironically or maybe fittingly, is not a conformist organization. Its central governing body is made up of 27 members who sit on a national political committee. These 27 members represent among them 8 different factional caucuses, all of which are socialist, but all of whom embody different extents of extremism. Lately, the national DSA platform has been circulating around the internet, and don't get me wrong, there's some really weird stuff in that too. There's stuff that's weird because it's murky and unclear, like, what exactly does it mean that you would control your own labor and see that it's going to good use? Does that mean that you determine the exact job that you'd have? What if there's disagreement between people about how much work needs to be done in one sector versus another? Who would be the arbiter of that conflict?
Calm down, bro. She just talked about it being democratic. All right, bro. All right. Not everyone's going to agree. It's not in utopia or paradise. It's work. But yes, you get to control your own labor because you get some say in it as opposed to the current system. It's not rocket science, bro. All right? We get it. Okay. You're clever. They sound retarded. They do. Like, some of the responses are just awful. Okay, we get it. But, like, as if you can't see what that means. Seriously. We need to militarize our police more to prevent crime. Yeah, that's the opposite logic of defunding or eliminating the police. Is like, all right, fine, let's just militarize the hell out of them. That'll solve the problem.
And if arbitration is required, it seems like the premise isn't true. Not everyone gets to decide what they're going to do. Does honoring all treaties and tribal sovereignty mean the United States has to cede a massive amount of inhabited land? What would that look like? If it doesn't mean that, it seems the statement is completely vacuous. But if it does mean that, that is just an incredibly radical position to hold. And then there's the stuff that's weird because it's genuinely sinister. Like when the DSA says that they want to eliminate the president and Supreme Court and establish an executive and judiciary that's subordinate to Congress. Does that mean that any law that's passed is effectively unchallengeable? What are the implications of that? What are the implications of fully abolishing the police and prison system? Is that not just condemning large swaths of the population to be robbed and murdered? And if you want to introduce a new apparatus to deal with that, you need to explain that. And if it looks exactly the same as police but under a different name, then I don't understand why you're making this statement at all about law enforcement being gone. But despite these gaping problems that I and so many other people have with the DSA's platform, I do actually agree with about 70% of what it says. Like, I want to fund education and end funding to Israel and introduce family leave programs. I think those are all very reasonable ideas. However, as I said earlier, the DSA is a conglomerate of different caucuses. And when you go into those individual caucus platforms, that's where stuff starts to go from weird to absolutely batshit insane. The woman being interviewed earlier, Megan Romer, is a member of the Red Star Caucus. In their Points of Unity charter, which is essentially a platform, they self-describe as Marxist-Leninists. It's a lot of what you'd expect. Overly academic slop, internal divisions that they have with the DSA that they want to take the opportunity to talk about. And then there's some real windows into their core beliefs. Immediately at the beginning, Red Star defines themselves as a movement that is not reformist. They seek active revolution on a pathway to achieving communism. They state that Red Star seeks to weaken and dismantle the US empire, and in fascinating politics, they state, "We acknowledge that while no political project is perfect, to publicly critique a government or movement that stands in opposition to the American government is to do the US State Department's work for them, from Iran to Palestine. We are mindful that facts don't exist in a vacuum. They are used to advance a narrative, and any narrative that forwards the interests of American empire is one we shouldn't give oxygen to." That's Red Star just directly saying, yes, we will oppose the US and support whoever the US is fighting, regardless of who that is, regardless of the details of the conflict, because our axiom is being anti-American. However much you've heard before that the left hates
anti-American empire, bro. All right, if you're going to do a critique, That's fine. Do it well. There is a difference between Americans and the American empire or the imperialist machine. Very different. I don't think the American empire represents the interests of the American people at all. Actually uses them as a resource and a tax base in order to prop up transnational corporate interests to allow a small group of vested interests to continue to make bank and sit at the top of a social hierarchy, orchestrated and controlled by the U.S. empire. Come on, man. Don't be a douche about it. Give a valid critique, please.
Our axiom is being anti-American. However much you've heard before that the left hates America from your crazy conservative relatives, Red Star is just going out there and validating it. And this is who the DSA sent as their surrogate on a mainstream publication. If we go over to the Liberation Caucus, another caucus within the DSA, their points of unity are even crazier. They self-describe as Marxist-Leninist Maoist, and they tell you exactly what they mean by this. In their Towards a Party of a New Type section, they advocate for a democratic centralist system, the model of government in Lenin's USSR. Democratic centralism is a system with a one-party government that is permitted internal discussion and debate on issues, but once a decision is made, any public criticism of the government's operations will result in censorship, arrests, or death. And I'm not speculating that this could happen from democratic centralism. This was the governing model that led to the Red Terror. You can look into what the Cheka did in the USSR. In another section, the Liberation Caucus does apologia for Mao's genocide. They make absurd race war type claims about America. They whitewashed the Cultural Revolution in China, which led to millions of deaths. And as you go deeper into the literature within the caucuses that make up the DSA, the material just gets more and more bizarre. In a post titled In Defense of Abolition on the Red Star Caucus website, Hazel W. argues in favor of police and prison abolition. The article is dodgy and shifty, uses hyper-academic language, and it's easy to get lost in it, but I want to try to drill down for a bit exactly what is being said here. Early on, you get what is essentially an evaluation criteria for the proposal that talks about how Marxists view prisons and police as distinct from liberals. Marxists ask, what social relations produce this institution? What class function does it perform? And so on. Hazel then criticizes the use of police in modern society, how they are instruments of state power, how they exist to defend capital, as if the only crimes committed are poor people stealing bread to feed their families. But it resolves in a very weird place. A socialist society might, where absolutely necessary, separate people who are a danger to others while providing them with care. But Waquan's insistence that a penal state, as a specialized apparatus of class domination as we know it, is a permanent requirement of complex society, mistakes a historically specific institution of class rule with a universal social necessity. The capitalist state is an organ of capitalist rule, produced by class society and used by the capitalist class to maintain its domination. The police serve as one of its chief instruments. The proletarian state exists to defend the revolution against capitalist counter-revolution, while creating the material conditions for its own obsolescence. As class antagonisms are overcome, coercive institutions produced by class antagonisms lose their social basis. Some critics of abolition correctly identify this need to defend the revolution, but both fail to understand the difference in political character of coercion under socialism and fail to envision a world beyond class antagonism. This is ultimately an anti-communist perspective. If you can get through the wording that's used there and the hyper-academic tone of the article, what's really being said is that, yes, a socialist society might create the same exact structures that cause the same exact actions, use the same exact degree of violence as a capitalist society. But because it's not attached to some sort of class model, that police don't exist as emergent from a capitalist state, then now it becomes okay. And the issue with this, obviously, is that police and law enforcement...
I'm not going to defend the DSA or this offshoot of the DSA, but that is a kind of lackluster explanation of what they're presenting there. Maybe they haven't presented it right. Maybe he is correct there. They haven't said the right thing. The point is that no, if you create a system of policing under socialism, it's not going to make the policing good now or better. It's going to be different. Like the current system produces policing and prisons for a particular purpose. Policing, one thing, it is to kind of broadly, and hence the militarization of police more and more over time. It is generally there for population control and management more than solving the issues of individuals. It's not there really to fight crime and protect individuals from other dangerous and unsafe individuals. It is largely an organ of ensuring the masses, or like a broad section of the population, is controlled well. It's there not for community service, but for management of persons in order to protect property and the economy to keep society going. And so, like, that's not a particularly bad thing if you think of it from an economic perspective, because like the point is just to keep the economy going at all costs, because if the economy goes well, then everyone prospers. But like largely it is there to manage the population as opposed to fight crime like you see in like Law and Order or something like that. Now, what the DSA or socialists and all that type of stuff try to say is that, like, in a system of socialism, you would actually have a different style of policing and potentially incarceration, like prison systems. At the moment, I don't think this is really news to anyone here, like especially in places like the States, but it definitely happens in Australia too. I'm sure it happens everywhere where this type of system is allowed to take place, is that we have a prison industrial complex. We have prisons that are run for profits. They're not done because they're looking to reduce recidivism rates, and like they're trying to ensure that people have some type of rehabilitation. They're just looking for places to house people and watch them for money. Like they're there as part of a profit system. And so if it pays to have people in prison, or if it makes somebody it lines someone's pockets to have people in prison, then there will be an incentive to over-police as well, to incarcerate more people for the sake of profit. Like it's connected. And so yes, like dangerous people won't disappear under socialism or something like that. And like the need for policing might not even really disappear, but it would be different if it's not given extra life or breathe extra life into it because somebody's profiting off it. You would have policing for the need of public safety and not protecting private property, like from people that get angry and want to, I don't know, burn down a warehouse because they're pissed off, or like all these people that want to burn down an AI data center because it opened up in their community and like it's stealing all of their water and like it's causing rolling blackouts and it's like, and it's polluting the atmosphere. And so like maybe you won't have police that are there to protect the data center from an angry community that wants to burn it down, as an example. So like policing would be done differently. Incarceration would be done differently because it wouldn't be affected by people trying to profit off that system. You can't take away that, like if you took that motive behind policing and incarceration as a driving force, that like that would be different. Like who knows if it'll be better? Who the fuck knows? But like it would be different. It definitely would be different. But like this guy's looking for like the purest argument in everything. That socialists make the argument that if only there was democracy in the workplace, then like everything would be a perfect little utopia. If only there was no, if only the socialists came in and there would be no need for policing or prison systems because there'd be a little perfect utopia and everything would be wonderful again. I think that's like, it's not a fair point that he's making. The prison system answers to the shareholders first and foremost. They say no for profit prisons. Don't say abolish prisons. Then say it. Yeah, okay, fine. But like, he's making out like these guys, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's making it out like these guys are saying that this is what all socialists think. And it's like all utopian rubbish. That might just be what this small faction, not even the DSA, but a small faction within the DSA thinks. And like, that's not a fair crack. Solar Bear in the house. Hey fam, how you going? Hope you're well. Yes, prison song. They're trying to build a prison for you and me to live in. Another prison system.
Exists to serve a ton of functions outside of protecting the capital class, which Hazel acknowledges in this article by saying that there are functions that would still need to be done. The implication of Hazel's argument is that any sort of state violence action is not wrong.
Ooh, rogue as well. How you going? For-profit prison is such a dystopian term. It's a warped concept. She didn't exactly present her views very well, LOL. No, she didn't. I agree. But like, he was just reading an article from some faction of the DSA that is like talking about the prison system and saying like, if we just did it under socialism, it would be good. We would make it good. What does good even mean? You just do it differently. I think that's the point.
Because it's done by the state or because it's violent. It's wrong because of its emergence from a capitalist origin. This is the materialist basis for a socialist abolitionism. We seek the abolition of prisons and policing as institutions of capitalist domination, while recognizing that socialism will have to solve real problems that capitalism currently purports to address through those institutions. The Marxist question is not whether those problems exist, nor whether society may ever require coercive measures, but what social relations make particular forms of coercion necessary, who controls them, what class interests they serve, and how the institutions reproduce the conditions that make them necessary. It's unsettling to say the least, going deep into these platforms and finding so much of what I didn't want to find. My first familiarity with the term democratic socialism was from the Bernie Sanders campaigns. As I've mentioned on the channel before, Bernie Sanders is someone that I've looked up to for a long time. I've admired his political approach, and I agree with him on most issues. I think his economic vision is one that most closely describes how I would like to see the world be run. And I always found it infuriating that so much of the center-right, right-wing, mainstream media portrayed his views as fully socialist in some way, as post-capitalistic, as an infringement on human freedoms. Because I don't think that's true. And many have made the point that what Sanders proposed wasn't actually democratic socialism. It was a form of social democracy, similar to what you see in Sweden. But in this era of concept drift, the name democratic socialism has clearly become attached to much more communist foundations. You can just read through what they believe, and it's clear that these are actual socialists and actual communists. Later on in that New Yorker interview, Remnick specifically asks Romer what she thinks about the social welfare state model of Northern Europe, if she views that as a goal.
Okay, so what is the difference between democratic socialism and what exists in a lot of Europe, which I would call social democracy, which is to say a greater emphasis and maybe a higher tax rate in order to have things like what we would call Medicare for all or single payer, either free or radically less expensive higher education. And I think, and I'm going to take a wild guess here, if you were using that vocabulary instead of the socialism category, you might have more adherence.
Maybe, but the reality is that we do not think that we're not fighting for a kinder, gentler capitalism. We think that a democracy that's really controlled by the working class is the ultimate goal.
So for me, that's kind of the final nail in the coffin for this. There is a massive wave of DSA candidates that are popping up all over the country that subscribe to this platform. And I'm sure that there's many things that I agree with these people on. But the reason I'm making this video is because I think we need to have a moment of clarity here. You might agree with the DSA on many issues, and if you do, I think you should go support candidates who you agree with. But we need to understand at this moment that this is no longer a social democratic coalition on the left. There are forces that are calling for state control of the economy and violence against political actors, and they represent someone. That's where I have a disagreement with how the DSA views themselves. I do think there's a coalition here, and I do think these people deserve political legitimacy. It's not a coincidence that Hassan Piker has so much discomfort saying that Ukraine is in the right in their war with Russia. And I don't think it's a coincidence that AOC is going Mitch McConnell mode when she's asked a question about Taiwan. You're seeing real people have to calculate because they know there's a base that is going to oppose the US empire at any turn or want state control of the economy. And as socialists watching this might say I'm generalizing a lot. They might say I'm taking things out of context. So consider this an open invitation. Say what you feel in the comments, and I want to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, let's have a chat. Rehabilitation has never been an avenue the prison system has embraced. A couple of talking point classes may be available for inmates, but no social support. Perfect for talking point whores sound bites. Savage. Savage as always. Let's see if there's any value in the comment section. Like, look, this guy, he's not wrong with his criticisms, but like, you know, we've already been there. We've made similar observations about DSA and how like they purport to represent the people, but like they have some pretty wild notions, wild culture war kind of notions that are like detached from what it is like people are probably willing to support politically. Without, and like the worst part is like not even knowing your own platform well enough to defend it. Like, why would you go on a radio show or a podcast or on the news and not know your own positions on things properly? And when asked a question, be like, oh, actually, you know, can we not talk about it like this and talk about it like this instead? Like, that's just, it's not just about gotchas. Like, you've got to have a response. I know everyone wants sound bites these days and concepts take longer to explain than like 30 seconds, but come on, man. Say it as it is. Savage is an interpretation that I'm happy with. Yeah, it's just talking points. Sorry, perfect talking point. Horse sound bites. Savage. I don't deal with hypotheticals. This isn't a hypothetical. We're asking you how you'd handle situations that happen every day. What's funny is all of her answers were, but eventually we do one. This isn't a debate section, bro. They're just agreeing with you. If there is something I have noticed with every political party, they are incredibly good at being vague. Yeah, that's for sure. I am a full-time union organizer and a member of Groundwork Steering Committee. I joined DSA after Bernie ran in 2017, and I've been through the organization's ups and downs in 3 different chapters, 2 different youth sections. I would like to offer to talk to you on this channel about our platform and my positions and maybe put them in context. I promise to be very direct with my answers. I wonder if he took them up. No, he didn't. Interesting. So much for, let's debate in the comment section. Very interesting. All right, so like one more piece on this that I want to get through for Worker Wednesday. And like this is, I don't know what this is, if this is a right-wing or a left-wing channel or like whether it even matters. But like this person is being interviewed here and this is called Confessions of a Former DSA Organizer. We're going to get the truth. What does it mean to be part of the cult of the Democratic Socialists of America? I mean, that's what happens when you hijack. Instead of creating a party, you become detached from their history. Well, if DSA, hijack parts of the Democratic Party, they're going to get some hard lessons, these guys, about like how to do politics and survive in politics. That'll be interesting to see how they handle that. Because, like, so far they can't handle podcasts, or she couldn't handle a podcast very well. But, like, you know, he can talk. He could talk underwater, Mamdani. So it's not all of them. Unfortunately, even the few that enter politics that have good intentions have to sell their soul at some point and compromise. Oh, yeah.
Jake Altman, thank you so much for being here. Our audience will be intrigued to learn that you were once a diehard DSA member, and I wanted to have you
This is the Free Press. Anyone know anything about the Free Press? But yeah, they've bagged themselves. Exactly what that person said in the comment section on the previous video. I work for the DSA or whatever. I'll be happy to talk to you. Let's hear the inside, the goss from within the DSA. Give us all the dirt, bro. What's it really like inside the DSA? Yeah, AOC and Mamdani are a bit better, but still indirect sometimes. Sometimes. Yeah, like when they get pressed for a hard
primary by what appears to be an exceptionally narrow margin. It currently stands at roughly 1%. You left the DSA, but you have a very unique understanding of what the organization really believes and how they operate behind the scenes. I'll caveat that El Sayed is not a member of the DSA and he's not endorsed by the DSA, which we'll get into, but his victory is an example of a party lurching farther to the hard left and an appeal.
What hard left, bro? He called himself a capitalist, you fucking idiot. Seriously. That guy is not a socialist, not DSA, not even close. He's just not, he's Muslim, basically. And he believes in Medicare for all. What an extremist. What a far left candidate he is. Someone who believes in Medicare and is Muslim. Seriously. Yeah, sometimes. Probably understatement of the year. I don't know, big call. There's a lot of understatements, but we'll write it down in the book. We'll write it down in the book. Understatement of the year. Oh, man. But compared to glasses before, sheesh.
That is really impossible to ignore. He supports Medicare for all, abolishing ICE, ending military aid to Israel, the causes closest to the DSA. And as we know, AOC, Bernie Sanders have all campaigned with him, and so did Hassan Piker, which you will also get into. He's not the only sign. In Wisconsin, Francesca Hong, a proud DSA member, is likely going to win the Democratic primary for governor next week. Meanwhile, back home in New York for me, Mamdani is the city's top official. In June, he endorsed 2 members of the organization who ultimately won their district's Democratic primaries. In deep blue New York City, they will almost certainly become the next Congress members. A third of Democrats now say that they are Democratic Socialists, according to a recent CNN poll, and the organization is now the largest socialist group in American history. So now more than ever, Americans need to understand what this organization is trying to achieve, both in American politics and in American culture. So I want to start in 2013. You're 27, if my math is right, and you joined the DSA. Why?
I had been involved in the Occupy Wall Street movement in Iowa and had been involved in my own union at the university and had seen some pretty extreme groups on the left. So I can just tell you one story to illustrate. We had an organizer who would come to campus to help us organize for our union. And one year he came and he said, Jake, we have to support Gaddafi against U.S. imperialism. Then it drove me to DSA because at the time, DSA was a much more pragmatic organization working on bread and butter issues within the left wing of the Democratic Party, generally aligned with European social democracy, not with let's support Gaddafi because U.S. imperialism is evil.
When you joined in 2013, how would the DSA have described itself?
It was much more social democratic. It was very old, very white. I can remember in 2015 in Boston, it was a few older men and I who were the core of the old DSA chapter. And night and day between DSA in even 2015 and now.
It went from this, like you say, pretty moderate social political group to a cultural juggernaut that it is today. And I want to get into how this shift happened. And I wonder when you first noticed this fundamental change.
Yeah, I noticed it pretty quickly. So I joined in 2013. By 2014, a group called the Left Caucus was formed that advanced a lot of extreme views. And old guard DSA members, my mentor in Boston DSA, I remember him saying, I don't agree with hardly any of this on a whole host of issues. You know, DSA was a Zionist organization, people. Zionists were welcome in DSA. And there was a concerted effort to change that. And it was very successful. They've completely transformed the organization. They threw open the doors to extremists on the left.
I think
DSA was a Zionist organization. Ding, ding, ding. Anyone want to comment on that one? I haven't heard that one before. We got him. DSA wasn't originally a Zionist organization. You gotta throw that one at Mamdani next time we see him. Maintaining people's health with a system that supports and cures. Is that profitable? Did I miss something, or is that just a question, a separate question?
I think part of that has to do with the changing demographics. This I was really, really shocked to learn. 1991, the median age of DSA survey respondents is about 50. In 2013, it's 68. Then something shifts following Bernie Sanders' failed presidential bid. And by 2018, the median age was cut in half to 33. And by 2021, about 3 in every 4 were younger than 40. What's happening behind the scenes? And how did this younger, clearly more radical group take hold?
Random thought, got it.
First of all, I have to say that there was a degree of influence from academia that played a huge role in this. And it's not all people who are undergrads. There were people in the organization who were teaching, who had these views by 2015, and were advancing them in the organization. And there were debates at the time about how much Leninism do we want to let into DSA. And these people they eroded any resistance and any core of anti-communism that remained within DSA. Anti-communism became forbidden.
They let Zionists join. Yeah, not everyone was obsessed with flushing out Jews like you, Mr. Pure Red Hair. You forgot to write the word Zionist twice there. You wrote the word Jews. I think they're trying to get Zionists out. That you can be Jewish without being a Zionist. I thought that was established, but just to confirm for you.
Right, this is a big evil thing to be an anti-communist. They eroded any resistance and any core of anti-communism that remained within DSA. Anti-communism became forbidden. Right, this is a big evil thing to be an anti-communist.
How could you be part of a socialist organization and be anti-communist though? What? I don't think this guy even knows what he's talking about. Like, I'm sorry, you're doing the thing, all right? Like, seriously, you mean good? How could they do this? Like, you're doing the thing. I get it, but like, far out. How can you be anti-communist and socialist? That doesn't make any sense.
You can't do this. You can't hold this view without running all the old people who experienced the 20th century out of the organization. And I think that had to have been part of the calculus, that they didn't want any internal resistance. And so there were instances where I think, the efforts were made to silence people who dissented.
What did that look like?
You have this case in 2017 where a longtime union organizer gets elected to the DSA National Governing Board. He had been an organizer in a police union. At one point, he had very nuanced views on the police and unions. He gets elected, and then immediately there is this effort to drive him off the board because he had worked for a police union. And he was accused of trying to hide that he worked for a police union. Everybody, according to him and other people in the local chapter, everybody knew. It was not a secret that he had had this long career and had worked for a police union. But this is happening at the time of Black Lives Matter, and they use this as a tool to drive somebody off the board who would have been an opponent of theirs.
Do you think the more moderate old guard of DSA was kind of acting similarly to how the kind of moderate Democrats are acting now, where they say there's this young group gaining steam and we're winning and it feels good to win and it's not worth the fight? Or did people just kind of leave?
I think they genuinely had an openness and a willingness to dialogue and do it in good faith. I think the issue is it was not reciprocated.
Right.
So I think a lot of people stayed in. There are still people from the old guard who are in now who have grave concerns, but have not left. Many people from the old guard eventually did leave because so many egregious things have been said and have happened with DSA that it is impossible for any real serious person who lives in the real world, who knows the history of the 20th century, to participate in the organization.
So you become somewhat of a troublemaker within the DSA. Tell us kind of what you're doing and what you're taking issue with.
Yeah, so at first I just began having conversations with people because I had heard some crazy things. I was still involved locally after I moved to Michigan, worked with some DSA members, was still a DSA member. I can remember that DSA issued a statement, I believe it was late 2018, early 2019, about the situation in Venezuela where they defended the Maduro regime. And I remember having a conversation at the time and I'm saying, what is going on? We should not be defending the Maduro regime. They're killing people in the streets.
How do they respond when you make claims like that?
They double down. I mean, the end of that conversation was, I disagree with you. You were wrong. We have to defend the revolution in Venezuela.
On a more fundamental level, how are they handling people like you who are dissenting?
I can speak from personal experience that if you dissent, there will be efforts to silence you. They use mob tactics, basically. So if you speak out, they will coordinate and a bunch of people will jump on you and denounce you, smear you behind your back, do whatever it takes to try to discredit you if you speak out against them. There was a local union in Ann Arbor who said it's too far to vandalize and intimidate the public officials, vandalize their homes and intimidate them. That is too far. Immediately, they received a swarm of people online responding to that statement, essentially saying, you're supporting genocide, shame on you, trying to turn their members against them and stir up.
It does, doesn't it? It just sounds like gossip. But it's confessions of a former DSA organizer. And he sounds like pretty kind of, or what would the word be? He sounds pretty conservative, I must say, for a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Rather conservative, to say the least. But hey, whatever. We begged for laws to control them. Wait, did I? Oh, when union shifted to gangster lobbyists, their time was done. We begged for laws to control
them. Stir up animosity towards them with the effort of silencing them.
So you leave in 2022. What is the final straw for you?
At a certain point, I'm watching these things unfold, and I'm having these very troubling conversations in the organization. There's no resistance. There's no resistance, no public resistance to what's happening. And in 2022, they issued this statement saying, blaming the United States, blaming NATO, blaming Western Europe for Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And at that point, I had just, Putin apologism, come on, people. You're not social democrats. You're not democratic socialists.
I wonder if 2022 and the years leading up to it, it's more of a moral awakening or political one. In other words, are you thinking first and foremost, I'm not associating myself with people who are pro-Putin, or was it that these policies don't work?
Definitely there was an element that the policies they were advancing don't work. I mean, I saw where the organization was going very clearly. They were running into the arms of people I opposed. People who don't believe that Bernie Sanders is socialist enough, people who don't believe that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is socialist enough, they were running into their arms. So in part it is about policy, in part it's also about practical life experience. You can't work in the labor movement and not come to the realization that people are incredibly flawed and that these our institutions are so fragile and they're held together by so few adults in the room. You do not want to turn these institutions over to children who have never run anything and who have had their bank accounts filled by their parents for their entire lives.
We're going to get to the downwardly
savage take there. All these little socialist kiddies running around stacking these organizations, all these little students. They're just paid by mum and dad. They have no life experience, no lived experience. Oh, man. Savage takedown there. Stupid students. Go get a real job.
A mobile elite of it all. I want to start by unpacking kind of the aftermath of this revolution. Just as the younger cohort is gaining steam, the old guard of the DSA is leaving or dying off. And after Mamdani's win, the national DSA more than doubled in size. And I wonder, having been inside, how you describe those new members and what the party stands for now, what that surge says.
I would say a lot of the younger people are very, very radical.
Just checking, but if you left any party, they would probably try to silence you from speaking out against them. I guess, like they wouldn't want you speaking, and especially giving insider knowledge away about the party. But yeah, they wouldn't want you to talk smack about them, if that's what you mean, like gossip stuff. Yeah, speaking of dying off, R.I.P. Dolly Parton. Yeah. Like, I think Blaz put in a funny meme of Dolly Parton, like before we started streaming. Where was it? Yeah, here. Das Kapital by Karl Marx. That torch there. Big, weak light concentration. Small LED. 9 to 5 by Dolly Parton. Killing it. It's a good one. Depends what you know about the inside workings. Yeah. It's what you know, man.
DSA itself makes a distinction, an important distinction, between paper members.
Just based on his comments. Not just the DSA that would do it. Yeah.
Who are people who give the organization their credit card and never come to a meeting. And cadre, who are hardcore activist members who show up to all the meetings and do all the work. The cadre are incredibly radical. The paper members might be you know, think AOC and Bernie Sanders are great and let's get Medicare for all. That is not the hardcore that's running the organization. It is not. They are extremists. They believe, many of them believe, that any means are justified to achieve their goal. They are explicitly revolutionaries. They want to pull down our government institutions. They want to pull down our economic order. And they believe, they really do believe this.
Dude, this guy is not a socialist. Like, if he honestly is scared of the idea of revolution, like, he's a fucking idiot. This guy is just an idiot. He's not a socialist at all. He is an idiot. Like, come on. No wonder why he's doing DSA confessions. Because he doesn't believe anything. They are just like you, E. Just like, yeah, I know, right? Yes. Paid to be socialist. This guy's an idiot, honestly. I can't believe he just said that. Like, he honestly believes that socialists aren't people that want to change the current political system. Like, what the hell are socialists then? He's someone that treats politics like a like a sports team. What an idiot. Of course, it's in the name. They are socialists. They want a political and economic system that has social benefit, that is for the working people of the world, which is not the current system. What a knob. They've obviously picked the worst person ever to get confessions out of. But like, hey, it's great gossip.
Something better in its place.
It's interesting. So I just listened to the Sankara interview with Ross Douthat of the New York Times. And it was a really enlightening conversation. And Sankara basically says, it is only a sliver of the youthful, transgressive sect of the DSA that would say they are communists. And that everyone is freaking out that the Democratic Party is becoming communist, but really it's just these super vocal young people. And I think you're saying that's not true.
That's certainly not true of DSA, the organization itself. It's just not true. You can look at the numbers. I think the best numbers we have are from 2021. 36%, I believe, in 2021 identified as communist from the survey of the organization. Flash forward to 2026. I'm confident that number has grown significantly.
They just put out their new platform, defund Department of Defense, replace the president, Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen by and subordinate to Congress, prosecute U.S. and Israeli leaders responsible for the genocide in Gaza, ending economic warfare against Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran. It sounds like satire, it's not, and a 32-hour work week. How do you think, what is your sense of how the average actually working class American feels about these statements?
I think the average American just wants some functionality in our system. They want things to work well. People think this is crazy pie in the sky stuff, and they're absolutely right that it is. And it would unleash a degree of chaos and violence in our society that we have not experienced for a very, very long time.
I want to talk about the violence that's kind of an undercurrent here, which is that, I mean, you shared...
Let's just spread a little bit more fear. I just want to talk about the violence, please. Can we just focus in on that? Yeah, people are going to love that. Oh, God, they're so violent. Like, are these people American or not? Like, the American nation state, the American project was built out of people who made the ultimate sacrifice to fight for their political beliefs. They believed in liberty, life, and property, and the American way. Like, honestly, though, they're like, oh my God, these guys are violent and political. Like, that is so scary. Don't you think that is scary? Yes, okay, it is politics. Hello? What do you do on the 4th of July, you fucking idiot? Seriously. Yeah, 36% still isn't even a majority. Idiot. Why quote shit stats that don't back you up? Oh, man.
To me, this listserv, and there are people basically debating the virtues or lack thereof of people like Luigi Mangione, of Elias Rodriguez, who shot the Jewish couple in DC. Did that happen because of this kind of youthful takeover, or is it something else?
I think that's something else. The youthful takeover is certainly part of it, but what scares me is I think it goes much beyond even DSA. I think affluent, high-propensity Democratic Party voters have been radicalized. I hear people clapping for open borders not in DSA meetings, in like nice, suburban, very affluent spaces. people saying the White House Correspondents' Dinner was a hoax. The attack on the White House Correspondents' Dinner was a hoax.
I was there. I can tell you that it wasn't.
Yeah. There's just this deep conspiratorial thinking that has taken over the Democratic Party. And people think they're immune because they have PhDs and master's degrees and lots of money. No, you're not immune, people. I see it with my own eyes. It's incredibly difficult to confront.
How do, I guess, both the old guard and I'm maybe slightly less interested in the younger cohort respond, because I don't think they even know, to the very regular criticism, which is that we've tried these policies before and they just don't work. Look to that.
Because she's there for her looks only. Props to her for cashing in, though.
Venezuela.
So I can say that some of the younger members who are now probably, closer to my age than the youngest members in the organization, but people who were young 10 years ago, they're down for this. They're down for support for Cuba and Venezuela. It's pretty clear.
Dude, what type of socialist is this guy, though? Like, he joined the Democratic Socialists of America, and he doesn't believe in, like, Cuba, or at least Cuba having sovereignty. What, he believes that, America should bomb Cuba into the Stone Age and then take over it, or install an American-friendly political regime? This guy is not a socialist in the slightest. Like, I don't know, man, but I have never come across... There's so much infighting on the left and in supposed socialist circles or communist circles or whatever you want to call them. I don't think I've ever seen anyone who describes himself as a socialist or a communist that is just like, yeah, man, Cuba, it's a bad, bad place. I can't believe that whole Cuba thing happened. I love how blue MAGA this convo is. It's mental. Like, I have never heard... For us, have you ever come across socialists, self-described socialists or communists, or someone that wants to join an organization like Democratic Socialists of America who doesn't support the plight of revolutionary Cuba? This guy is like... How do they find this dude? Seriously. If he's a paid actor, he's doing a shit job. It's crazy.
I think, there was an incident where some DSA members went on a trip to Cuba and met with the Cuban regime. 2 of the members of that delegation met with the opposition. And I can tell you they were viciously attacked for meeting with the Cuban opposition. And I don't think they want to talk about it even now. But
viciously attacked by DSA
members. Absolutely. By DSA members. Absolutely. So I think they do use these tactics. They make it's very, very toxic inside the organization at the top levels, very toxic. Sometimes people will hint about it and talk about it on Twitter, but it is...
Maybe he got lost on the way to a National Socialist convention. Are you even anti-capitalist if you're not like FU USA and your Monroe Doctrine? But like, I've never heard of anyone. Honestly, that's like the one thing that you find that unites socialists and commies and all those, with all their theoretical differences and like the historical footnotes. They all love Che Guevara and they support the Cuban Revolution. Never heard them, a socialist, talk smack about them in that way. And when he says viciously attacked, he's referring to his feelings. Yeah, I know, right?
I can't imagine what it's like to be in that organization. I've worked for some pretty toxic boards. I can't imagine what it's like to be in that room, and I'm shocked that people haven't come out. And
blown the whistle.
Blown the whistle, exactly. Do
you think they're just scared?
I think there is a lot of fear. A lot of people, they work in these NGO spaces affiliated with progressive movements. I think that they're very concerned what would happen to them if they can't, they could lose their livelihood.
Yesterday's results suggest that even in a purple state like Michigan, the party has, the primary voters, let's say, has an appetite for a level of progressive populism. And I think it's tactful that El Sayed did not run as a DSA member or was endorsed by the DSA in the primary, because that gives him an opportunity to kind of be a moderate in the general. And I wonder if you think he has a chance in the general election?
I think there's a lot of noise from places like Ann Arbor and New York City that can misread the mood of parts of the country that it's very disconnected from. So we could see a world in which realignment continues, and you see more working class voters of all kinds start voting for the Republican Party because the Democratic Party has become so disconnected from its traditional base, so unmoored, and so crazy. I'm nervous. I'm going to do everything I can to help get Mike Rogers elected and to try to stop these people who are willing to run on a ticket with explicitly pro-Hezbollah people, who are willing to give political cover to terrorists who are willing to sympathize with terrorists, who are willing to sit in a room and pal around with Maoists, people who worship a guy who murdered tens of millions of people, put people in prison in horrific conditions, people he knew well personally and had been friends with. These are not people that you idolize. I am not going to support any Democrat, ever, who is willing to back Abdul el-Sayed. I will fight you people to the ends of this earth. Haley Stevens should be ashamed of herself for endorsing him. Ashamed. She knows better. Her staff knows better.
So why? I mean, I understand you can't get...
I'd like to ask him the real question. So why the fuck were you in the DSA in the first place? What were you... The fraud. This feels like an Onion skit. Yes. He's like going to be the most anti-socialist, socialist, and member of the DSA to ever have lived. He's basically if Milton Friedman joined the DSA and was surprised that they were pro-socialist and communist. What is this guy talking about? No one liked the Republicans or the Democrats. No one liked Labour or Liberal. Sounds like some sort of fourth turning, baby. I haven't heard you talk about the fourth turning in a long time, Dilemmas. I'm going to say it's been like, I haven't even heard you say that in 2026. Dilemmas, touching your roots, baby. Bring back the fourth turning. Yeah. You probably just believed that the system would work if it just had different leaders. Who is this guy? Worst socialist ever. Provides Of course he's gonna confess. Confess.
In her head. But why?
Their base is very radicalized. We saw what happened. There was a venue that canceled the Stevens event. I'm sure they got tons of calls, tons of angry phone calls from a deranged mob of people. This is the Democratic Party base now. There are some people who are standing up and saying no, but it's a handful of people.
Early polling data here in Michigan basically indicates that Abdul el-Sayed won with, surprise, young, suburban, white, and college-educated voters, and Haley Stevens, his moderate opponent, won with working class, rural, and black voters. Don't those results turn the entire premise of the DSA right now on its head, that they're for the working class voter?
Absolutely. They're not. You can look at the organization itself. It's made up of very affluent, very culturally affluent people. The DSA doesn't
Culturally affluent? What's a culturally affluent person, do you reckon? Like they are highly cultured? They're well-read? They like art and music and things like this? Reference to the PMC and race. Okay. Culturally affluent. Trendy culture, latte sippers.
Represent working class people. They don't know how to run a union even. They're going to drive the Democratic Party in a very dangerous direction. And it's not something that I want to see.
DM in the house. Good afternoon. Not political culture. Hope you are well. Hope you are well.
That I'm happy about. But we do not live in a vacuum, and people who actually want to represent the values of this country that a majority of people hold have to make a choice right now.
You've known el-Sayed for a while now. I wonder, other than him recently blocking you on Twitter, what you make of him.
Yeah, I've met him several times. I worked for his dad for quite some time. I know his dad very, very well. My view is he's an arrogant elite who believes he's owed this, and that's what's fueling him. And, I'm going to do whatever I can to try to stop him because I think he's absolutely unfit for office.
What has been astonishing for me to watch is that there's a huge effort to expose the dark contours of this organization. And they don't make it hard, by the way. Like, you just read their platform and there's a million things that...
He must be. So this guy's a Republican now. He wants to get rid of his political rivals. The infighting is so strong with this one. Yeah, far out. Fuck.
Common sense people disagree with. And then if you do even a little bit of digging, you find blatantly anti-Semitic, pro-China, pro-Iran messaging on their messaging boards, everything. And yet, no matter how fantastical the view is...
we got them. They're anti-Semitic, pro-China, and pro-Iran. The big three. They support China. They support Iran, that evil regime. And they're anti-Semitic. Why? Because they don't like a nation state. So that makes them anti-Semitic. Interesting. I wonder if they didn't like Iran, if that would make them Islamophobic. Just asking for a friend.
It is never disqualifying. Why is that?
My fundamental view on this is that there has been an effort in academic spaces to forget the history of the 20th century and to make anti-communist.
To bully on a lamb kebab equals high culture level. That's what it is. Culturally affluent. To bully on my lamb kebab. Oh, yeah. I go traditional when I have a kebab.
Is a dirty word. Even to forget the history of the 20th century, of socialists in the 20th century. The majority of American socialists in the 20th century became ardent anti-communists. That is, unfortunately, a missing tradition. The anti-communist tradition is now gone, and there's no prohibition on all of these crazy ideas. And almost everybody who remembers how bad this was, anybody who fought the communists in the labor movement in the United States is dead.
So James Carville recently said, you know, if Hassan Piker is a major force in the Democratic Party, I'm out. And I kind of laughed because it was a picture of everything wrong with the establishment. For one, Hassan Piker's fans don't know who James Carville is, and everyone acting like, oh, thank God James Carville said this, just shows how out of touch they are with the reality, because Hassan Piker is a major force within the Democratic Party. And I wonder what the establishment is failing to see and understand about this organization.
Well, these guys are really terrified of Hassan Piker, aren't they? They better stop talking about him because they breathe life into him every time they talk about him. Hummus for me, thanks. No denouncing? Really? Are you sure about that? Do you condone hummus? No, it's delicious. I honestly didn't know anything about Jews or Israel till they started making everything about being Jewish. The interviewee would 100% ask someone, do you condemn hummus? I need to know. Wait, like the chickpea thing? No, just say the line. Do you condemn it or not? No, okay. No, I do like it. It tastes nice. All they did was hijack our favoritism for groups, liberal system of politics. Blame ourselves. All right, that's enough of that, honestly. This is painful. I didn't really learn much about the DSA from confessions. It was more like, did you know that the DSA is woke? Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, you're down with that? No, not really. But it's not in surprise, is it? Is it? Hummus better on falafel. Oh, man. It is pretty good on falafel as well. And don't forget garlic sauce. Yeah, the interviewee was shit. Oh, my God. He was awful. He's not even a socialist. He was just in a boys' club with middle-aged men and then got upset when young people came in. That's the moral of this story. All right, I got to bounce. Bouncy bounce. Thank you, everyone who's been hanging out today. Do appreciate it. DM coming in late there. Thanks, though. 4IS in and out today. Spandunk, Dilemmas, Voltator. Do appreciate it. Keeping me company today as we take another roller coaster ride. Rogue, you in? Solar Bear too? It's good to have you all. XNF. All in trouble as always. And Jag was in earlier. Hobo Joe. Thank you very much. Woozle was in earlier too. Ravy Baby was in too. Thank you, everyone. And if you are lurking or if you're watching after the fact, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. It's actually Theory Thursday tomorrow, so we'll do a few things in the first half, and then we'll get into some theory after that. Good. I got some clips. Okay, what was a bit today? Fair enough. Cheers. Had to do peasant labor earlier. Hope you had some hummus and tabbouleh to celebrate after your peasant labor. Yeah, like on the way out, actually. If you haven't already, activate the like button on your way out. Wild Worker Wednesday was awesome. As the US. You are? What's that? Thanks, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Do appreciate it. We'll be back again tomorrow. And until next time, as always, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you tomorrow.